Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2695. The current Master Shan was different. As the black energy spread out, the illusory mountain became solid, and the mountain rumbled as it crashed towards Life Maiden. Lu Yin was curious as to what kind of power Master Shan could display. Life Maiden attacked and stabbed her destiny line into the mountain, but it was stopped. She was shocked. How could this be? She could actually feel the power of a progenitor. You're a progenitor? Master Shan took a step forward and pushed his Lady Ming away. Don't spout nonsense or you'll never know anything about destiny. Lu Yin's voice rang out the moment Life Maiden was pushed away. Life Maiden's emotions were complicated as she could not understand Lu Yin at all. He had been able to break her destiny line without the help of a progenitor, and now he was hiding another progenitor. Where had he gotten all this information from? Regardless of whether she was willing to admit it or not, the current above heaven sect was becoming more and more powerful. Unless Life Maiden wanted to betray the Genesis space, she could not reveal anything about Lu Yin. Bu Tian was much simpler. Lu Yin had sent him away with a single glance, and Xiao Shi had been dragged away as well. Senior Bu Tian, that little girl's personality is really bad, Xiao Shi whispered to Bu Tian. Bu Tian hurriedly told him to keep quiet. Life Maiden heard this and stared at Xiao Shi. Where's the Book of Destiny? Xiao Shi was about to speak when Bu Tian covered his mouth. It's with the Path Master. Life Maiden's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Zhao Ran arrived and excitedly brewed a few cups of tea for someone. Xiao Shi looked at Zhao Ran and was bewildered. His eyes widened as he followed her. Life Maiden frowned. Who's that mushroom head? Bu Tian smiled bitterly. I really don't know, but his talent in cultivating destiny is extraordinary. Life Maiden looked away and towards the back of the mountain. She wanted to know what the Starsabil sect was planning. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. At this point there's no need to beat around the bush. Tell me what's going on with the Starsabil sect. Why is Mr. Zhu pretending to be dead? Who's behind the massacre at the Astral Combat Academy? What's the deal with the beads? How much do you know about destiny? Mr. Zhu sighed. From the moment you found me, I was destined to tell you the answer. Actually, I'm the bead. Lu Yin was not surprised as he had already guessed it. There are 13 pearls of destiny and you are one of them? Mr. Zhu nodded. Starsabil is my host. Lu Yin looked at Starsabil but she remained calm. The Starsabil sect was founded by Mr. Zhu in order to select Starsabil as its host. We've long known of fate's existence and it's not just a legend. Fate will return, Mr. Zhu suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Will fate really return? Mr. Zhu took a deep breath. Destiny is not dead or I would not exist. My existence is based on destiny's laws. If destiny is dead then I cannot exist. Lu Yin asked, the symbol ancestor's power is also on the fifth mainland. Are you sure that he's still alive? Mr. Zhu shook his head. It's not the same. The symbol ancestor changed the heavens and the earth, while destiny. He looked at Lu Yin. Steal the heavens and change the earth. What do you mean? Lu Yin didn't understand. Mr. Zhu smiled bitterly. If I knew what it meant, I wouldn't have been found by you. I would have reached the ancestor realm long ago. I don't want to become the pearl of fate and be manipulated by her. I want to become an ancestor, I want freedom, and I want to find those three. Something. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. The three things that Undying Yushan is looking for? Mr. Zhu replied, to be precise, the demonic scripture, or rather, the three things that the netherworld ancestor is looking for. A sword, a pearl, and a tree branch. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled as he recalled Undying Yushan's dying words. The demonic scripture had controlled him to search for three things, and those three things were very likely to be on Earth. That's why you've been staying in the solar system. Why are you looking for those three things? What do those three things mean? Lu Yin knew that Earth was extraordinary. Jiang Qin had always appeared on Earth and could freely travel through parallel spacetime, which was very unusual. Mr. Zhu was vexed. I don't know what those three things mean either. The demonic scripture is searching according to the will of the netherworld ancestor, but I'm searching according to destiny's will. We don't want to search for them but we have to. Those three things are definitely not ordinary. I'm certain that as long as I can find them, I'll transform and no longer be a pearl that destiny plays with. Undying Yushan gave me the direction, but why can't I find them? Lu Yin frowned. In Earth's parallel spacetime? That's the only explanation, Starsabil said. If they weren't in a parallel spacetime, Undying Yushan would have found them long ago. Mr. Zhu replied, Those three things are unique, and they can't be found in every parallel spacetime. However, it's destined that we won't be able to find them. Luin looked into the distance. If they were in Earth's parallel spacetime, then that should be where Jiangchen was. It wasn't that they couldn't find them, but that they had to rely on luck. No one knew when Jiangchen would return. The Star Sibyl sect was the greatest secret of this era. Before Luin had undergone the Grim Reaper transformation, the Grim Reaper and Destiny were just legends that could not be confirmed or acknowledged. No one had even mentioned them. However, the Star Sibyl sect had always known about the existence of Destiny, and they even knew that Destiny would eventually return. Mr. Zhu hadn't done anything wrong, and it was normal for him to think for himself. However, now that he had been found, he could no longer be free. A pearl was still a pearl. If an ordinary person knew about the existence of Destiny and that he was just a part of a story that had been arranged, would he resist? Perhaps not, but if the ending of this story was not what he wanted, would he still resist? The answer was definitely yes. To Mr. Zhu, Destiny would eventually return, and his ending was to become a pearl that was worn on Destiny's wrist. He could not accept such an ending, so he wanted to resist. He had pried into Destiny's cultivation method and used his connection to Destiny to search for the three items. He wanted to rewrite Destiny and break through to the progenitor realm. He wanted to even suppress Destiny and control his own life. Unfortunately, he had failed in the end. Looking at the 10 pearls in his hand, Luin did not know what to do. Wearing them on his wrist made him panic. After all, Mr. Zhu was also one of them, and he was an independent existence. Would the other 9 pearls also be independent existences? Wearing them on his wrist was like having 10 independent existences staring at him at all times. Just thinking about it made him panic. More importantly, these pearls were too obvious. Once Destiny returned, he would be the first to be found. Luin did not know what to do if he did not wear them. "Tell me what to do with these pearls?" Luin asked as he stared at the pearls in his hand in a daze. Star Sibyl was very calm. "I don't know. If I did, I wouldn't be the host." Luin looked at her. "You don't want to be the host?" Star Sibyl was bitter. To Mr. Zhu, Destiny is an enemy that competes with him for time. It's the same for me. Everything I do is based on Mr. Zhu. "Including when you divine me back then?" Luin asked. Star Sibyl looked at Luin and said, "Mr. Zhu divined that humanity would face a great calamity in the future, and he told me to find someone who could help humanity overcome this calamity. I didn't know how to find that person, and in the vast sea of people, I could only screen them through that question. Mr. Zhu told me that the person who could not be divined might be the person who could save humanity from this calamity. That's why I found you. What I said before was not a lie. I really couldn't divine you, so I divined the results of the Tournament of the Strongest. The first point was the results of the Tournament of the Strongest, and the second point was the battle with Night King Jinwu." Luin interrupted her. "You've already told me these things. Tell me something I don't know." Star Sibyl looked up at the sky. The Fifth Mainland knows too little about the Above Heaven sect, and they don't even understand Destiny. They don't even believe in the existence of Destiny. In my opinion, they aren't enough to help me break free from Mr. Zhu. Star Sibyl paused and looked at Luin. "I need to find someone who can help me break free from Mr. Zhu, even if that person is very weak at the time and has experienced many hardships. I don't care about humanity's calamity, and I don't care about what Mr. Zhu wants. I just want to control my own destiny. Everything that I told you before was true, and I've said everything that needs to be said. The only difference is that my goal is not the so-called calamity but myself. I need you to help me break free from Mr. Zhu." Luin frowned. "That's all?" "That's all." Star Sibyl was magnanimous as she looked at Luin. Luin stared into her eyes, but he could not see anything. This woman seemed to have told him everything, but Luin could no longer trust her. He did not know what else Star Sibyl could hide, and with the gap between them, there was no point in hiding anything. In any case, he no longer trusted this woman, so he found the Fate Daughter. "She's yours." Star Sibyl's expression changed. "I can't go with her." The Fate Daughter's gaze was cold. "Since when did you get to choose?" Star Sibyl stared at Luin. "I've broken free from Mr. Zhu, and I can't be controlled by the Fate Daughter anymore." Luin ignored her and looked at the Fate Daughter instead. "I don't care how much you hate her. I still have use for her, and I don't want her to change too much the next time we meet." The Fate Daughter raised a brow, but she did not refute. Ever since she had arrived in this era, she had gradually become more restrained. She had once been a genius who had dared to kill Lu Bujing during the Above Heaven sect era, but now she did not dare to go against Lu Yin's words. She could only sullenly accept Lu Yin's reprimands, and this anger was destined to be vented on Starsabil. "Who's that mushroom head?" the Fate daughter asked. Luin was puzzled. "Where's Little Shur?" Skyminder answered. "He chased after Zhao Ran." "Zhao?" Luin was flabbergasted. Why was Little Shur chasing after Zhao Ran? As he thought about it, his domain spread out and he quickly found Zhao Ran and Little Shur. At this moment, Little Shur was circling around Zhao Ran and constantly talking about something. He seemed to be rather excited and happy, but Zhao Ran had a blank expression on her face. She did not even notice that the tea she had poured had spilled out, and she just stared blankly at Little Shur. Luin took a step forward and appeared beside the two. Skyminder and the Fate daughter also followed him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2696. You really don't remember me? It's me. Xiao Shi circled around Zhao Ran, looking happy and disappointed at the same time, almost dancing with joy. Zhao Ran licked her lips. "I forgot. Sorry, I'm out of stock." Xiao Shi patted her mushroom head. "What about this? You said it was cute?" Zhao Ran's eyes lit up. "It is. Right?" Xiao Shi was happy. When Zhao Ran saw Luin and the others arrive, she cheered. "Your Highness, you're back." "I spilled the flower tea. I'm sorry, I'll make some more." Luin asked, "Zhao Ran, do you know him?" Zhao Ran looked at Xiao Shi and then at Luin before shaking her head. "No, but he's really cute." Luin looked at Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi was depressed. "Brother Lu, she should know me. She's the first person besides Xiao Qi to say that my mushroom head is cute. She even gave me a present." Zhao Ran apologized. "I'm sorry, my mushroom head is really cute, but I forgot. I'm sorry, I'm out of stock." Xiao Shi hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, you're not out of stock. You're my friend. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm out of stock. I'm sorry, you're my friend. Look, mushroom head. Ah, it's so cute. Right, who are you?" "It's our first time meeting, I'll make you some tea." Luin was speechless. It was starting again. Xiao Shi blinked, somewhat at a loss. Butian looked at Luin and then at Zhao Ran. He had always felt that this maid was strange. "Forget it, Xiao Shi, she doesn't remember you," Luin said. He then showed Zhao Ran something hanging in front of his chest that contained her memories. Zhao Ran quickly remembered and then apologized to Xiao Shi. "I'm sorry, I'm out of stock. I don't remember. Your mushroom head is really cute." Xiao Shi couldn't answer and was disappointed. "You really don't remember?" I'm sorry. Forget it, no matter what, you're still my friend. I'll take good care of your present." Xiao Shi then took out a bead from her cosmic ring. When they saw the bead, Luin was stunned. Destiny, Butian, and even Starsabil were stunned. A bead? An identical bead? What? Another bead? Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that another bead would appear out of nowhere. Xiao Shi waved the bead in front of Zhao Ran. "Do you still remember? This is your gift to me." Zhao Ran blinked blankly. Luin accepted the pearl and took out another 10, all of them identical. They were one of Destiny's 13 pearls. He looked at Xiao Shi and asked in surprise, "Zhao Ran gave you this pearl?" Little Shi nodded blankly. "That's right." "When?" Luin hurriedly asked. Xiao Shi thought for a moment. "It's been many years. Right, when I was very, very young, when I just started to remember things." "How long has it been since you obtained the bead and found the big book?" "Butianwen." Xiao Shi calculated. "It's been many years." Luin looked at the bead in his hand and then at Zhao Ran in a daze. Zhao Ran still had a blank look on her face as if she couldn't remember anything. "Your Highness, would you like some tea?" "I understand now." This child was able to read the Book of Destiny because he was wearing this pearl. Although he didn't train in Destiny, the pearl itself belonged to the Book of Destiny. As for fate, the wearer will definitely be tainted by fate's aura. Over time, one will naturally be able to see it, Butian answered. Luin understood as well and relaxed. Xiao Shi wasn't Destiny, but why had Zhao Ran given him this pearl? Where had Zhao Ran gotten this pearl from? Life's daughter stepped forward and stared at Zhao Ran as if trying to see through her. Zhao Ran and Life's daughter looked at each other in confusion. "Would you like some tea?" "Why do you have this pearl?" Life's daughter asked. Zhao Ran looked at the pearl in Lu Yin's hand. "I don't have it." "You gave it to this kid," Life's daughter continued. Zhao Ran blinked. "Is that so? I don't know him. Sorry, I'm out of stock." Life's daughter raised a brow. Butianwen was helpless. She forgets things and doesn't remember what happened. Luin waved his hand. "Zhao Ran, go make some tea." Zhao Ran nodded and quickly ran off. She didn't like Life's daughter and her gaze was uncomfortable, but it was fine as long as she drank her tea. Life's daughter looked at Luin. Are you sure she really forgot? She's not faking it? Luin replied, I met her when I first stepped into the cultivation world. She had been like this since then and it's been a few decades now. Life's daughter turned around and looked in the direction that Zhao Ran had left. You said that destiny gave this pearl to a child. What's the situation with that child? Luin asked. Life's daughter replied, I told you I've never seen that child. Is it a boy or a girl? I don't know. Do you suspect it's her? Impossible, how could she have lived from Master's era until now? Life's daughter asked. Luin looked in Zhao Ran's direction. Impossible? He would never forget that Zhao Ran had once been with the desolate ancestor. The desolate ancestor had even said that he wasn't the person that Zhao Ran was waiting for. Zhao Ran had lived for a very long time, so how long had she lived before meeting the desolate ancestor? Luin thought back to everything related to Zhao Ran. She was always able to find Xian Jiao and force him to scold her. She was naive and only liked to study flower tea, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Who was she? She couldn't be Destiny, could she? Brother Lu, my pearl, Xiaoshi said shyly. Luin was serious. Give it to me as a gift. Xiaoshi was stunned. Huh. Luin smiled. Can I? Xiaoshi didn't want to give it to him. That's the gift she gave me. I wanted to borrow money from you but you didn't, Luin said. Xiaoshi pursed his lips. You said I didn't have enough money. In the end you didn't lend it to me, Luin repeated. Xiaoshi looked at the pearl reluctantly and gritted his teeth. Then I'll give it to you. Thank you. Luin smiled. He felt like he was stealing a child's gift. Don't worry, I'll get someone to promote Mushroom Head and fulfill your lifelong wish. Do you want me to find you an ambassador? That he ran isn't bad, you can talk to her yourself. She's with the cauldron. Xiaoshi became excited at the mention of promoting Mushroom Head. Really? Luin nodded. Countless people in the above heaven sect like he ran. As long as she's willing to be your ambassador, the entire universe will accept her. I'll go find her now. Xiaoshi ran off to find he ran. Luin looked forward to it. He put the beads away, and now that he had 11, he decided to put them away. He would find an opportunity to store them in Mount Supreme in the future. Fate Lady took Starsabil and left the above heaven sect. Luin didn't care how Starsabil was treated. He had already warned her so she wouldn't go overboard. He felt like Starsabil had left something unsaid. As for Bu Tian, Luin still had him stay behind to teach Xiaoshi. Even though he had taken away the pearl, Xiaoshi's cultivation of destiny was already on the right track. It would be a pity if he didn't continue. As for Zhao Ran, she was just like before. He didn't know how to treat her for the time being, so it was better for her to be a maid. The main thing was that he couldn't find an opportunity to change. Perhaps one day she would recover her memories. Not long after, Luin saw Xiaoshi find he ran through his domain. Not long after, he saw he ran lose her composure and saw many people trying to curry favor with her while cursing Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi was so frightened that he scrambled away. However, he didn't give up and continued to stare at he ran with a determined gaze. Although promoting Mushroom Head was difficult, he had to succeed. He ran looked as if she had eaten a dead fly. Luin could temporarily wait for the Six Paths Society. With such a huge incident in hyperspace, he wouldn't be able to do much even if he went. He might even attract the attention of important people, especially the Dimensional Guardian. Luin didn't want to be exposed. He thought about it for a while and suddenly thought of a possibility. Destiny had given one of the pearls to forefather Channy. If the pearl was still in the hands of the Lu family, could he use it to divine the location of the Lu family? Although Xia Xinji's clone could help Luin locate the Lu family, this person was still Xia Xinji's clone. Luin felt uneasy, and it would be best if there was another way to locate the Lu family. Luin hurriedly contacted the Lady of Fate to inquire about the possibility. The Lady of Fate's answer was affirmative. As long as the pearl is in the hands of the Lu family, the more pearls you have, the more likely you will be able to locate the Lu family through destiny. That is, of course, if the Lu family is still around. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. After so many years, he finally had a way to locate the Lu family outside of Xia Xinji's clone. His greatest wish was to lure Luin back. Now, he had 11 pearls and he knew that Astral 3 stargazing deck had drifted to the 6th mainland. It seemed that he would have to make a trip there. Only by gathering all 12 pearls would he have the greatest chance of locating the whereabouts of the 13th pearl. That pearl might very well be the location of the Lu family. Luin knew quite a bit about the 6th mainland. After all, he had used his die 6 pips to merge with a 6th mainland cultivator's body, and he had even seen the 6th mainland's Dao Source sect. Going to the 6th mainland was not difficult, but it was not easy either. The 6th mainland was not in a parallel spacetime, but rather the same spacetime as the 5th mainland. Otherwise, Lu Yin could just casually find a cultivator from the 6th mainland to tear through the void and head there. He activated the serious art, and the human domain was under his control. With a single thought, Lu Yin appeared at the border between the human domain and the technocracy. He wanted to enter the 6th mainland through the Starfall Sea. There were very few corpse kings in the Starfall Sea, and the Eternals had been expelled. Although they could travel down the Mara River, they lacked progenitors. Even if the Eternals came from the 6th mainland to the Starfall Sea, it would be meaningless. Lu Yin, on the other hand, could enter the 6th mainland through the Mara River. Just as he was about to leave, his attention was drawn to the technocracy. The technocracy no longer had a physical consciousness. Although it was still developing, it was much slower than before. In the past, the technocracy had fought against each other. One side had the 6th mainland while the other had the cosmic tree. Both sides had frantically gathered resources to create mechanical ants to deal with the Eternals. Now, the 6th mainland had been occupied by the Eternals, and the cosmic tree knew the truth about the technocracy. Of course, they had no resources and the technocracy had fallen. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2697. After arriving in the technocracy, Lu Yin thought of the Hui ancestor, the materialized consciousness, and the dimensional master. What was the connection between them? Previously, he had thought that the materialization of thoughts was the ancestor Hui's talent. Since the dimensional master also had it, and not only did it come from the self-destructed body, the backup body also had it. In that case, it might not be a talent but a type of power. Could the ancestor Hui be related to the dimensional master? Lu Yin casually thought about it and then stepped forward, appearing at the edge of the Starfall Sea. He did not disturb the cultivator station here and directly entered the Starfall Sea to find the Mara River. When he looked up, the Mara River was incomparably majestic, as if it had split the 5th mainland into two. He was not unfamiliar with this place, as he had seen the symbol ancestor go against the flow when he had traveled through spacetime. He had led the Rune Line civilization into the 6th mainland and brought disaster to the 6th mainland. Today he would go against the flow as well. The void distorted as Lu Yin manipulated the spatial lines, causing his body to instantly vanish. Regardless of whether it was space or the Mara River, everything was clearly visible to him within the spatial lines. He was able to teleport, instantly leaving the Starfall Sea and reaching almost half of the Mara River's height before continuing upwards. Along the way, he saw a corpse king that was at the level of a half-ancestor. It was guarding this place and keeping an eye on the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin did not touch it, as doing so would attract the attention of the Eternals. The boundless river was like a waterfall from the 9 heavens, covering everything in sight. When Lu Yin jumped again, he arrived above the Mara River and saw the endless river in the distance. This was the 6th mainland, a place that the 5th mainland had once hated. The 6th mainland had attacked the 5th mainland from here, and the 6th mainland had fled to the 5th mainland from here as well. The symbol ancestor had once fought to the death here, and progenitor Chen's blood had dyed the heavens red. Lu Yin's figure flashed as he did not know where Stargazing Deck was. Right now he needed to find the humans. When the 6th mainland had fled, they had taken the cultivators with them to preserve the 6th mainland seed. There were too many people left and it was impossible to say for sure. It was impossible for all of them to have been transformed into corpse kings, so there was definitely an eternal kingdom here. Lu Yin's guess was correct, and after searching for a while he found the first eternal kingdom. It was located in the Black Blood realm, where the Mara River intersected. There was definitely more than one eternal kingdom in a huge region. The purpose of the eternal kingdoms was to allow corpse kings and humans to coexist. The Eternals were trying to find a way to coexist, but Lu Yin found it laughable. Sentient beings and emotionless beings could never coexist unless one was absolutely dominant. What the Eternals wanted was absolute dominance. After searching for a while, Lu Yin still couldn't find any clues about Stargazing Lu. However, Lu Yin did see some signs of war. Were there still humans in the 6th mainland who were fighting against the everlasting race? Hidden in the void, Lu Yin watched the battle between the corpse kings and the humans on the distant continent. Many human cultivators fought to the death, sometimes winning and sometimes being defeated. The 6th mainland already belonged to the everlasting race, and there were too many everlasting experts here. Of those who were fighting against the Corpse King, the strongest were emissaries. They should have broken through in the past few decades, and any half-martial ancestor Corpse King could easily wipe them out. But the war lasted for a long time. It wasn't just this place, there were many other battlefields in the Sixth Mainland as well. These battlefields were the front lines of the humans' resistance against the Eternals, and the humans had even gathered together to build settlements. Looking at this, Lu Yin recalled the hyperspace dimension's description of the drifting cloud space. Experiments. The Eternals were also giving these people hope. Perhaps it wasn't an experiment. Perhaps it was. You didn't know. These people could have been wiped out in an instant, but the war had dragged on. Perhaps countless years later, the people of the colony would think that they had been able to hold off the Eternals. Little did they know that the Eternals could wipe out everything with a single thought. Lu Yin thought of the Fifth Mainland and the Sixth Direction Society. Would they be in the same situation? A group of frogs at the bottom of a well, thinking that they had done well. They thought that there was hope, but was it all because of the Eternals? Lu Yin quickly dispelled this thought as soon as it appeared. It was too pessimistic and terrifying. If that was the case, then what was the point of their existence? Toys? He would rather believe that the humans had truly held off the Eternals and that this was a long and drawn-out war, not an experiment. He couldn't help them in this war. Just as he was about to leave, the void suddenly tore open in a corner of the battlefield, and a woman walked out. She wielded a 3-foot-long sword that glowed with a white light that resembled scales. She instantly split the battlefield in two, and wherever she passed, the Corpse Kings were destroyed. Lu Yin looked at the battlefield. This woman's sword had the destructive power of an emissary, and it shouldn't have attracted his attention. But for some reason when she appeared, the battlefield and even the heavens changed. It was as if all eyes were focused on her. She was dressed in white and wielded a 3-foot-long sword that tore through the dark battlefield. Her face wasn't as beautiful as Ming Yen, He Ran, or Bai Qian, but she had a strange charm. It was as if her appearance was the center of the universe. This was a feeling that Lu Yin had never experienced before. He had seen too many women in his life. They were beautiful, sexy, enchanting, intelligent, heroic, and so on, but none of them were as eye-catching as this woman. Even Bai Qian and the others couldn't do it. This woman's cultivation wasn't very high, and she wasn't the prettiest, but she was still able to attract attention. Strange. White sword light suppressed the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The giant Corpse King punched out, but it was easily torn apart by the woman's sword. No matter how bloody the scene was, it couldn't taint her in the slightest. She was like that white light that would never fade. It's the Valkyrie? The Valkyrie is here. The cultivators on the battlefield shouted frantically. It's the Valkyrie? I've heard of her legends. We've all heard of her. Wherever she goes, the Corpse Kings will retreat. The Valkyrie. The Valkyrie. Countless people shouted excitedly, their voices forming a wave that drowned out the cries of the battlefield. Lu Yin watched quietly. This woman had single-handedly changed the situation of the battlefield. There were clearly powerful Corpse Kings in the distance, but they didn't attack. Gradually the Corpse Kings retreated. Just as the legend said, wherever this woman went, the Corpse Kings would retreat. Lu Yin was intrigued, but he didn't leave immediately. He just watched. This woman was very strange. When the battle ended, the woman sheathed her sword and just stood there on the battlefield, breathing in the stench of blood. Her face was silent and expressionless. The cultivators in the distance didn't approach her either. They all watched from afar with a burning passion, excitedly discussing something. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. Finally, on the 4th day, the human cultivators passed by the woman and charged towards the Eternals. The Eternal Kingdom stood tall in the distance and they wanted to take it and rescue the people imprisoned there. The Corpse Kings met the humans head-on, and a new battle began. First to act, the woman was the one who killed the Corpse Kings. She had started later than everyone else, but she was the first to reach the front lines and kill the Corpse Kings. Under her leadership, the human cultivators' morale soared as they slaughtered their way towards the Eternal Kingdom. Aside from the Corpse Kings, there were also humans in the Eternal Kingdom. These people had long since surrendered to the Eternals, and the Eternals had changed their minds and made them fight for the Eternals. The Eternals were the most difficult opponents for these people to deal with. It wasn't because of their cultivation but because their hearts were unbearable. Wake up. Those monsters are the enemy. We're the same kind. Someone shouted, but they were met with a fierce attack. Why are you doing this? Stop talking, they won't listen. This is why we destroyed the Eternal Kingdom in the first place. On the battlefield, the bloody slaughter continued. The woman attacked without hesitation, but she only killed the Corpse Kings and avoided the humans in the Eternal Kingdom. The Eternal's Corpse Kings weren't weak, but regardless of whether they were at the same level or stronger, they were all weak in front of the woman. It was so weak that Luin found it strange. It was as if these Corpse Kings didn't resist at all. Luin had experienced countless battles, and even with his current strength, the battlefield was always dangerous. There were always stronger opponents waiting for him. However, this woman was too casual and her expression was too calm. It wasn't that she was numb, but rather that she was indifferent. The more Luin watched, the stranger he felt. Finally, he realized that the strange thing was that this woman rarely faced the Corpse Kings head-on. Her every attack, every movement, and every attack were all aimed at the Corpse King's weak points. It could be said that she had grasped the enemy's fatal weakness in an instant, and it was as if these Corpse Kings were just there for her to kill. It seemed simple, but it was definitely not easy to completely see through an enemy's weakness on the battlefield. Luin had received the Sword Steel's inheritance and learned how to break through various weapons. Even so, it was difficult for him to instantly find a fatal weakness when fighting against an opponent of the same level. At most, he could break through the opponent's weapon techniques, but he couldn't do it as easily as this woman. To her, the battlefield was like a stroll. Her sword was 3 feet long, and there wasn't a single drop of blood on it. This was abnormal. It was as if she had a combat ability that didn't belong to this realm. The humans were getting closer and closer to the Eternal Kingdom, and with this woman here, the Eternal Kingdom was on the verge of collapse. Just as Luin was looking forward to it, the Corpse King overseeing the Eternal Kingdom finally attacked. The half-ancestor level was a qualitative change. As soon as the half-ancestor Corpse King attacked, the woman suddenly stopped and swung her sword horizontally, stopping all of the people who were charging toward the country of eternity. Retreat. No one dared to hesitate, and they slowly retreated according to the woman's words. Within the Eternal Kingdom, the Corpse King walked out and stared at the woman with scarlet eyes. It walked forward step by step, leaving behind traces of gold on the ground. This was an innate gift. Everyone stared at the Corpse King in fear. They had fought fiercely with the Eternal Kingdom for a long time, and they had some understanding of the situation inside. However, they didn't know that there was such a powerful Corpse King inside. If this Corpse King had appeared from the beginning, they wouldn't have been able to kill it no matter how many of them there were. Why didn't such a powerful Corpse King attack? All of you must die. The Corpse King spoke in a hoarse voice. As it spoke, it raised its hand and waved it. The sky was dyed in gold and it looked extremely beautiful. However, this beauty was fatal. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2698. Luin looked at the golden light that covered the sky. This was poison, but it could also be considered a strange energy. In any case, it wasn't something that these people could withstand. The woman's eyes turned cold. She suddenly rushed towards the Corpse King. Her speed was much faster than before. There seemed to be lightning flickering on the surface of her body. She raised her sword and thrust it forward. It was as if she was a floating insect trying to shake a tree. With her cultivation, it was impossible for her to be a match for the Corpse King. The Corpse King could kill her with a casual flick of its finger. The woman clearly wasn't stupid. She wouldn't court death. Many human cultivators looked on expectantly. According to the legends, the Valkyrie was everyone's belief in resisting the Eternals. As long as she was around, the war would not be lost no matter how powerful the Corpse King was. This was the Valkyrie. Many people said that she was the condensation of the Sixth Mainland's will, and that it was the Sixth Mainland that resisted the Eternals. They had been abandoned by the Daosor sect, but they had not been abandoned by the Sixth Mainland. In the blink of an eye, the half-martial ancestor Corpse King struck out with a palm strike. This palm strike was powerful enough to shatter the void and kill the woman. The sword tip and the Corpse King's palm were getting closer and closer. The moment they got closer, a layer of dark purple substance spread out and covered the sword tip. The sword tip pierced through the Corpse King's arm without any hindrance, piercing through half of the Corpse King's body along his arm. The Corpse King roared and reached out his other hand to grab the woman. The woman also raised her hand and covered it with the dark purple substance, clashing with the Corpse King. With a bang, the woman was sent flying. Her sword fell off and stabbed into the ground far away. In outer space, Luin was shocked. That was the imperishable Palm Realm, the pinnacle of battle force. How could this girl know it? She must have used battle chi of the Undying Realm. There was no mistaking it. Other than her battle chi cultivation, what else did she have to resist the half-martial ancestor-level Corpse King? Where did she learn the battle chi of the Undying Realm? The woman used the dark purple substance to injure the zombie king, but the difference between her and the zombie king was too great. The corpse king was about to attack again when he sensed something. He stopped and returned to Eternal Kingdom. The woman stood up, and the purplish-black substance on her body disappeared. She walked to the side of the long sword and pulled it out. In the next moment, countless people cheered. They thought that the woman had beaten back the half-ancestor corpse king. The woman looked at the sword in a daze. It's still not enough. Luin was also looking at the woman, and he was just about to step forward when he suddenly paused. He just stood there in space without moving. On the battlefield, everyone retreated to the gathering place, and the woman also retreated. Although no one spoke to her, everyone respected her. They cleared the way for her, prepared food for her, and so on. The woman walked calmly, staring at the sword as if she was thinking about something. Eternal Kingdom regained its peace. The heavens were also very quiet, including Luin. His expression was solemn and he did not move at all. Not long after, his eyes turned cold. He stepped through the spatial line and instantly appeared far away. He could actually travel through space? Little guy, you're so powerful. A surprised voice rang out. Luin turned around. Just a moment ago he had sensed an aura approaching him. It was the aura of a progenitor. Aside from a progenitor, no one else could approach him without being detected. He could only blame himself for being careless. He had been too focused on that woman, and he had failed to notice her. At that moment, he saw a figure shrouded in light. He could not see the person's appearance or what he was wearing. The only thing he could see was the light. It covered the person's figure, but it was not glaring. The light could not even spread out and was not seen by outsiders. At the very least, he was certain that no one in Eternal Kingdom or the distant colony could see the light. It was clearly a light, but no one could see it. Who are you? Luin asked. He had not expected a progenitor to suddenly appear, and this was troublesome. The only things he could use to fight against a progenitor were the Divine Seal Catalog and the slippers. Fortunately, he still had Lianbao. If this progenitor did not recognize Lianbao, then Luin could use Lianbao to escape. That would depend on what level this progenitor was at. I should be the one asking that question. Who are you? I've never seen you in the sixth mainland, the person within the light asked. Luin replied, I came from another parallel universe. No wonder. Are you from the everlasting race? Luin asked. The person within the light laughed. If I was, do you think those people down there would still be alive? Luin replied, yes. What you want is not a massacre but a conquest. Otherwise, where would the Eternal Kingdom come from? It seems like you have a deep understanding of the everlasting race. Fortunately, I can sense your hostility towards them. Luin said, if there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave. Wait, the person within the light said. Luin remained vigilant and prepared to attack at any moment. As for Lianbao, he had already taken it out. You seem to be very curious about that Valkyrie. What? Don't you want to chat? Luin raised a brow. Do you know her? Why do you think that corpse king retreated? The person within the light asked. Luin understood. You're protecting her. Hee, that's right. Luin was surprised. She's your disciple? More accurately, she's the little mistress, the person within the light replied. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Little mistress? How is that possible? You're a progenitor. The person within the light continued. It has nothing to do with cultivation. The little mistress is the little mistress. If you're willing, you can chat with her. Luin was puzzled. Why should I? Young men and women who meet each other are interested in each other. Isn't it normal for them to chat? Not interested. Kid, you have to be optimistic and be good at making friends. No need. You have a strange temper. Luin stared at the light. Who are you people? Why don't you go down and chat with the little mistress? I don't have any ill intentions towards you, or else I would have attacked earlier. With your cultivation, you wouldn't be able to stop me and you wouldn't be able to escape either, right? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. From what this person knew, Luin was not even a half-progenitor and would not be able to escape from him. Thus, this person was not very wary of Luin. However, if Luin forced himself to leave, then the person would be much more vigilant. Luin might as well do as he was told and chat with the girl. He could find out more about her and also take the opportunity to leave. With that in mind, Luin said, All right, I'll go and chat with her, but you can't follow. That won't do. The little mistress might not be able to defeat you. What if you have evil intentions? Don't worry, I won't get too close, the person within the light said. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He knew that the blackish-purple substance could be used by Hen Xin, Madman Lu, and the Ancient Path Master. Who was this girl related to? If she was the Ancient Path Master, then her origins were worth pondering. The Ancient Path Master was one of the 7 sky gods, and if this girl was related to him, then she should be on the Everlasting Tribe's side. However, she was fighting against the Everlasting Tribe. That half-progenitor corpse king had truly wanted to kill her. Luin was indeed curious about this girl. Soon after, Luin secretly entered the gathering place. The so-called gathering place was just a city that had once been in ruins. The city had been slightly renovated by these people, and there were only some basic resources left. The girl was currently in a corner of the gathering place, and because of her existence, many people were stationed there as if they were on a pilgrimage. Luin directly entered the girl's residence without attracting anyone's attention. After he entered, the girl looked up, and the two of them exchanged glances. The person within the light had gone in to greet Luin. Otherwise, this girl would not have been so calm when Luin suddenly appeared. "Name," the girl immediately said in a cold voice. Luin did not approach her and instead sat in another corner. "It's not convenient to reveal." The girl did not pursue the matter and instead stared at her sword in a daze. "What about you? Is it convenient for you to reveal it?" Luin asked. The girl was indifferent. "Jiang Qingyue." Luin nodded. "Good name." Jiang Qingyue did not reply and continued to stare at her sword. "I saw you attack, so I'm curious. When you fought with the half-progenitor corpse king, what was that layer of black and purple that covered your sword? Of course, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to say." Jiang Qingyue looked at Luin. "That was only for an instant. You were able to see it clearly. What cultivation level was it?" Luin replied, "6th origin tribulation." Jiang Qingyue looked deeply at Luin. "No wonder the dragon turtle sent you. You are indeed qualified, but I won't consider it for the time being." Luin did not understand. "What do you mean you won't consider it? Wait, dragon turtle? You're saying that person is a dragon turtle? What dragon turtle?" The person within the light walked out and stood behind Jiang Qingyue. "Little Yaya, don't reveal my identity in front of outsiders. You have to keep some trump cards hidden." Luin looked at the person within the light. "What dragon turtle? Don't worry about that. What do you think? My little mistress is pretty, right? Think about it and try to woo her. Old mistress is worried about her marriage, but no one is worthy of her. I think you're not bad, kid. Do you want to meet old mistress? The old master is very powerful. He can make you fly with just a few words of advice," the figure in the light said. Jiang Qingyue was indifferent. "We don't have the same cultivation system, so father can't give him pointers. He doesn't need father's pointers. Little Yaya, don't be so cold. You're just too arrogant and don't like anyone." The person within the light was helpless. Jiang Qingyue did not say anything else and continued to stare at her sword. Luin understood. No wonder this person had asked him to come and chat with Jiang Qingyue. It was probably a blind date. Luin had not expected to encounter such a situation when he came to the 6th mainland to look for Stargazing Tower. This person had been forced by Jiang Qingyue's father, and his tone was filled with helplessness. "The dragon turtle made things difficult for you." "Sorry?" Jiang Qingyue suddenly said. Luin coughed. "It's nothing." Jiang Qingyue looked at him. "You're not from this mainland." "Neither are you," Luin replied. "There used to be a sect called the Dao Source sect on this mainland, but because of the Eternals' invasion, they abandoned this place and left many people to fend for themselves." Luin was curious. "You're from a parallel universe? Why did you stay here?" Jiang Qingyue looked outside. "To help them. Also to gain experience." "The training that your father gave you?" Luin was very curious about Jiang Qingyue's father. Could it be the ancient Dao master, but his surname was not Jiang? Wait, Jiang? Jiang Qingyue, Jiang Qin? For some reason Luin suddenly thought of Jiang Qin. There were many people with the surname Jiang, but at this moment, a parallel universe and a powerful father made Luin connect the two. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2699. Jiang Qingyue replied, "My own training has nothing to do with father." After a moment of silence, Jiang Qingyue said, "If there's nothing else, you can leave. The dragon turtle won't stop you." Luin grunted, but after some thought he decided to ask, "I have a friend with the same surname as you. His surname is Jiang." Jiang Qingyue remained calm and did not reply. "His name is Jiang Qin. Do you know him?" Luin asked. Jiang Qingyue suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Luin in surprise. The dragon turtle appeared from the shadows once again. Young Master Qin? You know young Master Qin? Luyin smiled and exhaled. I do know him. Jiang Qingyue stared at Luyin. You're Luyin? Luyin was puzzled. How did you recognize me? Does Jiang Qin only have one friend? After confirming that it was Luyin, Jiang Qingyue's expression softened. This is the 6th mainland and the neighboring one is the 5th mainland. He only has one friend from the 5th mainland and that's you. Luyin nodded. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Luyin. So we're family. Ah. Fortunately, I didn't attack, or else I wouldn't be able to explain myself to young Master Qin. The dragon turtle laughed. Jiang Qingyue sized Luyin up. You're even more amazing than he introduced you to. You actually managed to come from the 5th mainland to the 6th mainland. Luyin shrugged. You guys aren't bad either. In his words, find a parallel universe with a different flow of time, and you'll be able to catch up no matter how big the gap is. Jiang Qingyue shook her head. It's not that easy. A person's aptitude is limited, so what if you can live forever? But you guys have great aptitudes, Luyin said. Jiang Qingyue raised her sword. If we had great aptitudes, then that half-ancestor corpse king would have died. Little Yaya, little Luyin, we're all family. Let's not talk about this anymore. We'll get to know each other better and we might even get closer, the dragon turtle urged. Jiang Qingyue glanced at him. I have my own plans. The dragon turtle smiled and at that moment the light around his body disappeared. His humanoid form began to change until his true form was finally revealed. Luyin was stunned. It really is a dragon turtle? It was a palm-sized creature with a dragon's head and a tortoise's body. It quietly landed on Jiang Qingyue's shoulder and grinned at Luyin. Jiang Qingyue replied, It's called the dragon turtle and it once fought alongside my father. In our parallel universe, very few people from my father's generation have survived to this day. The dragon turtle has a long lifespan and a good aptitude, so it was brought to the parallel universe by my father. When it returned, it was already a progenitor. The dragon turtle raised its head. The others are all trash, especially that damned rabbit. It actually ran away. Young Master Qin swore that he would bring it back, but he still hasn't believed him. Luyin sized up the dragon turtle. It was a progenitor, and it had been able to cultivate in a single trip to a parallel spacetime. Luyin was looking forward to finding a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. If he could find one, would that mean that he would be a progenitor when he returned? That was different from the 4 pips on the die. The cost of 4 pips was a little high. Kid, what are you thinking about? The dragon turtle said. Luyin did not avoid the topic. I'm thinking about parallel spacetimes with different flows of time. The dragon turtle sneered. You're overthinking things. The flow of time is indeed different. There are some parallel spacetime universes that take a trip, and it will take you 10,000 years to return. However, don't forget that you're also in there. What do you mean? Luyin vaguely thought of something. The dragon turtle explained, no matter how different the flow of time is, your own life can only adapt to the current universe. It's just like how an ordinary person only has a lifespan of 100 years. If you bring them to a different spacetime, they won't be able to return and will die there. That's because they only have a lifespan of 100 years. Their lifespan is based on their own lifespan, and it doesn't necessarily have to be in a certain universe. Otherwise, if you were to find a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time, wouldn't that mean that you would be immortal in that parallel spacetime? Luyin understood. No matter how different the flow of time was, it would be the same if he could not continue cultivating. Humph, there were too many people who followed the old master to cultivate in a parallel spacetime, but how many of them returned? They all died outside and there wasn't anyone left alive in that generation. The dragon turtle sighed. Right, there's something more important. Luyin listened attentively. The dragon turtle cautiously said, I'm not telling you. Luyin blinked his eyes in confusion. Jiang Qingyue was stunned as well, and she slowly turned to look at the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle turned around and revealed its little tail at Luyin. You two can chat. I'll tell you when you've developed feelings for each other. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Kid, let me tell you, there's a huge problem with a different flow of time in a parallel spacetime. This was discovered by the old master in exchange for the lives of countless people. Unless you're the old master's son-in-law, don't even think about knowing. Jiang Qingyue subconsciously grabbed at the dragon turtle, but she caught nothing. Luyin was speechless. The dragon turtle hadn't lied to him. There was a huge problem with a different flow of time in a parallel spacetime. What was the problem? Sorry, it wasn't like this before. It's all because of that damned rabbit, Jiang Qingyue said. Lu Yin smiled wryly. I've seen that rabbit twice and it ran away both times. If it wants to run, it's hard to stop it, Jiang Qingyue said. The two fell silent again. Lu Yin had many more questions to ask, but they would be too abrupt. After all, he wasn't close to Jiang Qingyue, and even if Jiang Chen was here, some questions wouldn't be appropriate. Absolute domineering fusion, Jiang Qingyue said. Lu Yin didn't understand. What's this? Jiang Qingyue raised her hand, and a dark purple substance spread out. This. Lu Yin asked, you call that absolute domineering fusion? Jiang Qingyue nodded. In our parallel space-time, Earth went through a calamity. Domineering fusion is the power that was produced in response to the calamity. It's equivalent to your world's battle force. This fusion shouldn't be easy, right? Lu Yin asked. Jiang Qingyue replied, it's not that difficult. Lu Yin raised his brows. This was something that ancient Tao Master had created. Palm indestructible battle force had been tested so many times that even Madman Lu had been driven mad. Many heroes had died, but it wasn't that difficult? It's fine as long as you're lucky enough, Jiang Qingyue said. Lu Yin almost couldn't breathe. That's not difficult? Luck was the most difficult part. Henshin had said that luck was very important in order to cultivate the Palm indestructible realm, and he could only rely on luck. If he hadn't continuously tried things in the opposite direction, he wouldn't have succeeded. Even now, Lu Yin was still afraid of the pain he had gone through to cultivate the indestructible palm. Jiang Qingyue was calm. There's someone with a luck ability back where we came from. This is what you call an innate gift. Father succeeded because of that person's luck. Lu Yin was stunned. There's such an innate gift? Why not? Jiang Qingyue retorted. Lu Yin was stunned. That's right, why not? His innate gift with the die was more mysterious than anything else. Saruzan's innate gifts were karma, so it shouldn't be strange for him to have a luck innate gift. A luck innate gift, a luck innate gift, no wonder. If one could control luck, then they could cultivate it. The Palm indestructible realm was just that simple. Lu Yin mourned for ancient Tao Master. After experimenting so many times, he might as well have spent his time looking for someone with a luck innate gift. Without luck innate gifts, it's impossible to cultivate this power. That's what Father said. It was exactly as ancient Tao Master had said. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you for telling me. Jiang Qingyue replied, it's nothing. She then remembered something. Thank you for your gift. Lu Yin was confused. Gift? That mantis? Jiang Qingyue said. Lu Yin was puzzled, but then he remembered that during the war with the Astral Beast Domain, the Astral Beast Domain had sent a giant mantis to kill him. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen had appeared and taken the mantis away, saying that he was going to be a gardener for his father. You mean that mantis? Jiang Qingyue replied, it works very hard. It's suitable to be a gardener. Lu Yin was speechless. He really was going to be a gardener. The two chatted casually for the rest of the time. Lu Yin was curious about Jiang Qingyue's parallel universe, and she was curious about the fifth mainland. They talked about many things, and before he knew it, Lu Yin had spent a few days in the colony. It was mainly because he had no clue where to find Jai Xing Lu. Jiang Qingyue's temperament was cold, but she was still quite talkative and had a good conversation with Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't ask about Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue's father, nor did he ask about other people's family matters. However, he guessed that the man was definitely someone incredible. Even a progenitor would call him master, and the dragon turtle wasn't like his crazy hellworm that could arrange a blind date. Lu Yin suddenly felt uncomfortable at the thought of a blind date, so he decided to leave. What are you doing in the sixth mainland? Jiang Qingyue asked as she returned from the battlefield. Lu Yin replied, I'm looking for Stargazing Tower. Stargazing Tower? She was puzzled. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Right, have you been in the sixth mainland for a long time? They all call you the Valkyrie. Jiang Qingyue raised her sword and looked at the patterns on the snow-white blade. I've been here quite a few times. Then have you seen this before? Lu Yin drew out a drawing of Stargazing Tower. Jiang Qingyue looked at it. Yes, in an eternal kingdom. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Which eternal kingdom? I'm here to find it. I'll take you there. Lu Yin asked, then what about this battlefield? You should understand the situation in the sixth mainland. Does it matter if I'm here or not? Jiang Qingyue asked. These battlefields and the people who had resisted had been deliberately set free by the Eternals. They didn't know what their goal was, but as long as the Eternals willed it, these battlefields could disappear at any time. To the Eternals, this was just a game and they had the power to pause and end the game. The Valkyrie was just an accident. Jiang Qingyue had never believed that she could change the sixth mainland. She had only wanted to gain experience and help these people along the way. Not long after, the two of them headed north with Jiang Qingyue leading the way. According to Jiang Qingyue, the Eternal Kingdom should be within the Grand Martial Realm. The sixth mainland wasn't as large as the fifth mainland because the fifth mainland had absorbed the remnants of the other four mainlands. For example, the Astral Beast domain had come from the fourth mainland. The Technocracy, Starfall Sea, Innerverse, Outerverse, and so on all had traces of the other four mainlands. The Astral Tree domain, which had broken away, had originally belonged to the fifth mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2700. There's a kingdom of eternity there. I trained there for half a year until the people on that battlefield lost all hope and retreated to another battlefield. The Eternals didn't stop me, Jiang Qingyue said. Not long after, Jiang Qingyue pointed to another place. There used to be a kingdom of eternity there as well. There were too many people from the sixth mainland, but the people from that kingdom of eternity were all transferred away. I don't know where they went, but that was one of the few battles where they actually broke into the kingdom of eternity. The kingdom of eternity that you're looking for was once invaded as well. If not for that, I wouldn't have been able to find it. Lu Yin asked, since you know the situation here, would you have continued fighting if it weren't for training? Jiang Qingyue thought about it. Yes. Why? Lu Yin was curious. Jiang Qingyue looked ahead. Father once said that what humans cannot afford to lose the most is not their lives, but their hope. Once upon a time, our space-time homeland also suffered a calamity, and Father was on the verge of death, but he did not give up hope. He knew how much hope and faith a person could bring to others. Even if it was just a spark, it could start a prairie fire. It doesn't matter if the war here is a game or not. Those who fight to the death on the battlefield are serious, and the lives they give are also real. Lu Yin looked at Jiang Qingyue. Her words were simple, but for some reason they gave him an impulse to kill his way into the sixth mainland. He had the ability to do so, but he had never thought about it before. He had only wanted to protect his own territory. Countless people from the fifth mainland worshipped him and viewed him as their faith. He had defeated the Eternals and removed the poison of time, and he had created one legend after another over the years. To those people, he was like Jiang Qingyue to the people of the sixth mainland. Your father must have been a great person, Lu Yin sighed. The dragon turtle popped out. Kid, try calling him father-in-law. The beautiful atmosphere instantly vanished. Jiang Qingyue glared at the dragon turtle, scaring it so much that it quickly shrank back, leaving only its shell outside. We're almost there, Jiang Qingyue said after some time had passed and identified the direction. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction. Is it there? No. Lu Yin frowned and stared in that direction. There was an aura of death there, and a boundless one at that. Did the sixth mainland also have a death god's force field? Was it similar to Kuan's swamp? It was not impossible. The Grim Reaper wasn't from the fifth mainland, but rather the first mainland. The three realms were actually part of the first mainland, so it wouldn't be surprising for him to leave behind the Grim Reaper force field on any of the mainlands. It was the same for the sixth mainland. With the death god's force field, Lu Yin felt strangely at ease. At the very least, he didn't have to rely on Lu Jiandian's command platform or Hellworm. Aside from the slippers and the God of Sealing catalog, he still had a trump card. The Death God's left arm combined with the Death God's force field's attack had severely injured Xia Xinji. Why are you looking there? There's also an eternal kingdom there, but that eternal kingdom is very dangerous. It's filled with a terrifying black energy and there's no battlefield. No one dares to approach that power, Jiang Qingyue said. The dragon turtle revealed its head as well. There's a progenitor there. Don't get too close. Lu Yin looked at Jiang Qingyue. How many progenitor corpse kings are there in the sixth mainland? The dragon turtle said, I sense two, but there are so many eternal kingdoms here. The eternal race's power here is definitely not that simple. Old Master has repeatedly warned little Yeya. Don't go overboard. It's fine if it's just a trial. Do you know how powerful the eternal race really is? Lu Yin asked. This was something that he had always been curious about. In terms of progenitors, the Six Direction Society and the primordial space should have far surpassed the eternal race. So why was the eternal race able to suppress the humans? Even if the eternal race's 7 sky gods were extremely powerful, the rulers of the Six Direction Society were not to be trifled with. Even the Spacetime Master, who everyone thought was not good at cultivation, had the power of a progenitor. He had a corporeal consciousness and more than one body. His true strength was something that even the three sovereigns feared. Lu Yin did not know exactly how powerful Luo Shan was, as everyone had their own theories. The rulers of the Six Direction Society, the three sovereigns and 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime, the Void 5 tastes of the Void God spacetime, Mu carving of the wood spacetime, Mr. Deheng, and so on. All of these combined forces could easily crush the eternal race. Not to mention, there were also powerhouses like the Dragon Turtle and Jiang Qingyue's father. Jiang Qingyue shook her head. Father never told me. The two looked at the Dragon Turtle. The Dragon Turtle shrank back. Someone asked Old Master this question. Lu Yin was filled with anticipation. What did he say? The Dragon Turtle replied, Do you dare to charge into the Void Realm? Lu Yin was stunned. What does the eternal race have to do with the Void Realm? It's just an analogy. If you were a normal person, would you dare to jump into a pool of unknown depth? The Dragon Turtle continued. Jiang Qingyue frowned. Cut the crap and get straight to the point. The Dragon Turtle smiled. Little Yaya, don't be anxious. Old Master has his reasons. A normal person would not dare to jump into a pool of unknown depth, but to us humans the eternal race is that pool. This is because no matter how much power you have, the eternal race will have the power to deal with it. You can't figure out its depth, and that's the most terrifying thing. Humans are very smart. When the number of progenitors increased, they probed deeper into the eternal race. But no matter how many parallel spacetime they spread out and how deep they went, the eternal race always had the power to deal with them. Because of this, the humans lost many of their members and Old Master lost a close friend. Over time they stopped probing. The sixth mainland seems to only have 2 progenitors, and it seems like it can take back 3 human progenitors. But if you try, I guarantee that one progenitor corpse king after another will appear. Lu Yin replied, but the 5th mainland won and expelled the eternal race. The Dragon Turtle explained, victory or defeat depends on the overall battle situation. Looking at all of the eternal race's battlefields, the 5th mainland is just a corner. Even the humans know not to fight over a single city, and the eternal race understands this principle even more. They are not stupid, and although they have no emotions, they have lived for many years, and there are many old monsters among them. Don't underestimate the eternal race, or else Old Master would have already taken back the 6th mainland. Lu Yin nodded. He naturally did not know as much about the 6th mainland as the older powerhouses. The Six Direction Society was not stupid. The Yu family and Wei Zhu had schemed against each other, which had left countless people dumbfounded. How could such a scheme be foolishness? It could only be said that the eternal race's strength had made it impossible for them to plot against them. Back when Ancestor Hui had schemed against the eternal race, he had merely diverted the 5th mainland to the 6th mainland, which should have been occupied. He had not caused any harm to the eternal race. Sometimes the truth was just that cruel. Lu Yin recalled the scene that he had witnessed on the battlefield a few days ago. Could it be that he and the others were just like those people on the 6th mainland? That their so-called hope was something that the eternal race was willing to give? Kid, don't be discouraged. Your father-in-law, Old Master, also said that humans are very strange creatures. They look weak, but their hearts are incomparably strong no matter how dark they are. In dark times, there will always be someone who will take the lead and there will always be someone at the front. You just have to push hard. What's there to be afraid of? If you're afraid, then lower your head and don't look, the Dragon Turtle said. Jiang Qingyue scolded, don't speak nonsense. Old Master is right, the Dragon Turtle said naturally. Jiang Qingyue's eyes widened. Of course, she did not mean that there was a problem with his words. What did he mean by your father-in-law, Old Master? He was becoming more and more ridiculous. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This Dragon Turtle's words were not sarcastic, but they were very sarcastic. After a while, the two arrived outside an eternal kingdom and looked at the battlefield in front of them that shook the heavens. This is the place. Let's go straight in, Jiang Qingyue said. The Dragon Turtle also confirmed that there were no progenitor realm corpse kings here. As long as there were no progenitors, they could walk through any place as if it were flat ground. The Eternal Kingdom was just as Lu Yin remembered. He had been to more than one eternal kingdom, and just as its name suggested, it could give people eternal life and bring them happiness. However, that was just an illusion. The Eternals had deliberately created an illusion of harmony, but the truth was that humans were constantly facing life-threatening dangers. Sigh, these people's smiles are too forced. They don't even know how to pretend, the Dragon Turtle sighed. Lu Yin looked at the people on the streets. Compared to the first time he had been to the Eternal Kingdom, this one seemed even more harmonious. The people on the streets were all smiling and greeting each other. They were happier than when they saw their loved ones. Even the corpse kings walking on the streets were greeted by people. The corpse king's scarlet eyes did not seem to scare them at all. However, it was all fake. This was the true eternal kingdom that the Eternals had created, where humans and corpse kings coexisted. The first eternal kingdom that Luin had visited was still in its early stages, and it was difficult to truly build it on the fifth mainland. It was more like the residence of the seven gods' avatars, and the people there were constantly facing the fate of being slaughtered. The second eternal kingdom that he had visited had been the Sea King's Dome. There, the Eternals had divided the eternal kingdom into the east and west to create harmony, separating humans from corpse kings. In this eternal kingdom, humans and corpse kings coexisted. This was exactly the same as the first 3 steps of the eternal kingdom, and Luin had seen them all. The people of this eternal kingdom had probably experienced the first and second steps as well. They had experienced fear, despair, and temporary peace before becoming numb. At this moment they had put on a mask of hypocrisy. This was their greatest sorrow. Losing their freedom was a tragedy, but now they had even lost their own expressions. This place made him want to vomit. Soon Luin saw Stargazing Tower. It was located in the Eternal Kingdom's garden, and it looked like an ordinary tower. I want to retrieve something from Stargazing Tower. Are you guys going back first or what? Luin asked. Jiang Qingyue replied, destroy the city. The dragon turtle was apprehensive. Don't. Master told you to be careful. Don't go overboard. Jiang Qingyue replied, it's just one city, not a few. The dragon turtle looked at Luin for help. Luin replied, if there's an opportunity in the future, I'll bring the fifth mainland over. That will be the best time to destroy the Eternal Kingdom. That's right. Young Master Qin said that this kid has a high position in the fifth mainland and has many experts under his command. When the time comes, we can just attack. There's no need to show off now, the dragon turtle hurriedly advised. Jiang Qingyue looked at Luin. You'll attack the sixth mainland? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2701. Before today, Luin had never thought that he would one day attack the sixth mainland, but Jiang Qingyue's words, the dragon turtle's words, and her father's words made him think of something. I will. I'm not afraid of looking forward, and there's no need to lower my head. Being at the front isn't bad either. Perhaps a single spark can start a prairie fire. The dragon turtle praised, Kid, I admire you. The old master must have liked you as well. Think about it, one day the two of you will charge forward, followed by little Yeye, young Master Qin, and your sons and daughters. How hot-blooded. I'll even lend you my turtle shell when the time comes. Jiang Qingyue's face flushed red. Shut up. You're getting more and more out of hand from that damned rabbit. Luin smiled and looked at Stargazing Deck again. This was a park, but there was no one here and no one would come here. The people living in this city all wore fake smiles, and they would rather hide in their homes than come out. Why would anyone come here? Luin walked over and Jiang Qingyue followed him out of curiosity. The dragon turtle was about to follow, but Jiang Qingyue glared at it. Stay away from me. The dragon turtle smiled. The more it looked at Luin and Jiang Qingyue, the more it felt like they were a good match. The two of them walked over to Stargazing Deck. Jiang Qingyue was curious. What's so special about it? Luin smiled and squatted down. He grabbed the deck and lifted it up, finding the pearl at the bottom. Xiao Shi had obtained a pearl that allowed him to read the words in the Book of Destiny. His talent in the Tao of Destiny was excellent, and this pearl was tainted with the aura of destiny. As long as he could obtain this pearl, he might be able to find the location of the Lu family. After lifting up Stargazing Deck, Luin looked down and narrowed his eyes. Nothing? How could it not be? Had he lost it when he was stranded in the sixth mainland? Suddenly there was a suction force, and Luin and Jiang Qingyue disappeared without any reaction. The dragon turtle was shocked when it saw this. Little Yeye. It slammed into Stargazing Deck, and a card floated in the air before it disappeared. A lost clan card? At the same time, Luin and Jiang Qingyue exclaimed from within the card, A lost clan card. The two looked at each other and attacked, wanting to break out of the card. However, layers of light continued to shine, covering the surroundings like a prison. Luin immediately took out a pair of slippers as he knew that things weren't looking good. If this card had been able to suck him in without him reacting, then it had to be a primordial card that corresponded to the progenitor realm. Who would leave a primordial card in the Stargazing Tower? There was only one trap, and it was a trap that was specifically targeted at him. Jiang Qingyue was the one who had brought him here, but it was impossible for Jiang Qingyue to set him up. The only possibility was that this trap had been set up long ago. The Eternals knew that he would come for the pearl sooner or later. Perhaps this was not just a trap for him but for anyone who came to Zhai Xinglu. It could even be a trap for fate. Since it was a trap, he had to get out as soon as possible. However, these prison-like lights were endless. The slippers scattered with a single slap, but they still couldn't keep up with the speed at which they appeared. Fortunately, it didn't last long before the light disappeared. Lu Yin smacked the card with his slipper, shattering it. He walked out with Jiang Qingyue, only to be greeted by a pair of scarlet eyes and a fist. Bang, there was a soft sound, and Lu Yin blocked with his arms as his body was sent flying. He should have been sent flying by the force of the fist, but midway through his flight, his body kept twisting and flickering as the void tore apart. Lu Yin steadied himself and looked around. This was an unstable place. This was an unstable space, and even further away was a giant source box. They were trapped in a source box array, and the purpose of this array should be to... Lu Yin casually tore through the void, but he found that the void was constantly twisting and distorting, making it impossible for him to lock onto his position. Sure enough, they couldn't tear through the void and head to a parallel spacetime. This place was a trap. The one that had sent Lu Yin flying was a progenitor realm corpse king, and it quietly stood in front of him. Its scarlet eyes stared at Lu Yin as it slowly lowered its arm. Intruders shall die. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Qingyue, come here. Jiang Qingyue gripped her sword tightly and looked at the corpse king fearfully. She could feel a mountainous pressure. She had faced a progenitor realm creature before, but it had not been a life-or-death situation. With her current cultivation, how could she face a progenitor realm corpse king? It could crush her to death with a single finger. Lu Yin clenched his fists and felt a burst of pain in his arm. He had blocked that attack, but his bones had cracked. This corpse king had a terrifying physical strength, so where had this monster come from? When fighting at the same realm, eternal corpse kings were indeed stronger than humans, but that did not apply to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's physical strength was enough to crush a red-eyed corpse king at the same realm as him, and he could even fight against an ordinary progenitor realm corpse king. However, this corpse king's physical strength was definitely abnormal even among the eternal corpse kings. One punch, just one punch. He could not fight this corpse king head-on. Progenitors had their own fighting styles, battle techniques, and progenitor worlds. They were all extremely difficult to deal with, but what was truly difficult to deal with was still the most fundamental strength. Just as the ancient path master had said, the physical body was the true path that humans should take, and they should not rely on some kind of world-changing strength. Eternal corpse kings were proficient in physical combat, which was simple and pure. However, once one's physical body reached a certain level of strength, there would be no way to deal with it. Think of a way to leave on your own, Lu Yin said to Jiang Qingyue. The scarlet eye closed in on him. It did not seem to be very fast, but in this narrow and distorted space this speed was enough. Lu Yin pushed Jiang Qingyue aside and looked at the chaotic spatial lines. He did not dare to move carelessly for fear of suddenly appearing under the corpse king's fist. That would be bad luck. The wind from the fist brushed past his cheek, leaving behind a trail of blood. Lu Yin could not breathe under the pressure of the fist, and he kept retreating. The corpse king turned around and kicked out, its movements simple and pure. Lu Yin's body was covered in a blackish-purple substance, and he tried to kick out and meet the corpse king's attack head-on. There was another collision, and the blackish-purple substance covering Lu Yin's foot actually cracked open. The corpse king did not even slow down and immediately followed up with a second kick. Lu Yin took out his slipper and slapped it down, but the corpse king retracted its leg at the critical moment and spread its arms wide. There was still some distance between them before it struck out with a palm. The pure wind from the palm caused the void to disperse, and Lu Yin's expression changed as he slapped the slipper down. The slipper dispersed the palm wind, but the force contained within it almost caused Lu Yin to lose his grip on the slipper. The corpse king struck out again and again, and Lu Yin could only retreat. He could not afford to waste time with the progenitor corpse king, or he would definitely die. With the slipper in hand, the corpse king did not engage in close combat, which made Lu Yin even more certain that this was a trap. The fact that the corpse king was so afraid of the slipper proved that it had already been prepared. Suddenly the corpse king's eyes changed to gray. Not good, its physical strength had increased tenfold. Lu Yin did not hesitate to use the Divine Seal catalog, and Nong Yi and Lu Yun's shadows appeared together. The corpse king's palm strike was several times stronger than before, and the pressure caused space to shatter as a world of nothingness appeared. Jiang Qingyue was shocked. Even though it was not targeted at her, The pressure of this power was still unbearable, and her heart felt like it was about to explode. Luyin felt the same way. Nong Yi raised his hoe and swung it down, using Nong Yi's battle technique, planting. Countless shadows overlapped with each other, and the momentum was boundless. Luyin used his own strength to form a blade, flowing cloud slash. The wind from the palm whistled past, forcing both Nong Yi and Luyin back. Neither planting nor flowing cloud slash could suppress a mere palm wind. The Corpse King took a step forward and raised a hand to press down on Nong Yi. A leaf appeared above Nong Yi's head, but the Corpse King's palm struck down and shattered the leaf. Nong Yi's figure became somewhat blurry, and streaks of flowing cloud-like energy formed solid attacks that frantically bombarded the Corpse King. Flowing Cloud's ancestral world, 1,000 streams break. Each attack contained the power of a progenitor, enough to instantly kill a half-step progenitor. However, these attacks were useless against the Corpse King, who was like an unshakable mountain. With a casual wave of his hand, the attacks dispersed. Luyin was not weak, and he had killed a powerhouse who had transcended spacetime with a black energy source before. However, he was actually so weak against this Corpse King. The Eternals had prepared a killing move for Luyin, and Luyin felt that this Corpse King was not any weaker than Xiaxinji. In terms of physical strength, the Corpse King far surpassed Xiaxinji. Luyin used his slippers and stirred up spatial threads, appearing behind the Corpse King and slamming down. At the same time, within the Eternal Kingdom, the Dragon Turtle was enraged and directly attacked the city. The Corpse Kings charged forward one after another, but they were all casually killed by the Dragon Turtle. It had not expected that a moment of carelessness would cause Jiang Qingyue to disappear. How would it explain this to its old master? This was the Eternal Kingdom, so this had to be the work of the Eternals. When it thought of the Eternals' methods, its heart sank. What are you trying to do? That's the Lightning Lord's daughter. If you dare touch her, the Lightning Lord will not let you off. The Dragon Turtle bellowed as a blinding light swept out, causing the Eternal Kingdom to continuously melt. In the distance, a figure hurried over. It was the Otherworlder, and he was on the 6th mainland. When he saw the Dragon Turtle frantically destroying the Eternal Kingdom, the Otherworlder took action. Dragon Turtle, you want to fight to the death with the Eternals? The Dragon Turtle glared at the Otherworlder. You've captured the Lightning Lord's daughter. Hand her over. The Otherworlder was startled. The Lightning Lord's daughter? When the Otherworlder had been on the 6th mainland, he had not known much about the Six Paths Society or the Eternals. Now that he had joined the Eternals, he had seen the outer space and knew how large it was and how many powerhouses there were. Among them, the Lightning Lord was definitely at the top. He was an existence that even the 7 sky gods did not want to fight to the death with. Who captured the Lightning Lord's daughter? Even though the Eternals and the Lightning Lord were enemies, the Otherworlder did not want to attract the Lightning Lord's attention. Thus, the Otherworlder had known that the Dragon Turtle had brought the Lightning Lord's daughter to the 6th mainland, but he had not stopped it. Now that something had happened to the Lightning Lord's daughter, the Otherworlder would definitely die if the Lightning Lord was attracted. The Dragon Turtle pointed at Stargazing Lu. What's going on over there? The Otherworlder looked at Stargazing Lu, and his eyes lit up. Luyin is here too? The Dragon Turtle's expression changed. Is this a trap for that brat Luyin? The Otherworlder's expression turned ugly. Why is the Lightning Lord's daughter with Luyin? No one could answer him. The Dragon Turtle bellowed and ordered the Otherworlder to release the girl. The Otherworlder naturally did not want the Lightning Lord's daughter to die, but this was no longer something he could control. Within the distorted sourcebox array, Luyin was sent flying, and the slipper in his hand almost fell to the ground. He had used the slipper to launch a sneak attack, but the Corpse King had dodged it and sent him flying with a palm wind. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2702. The Corpse King instantly appeared in front of Luyin. Luyin stepped on the stars, and it was as if the continent formed from fates and in his heart had appeared, causing the surrounding void to break away. At that moment, Luyin could sense a parallel spacetime that allowed him to leave. This was a power that even Mr. Mu found strange, and even the sourcebox array could not distort it. But if he left, what would happen to Jiang Qingyue? She would definitely die. Luyin could not abandon Jiang Qingyue and flee. The power from his heart had only given him a brief moment of life, and that brief moment of hesitation had already passed. The Corpse King's palm invaded Luyin's surroundings, causing the stable space around him to crack. No matter how strange this power was, it could not make up for the difference between him and the Corpse King. As the Corpse King's palm approached, Lu Yin used the reverse step to reverse time and retreat. He maintained a certain distance from the Corpse King, but he could not maintain the reverse step for long. In the distance, Jiang Qingyue was shocked. She had not expected Lu Yin to be able to tangle with such a terrifying Corpse King for so long. It was already unbelievable that an emissary, even a half-progenitor, could last a few breaths of time against a progenitor. Lu Yin was only an emissary, and one with 6 origin tribulations at that. In the small space, Lu Yin could not retreat very far with the reverse step. The Corpse King suddenly stopped and punched the void with its right fist. Ripples instantly appeared as a powerful force wreaked havoc. Lu Yin's expression changed and he hurriedly tried to protect Jiang Qingyue. "Don't worry about me," Jiang Qingyue shouted with great difficulty. She held her sword in reverse and swayed like a willow tree in the wind. Lu Yin was stunned. She had actually survived the Corpse King's strength? He did not have time to worry about her, and he was relieved that she could protect herself. However, he still tossed her a lotus treasure. "Take it." Jiang Qingyue took it. On the other side, the Corpse King punched the air again. Punch after punch, the power of each punch was increasing. Lu Yin's divine seal catalog shone with golden light as Lu Yun and Nong Yi attacked again. He could not allow the Corpse King to attack indiscriminately, or else Jiang Qingyue would not be able to hold on. Nong Yi and Lu Yun could only be considered average within the progenitor realm, and they were far from being able to contend against 9 mountains and 8 seas. This Corpse King, on the other hand, had the power to contend against 9 mountains and 8 seas, and it was especially adept at physical strength. When Lu Yin unleashed his full power, the Divine Seal Catalog's power could only barely allow Lu Yin to pull some distance away from the Corpse King and protect himself. However, he definitely would not be able to last for long. He had many treasures on him, but aside from the slippers, none of them were able to harm the Corpse King. He also had many powers such as visualization, breaking through 3 stages to restore himself, and the Aeon Evolution True Scripture. However, none of these powers were effective against the Corpse King. This was a hopeless situation that the Eternals believed to be hopeless, but that was not necessarily the case for Lu Yin. The 6th mainland had the Grim Reaper's force field. Cloud-like attacks appeared in the air and crazily pressed down on the Corpse King. Nong Yi's leaves also covered the void. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he went to Jiang Qingyue's side and took out the Grim Reaper's left arm. "Stay close to me later," he said to Go Lien. At the same time, in a faraway eternal kingdom, countless people watched as the death energy tore through the ground and transformed into a black streak that shot into the distance. An ancestor realm Corpse King opened its eyes and walked out. The dragon tortoise and the mutant also saw it. "It really is Lu Yin." The mutant's gaze was fierce. He hated Lu Yin as if it weren't for this brat, he would not have been punished by the Eternals and forced to listen to Chen Kong's orders. He had to kill this brat. The streak of death energy traversed the Grand Martial Realm and descended when the Corpse King broke through Nong Yi and Lu Yun's blockade. It was guided by Go Lien, and Lu Yin faced the Corpse King with Go Lien's horizontal slash. This slash had suppressed Madman Lu to the point that he could not even lift his head. If not for Madman Lu activating his Corpse King transformation, he would not have been able to escape. This slash had severely injured Xia Xinji and forced Bai Wangyuan to sign an alliance. Lu Yin was confident that this slash could heavily injure the Corpse King. Go Lien slashed and a giant black shadow appeared behind Lu Yin. Its dignified gaze descended. It was the Grim Reaper. The Corpse King bellowed and its pupils changed again to green. Its physical strength continued to increase, and the void around it exploded like thunder. Even the void was unable to withstand the pressure. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and slashed at the Corpse King. This attack sent the Corpse King flying out of the sourcebox array and directly broke through it. "Let's go," Lu Yin growled as he tore through the void, intending to take Jiang Qingyue away. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyue stabbed her sword at Lu Yin, but due to the difference in power, she was unable to truly injure him. However, this attack stunned him. Was Jiang Qingyue trying to kill him? Lu Yin looked at her in shock and saw that her eyes were lifeless. At the same time, he also saw that bubbles had appeared around him at some point. Was this Chen Kong? Jiang Qingyue stabbed out again, but Lu Yin grabbed the sword and struck out with a palm. He wanted to knock her out and take her away since she was under Chen Kong's control. However, a lotus treasure appeared around her body, and Lu Yin's palm landed on it. A grade 4 lotus flower bloomed, rendering Lu Yin's attack ineffective. A grade 4 lotus flower was enough to block a progenitor's strength. Lu Yin could not use progenitor's strength to knock Jiang Qingyue out, and the lotus treasure continued to exist even after blocking the attack. This lotus treasure was not from the 6 direction training rites, so it did not have the ability to directly take Jiang Qingyue there. Lu Yin regretted giving her this lotus treasure out of all the other lotus treasures he had. If he had known earlier, he would have given her another lotus treasure. That one attack would have been enough to take her away. Now, he still had to break through the lotus treasure's defenses to take Jiang Qingyue away. Helpless, Lu Yin took out the slipper again. Lu Yin, what are you doing? The dragon turtle shouted when it saw Lu Yin use the slipper to hit Jiang Qingyue. Before Lu Yin could explain, the black attack disappeared from behind him. A huge wound had appeared on the corpse king's body, and half of its neck had been severed. The 6th mainland's death god's force field was no less deadly than the ghost abyss, but the seemingly injured corpse king still possessed terrifying strength. Unless it was destroyed, the threat it posed would not be reduced. It was no longer just a corpse king, and Lu Yin could sense that there was another progenitor corpse king in the direction of the death aura. Not only had the dragon turtle arrived, but the mutant had also arrived. Lu Yin saw the mutant, and the mutant saw Lu Yin as well. Kid, you're dead. Jiang Qingyue stabbed her sword towards Lu Yin's neck. The dragon turtle arrived and looked on in confusion. The corpse king charged forward and struck out with a palm. The dragon turtle subconsciously expanded its body and used its shell to block the attack. The corpse king's palm struck the shell, but it only managed to push the dragon turtle back a few steps. The dragon turtle was shocked. Where did this monster come from? How can it force me back? The corpse king was just as astonished, as there were not many Eternals who could take a palm strike from him without suffering any injuries. Lu Yin dodged Jiang Qingyue's sword. She's being controlled by Chen Kong. Lotus, take her away. The dragon turtle was enraged. Chen Kong? That despicable and shameless bastard. He looked around and saw the bubble. It was indeed empty. Bastard. Little Yaya, wake up. Die, kid. The mutant attacked and the disc whistled through the air. On the other side, a progenitor corpse king attacked. It opened its arms and a brick-like object appeared in space and extended outwards. It was as if a roof had covered the sky. Although he couldn't understand the corpse king's actions, he still felt a sense of danger. He swatted out with his slipper once more, shattering the lotus treasure's defenses. With a bang, the lotus blossom stage 4 shattered. The fragments scattered in front of Jiang Qingyue's eyes like mirrors that reflected her own appearance. The dragon turtle's body expanded again, and its shell enveloped both Lu Yin and Jiang Qingyue. Wake up, little Yaya. This was the dragon turtle's holy light, and its original name was the Holy Light Dragon Turtle. The moment it enveloped Lu Yin, he felt a warmth spread through his body, and both his injuries and energy were completely healed. He was astonished by the dragon turtle's strength. If he brought this fellow to the battlefield, it would not be easy for him to die. Jiang Qingyue raised her sword again and Lu Yin helplessly said, "Knock it out." A gust of wind blew past and Lu Yin's hair stood on end. For some reason he felt like he was being watched and a bubble appeared behind his head. The dragon turtle roared, "Despicable." Just as it was about to attack, Jiang Qingyue stabbed her sword in a different direction. She had stabbed in a strange direction towards a deserted area. However, the bubble was pierced through by the sword. Jiang Qingyue's eyes lit up. "I can feel Chen Kong's breathing." Lu Yin was stunned. "She's awake? How is that possible?" He could not find Chen Kong. The dragon turtle was delighted. "Little Yaya, is your force complete?" Jiang Qingyue replied, "Let's think of a way to leave first." Outside, the mutant and the 2 progenitor corpse kings continuously attacked the dragon turtle's shell, trying to force Lu Yin out. However, the dragon turtle's shell was indeed tough. "Dragon turtle, take the lightning lord's daughter and leave. Leave Lu Yin behind and we won't stop you," one of the mutants said. Lu Yin heard him. The lightning lord's daughter? The dragon turtle was tempted. Something could happen to him or anyone else but not Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue looked up. "If we're leaving, we'll leave together." The dragon turtle looked at Lu Yin helplessly. Lu Yin tried to tear through the void, but at some point the sourcebox array had enveloped him once more, and he could not locate a parallel spacetime. "Little Yaya, why don't you call old master over?" the dragon turtle asked. Lu Yin replied, "Neither she nor I can locate a parallel spacetime." The dragon turtle felt a headache coming on. They had followed the lightning lord, and they did not need to leave behind a spacetime coordinate imprint to travel through parallel spacetime. However, they still needed to find a parallel spacetime first. Otherwise, it would be easy for something to happen to them if they suddenly traveled through a parallel spacetime. That was their last resort. "This is a trap for me. If you have no other choice, you should leave," Luin said. He had used the power in his heart to separate the void, and he should be able to do it this time as well. As long as he could leave, the Eternals would not do anything to the Dragon Turtle and Jiang Qingyue. Suddenly Jiang Qingyue shouted, "Cheng Kong!" She stabbed out with her sword, aiming behind Luin. Luin turned around and struck out with a palm. The Dragon Turtle also used his light to illuminate the area, and a faint shadow could be seen. The shadow disappeared in an instant, and bubbles appeared one after another. The three of them broke the bubbles. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2703. Luin felt his scalp go numb, as Cheng Kong had set his sights on him again. He didn't care about Jiang Qingyue at all, perhaps because he didn't want to provoke the Lightning Lord. As for the Dragon Turtle, he hadn't attacked either, probably because he felt that it was useless. The Dragon Turtle's healing power was too strong, and he definitely had a way to protect himself. Not only was Cheng Kong watching him, but he also didn't want Luin to attack. Cheng Kong had seen the entire battle with the Corpse King, and he knew that Luin had a way to escape. "You must die," an overlapping voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears. It was Cheng Kong's voice. "Despicable person," the Dragon Turtle roared. Jiang Qingyue closed her eyes and sensed. Luin continuously used the power from his heart, and whenever he did so, Cheng Kong would attack, not giving him a chance to tear through the void. The Corpse King's attacks were forceful, but Cheng Kong was all-pervasive. His attacks were faster and more ruthless than the Corpse King's. Against the Corpse King, Luin had a chance to escape, but against Cheng Kong he had no chance at all. Luin opened his eyes and looked at the chaotic spatial lines. "Senior Dragon Turtle, how much longer can you hold on?" The Dragon Turtle was in pain. "The main thing is that the Corpse King is too strong. I can't hold on for much longer." Luin frowned, as he had to think of a solution as soon as possible. "Don't listen to him, he can hold on for a long time," Jiang Qingyue suddenly said. "He also knows the absolute fusion haki that covers his shell. Even father said that it's hard to break through." "Little Yaya, just because it's hard doesn't mean it's impossible. What if the 7 sky gods come? Cheng Kong is here and you know how sinister that guy is." Luin suddenly moved away from where he was standing. Cheng Kong had been watching him the entire time, not giving him any chance to escape. He had to find a flaw in Cheng Kong's defenses and give him a split second to escape. As long as he could escape, the crisis would naturally be resolved. "Cheng Kong, do you still remember Tu Shuang?" No one answered, and Cheng Kong didn't say anything either. "She's in my hands. I was the one who ruined your plan, and I was also the one who exposed Yunwu. I've already found a way to distinguish between illusion and illusion." Luin suddenly took Tu Shuang out of his cosmic ring and tossed her to one side. He didn't hesitate to use the power from his heart, but danger quickly followed, and he had no choice but to dodge. Tu Shuang looked around blankly. "Where is this?" She looked at Luin and saw the bubble as well. She was overjoyed. "Master, is that you, Master? Master." There was a thump as her head exploded as a formless energy obliterated her. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was Cheng Kong's move, and he had not hesitated to kill his own disciple. This was the way of the Eternals. Jiang Qingyue stabbed out with her sword, but she missed. "Forget it, little Yaya. You can feel Cheng Kong's breathing, but the difference between the two of you is too great. How can you hurt him? Your movements are countless times slower in his eyes," said the Dragon Turtle. Outside, the mutants continued to ask the Dragon Turtle to take Jiang Qingyue away. This matter had nothing to do with them. However, the Dragon Turtle's shell remained stuck there for several days. Jiang Qingyue was right. The tortoise's shell was very tough. The Dragon Tortoise did not even need to use its purplish-black substance to block the attacks from the outside. If not for Cheng Kong's watch, Luin would have left long ago. "I advise you to scram. The Lightning Lord already knows that we're in danger. When the Lightning Lord comes, no one will be able to save you," the Dragon Turtle threatened. The mutant was afraid of Luin, so he moved even faster. He had to kill Luin. Cheng Kong was also determined to kill Luin. This trap had been set up flawlessly. If not for Jiang Qingyue and the Dragon Turtle, Luin definitely would not have survived. This was a trap that had been set up many years ago, and now that it had succeeded, how could they give up? Luin continued to stare at it. Once the spatial line stabilized, he would try to tear through the void and leave. He could not wait for death here, or else he did not believe that the tortoise shell would be able to withstand 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods. What's that?" Luin stared in one direction. He was looking at the spatial lines. His gaze pierced through the tortoise shell and looked into the distance. The spatial lines there were outside the range of the sourcebox array, so they should be stable. However, he saw the spatial lines sink in, then protrude, then sink and protrude again. It was as if someone was walking on them. He immediately became vigilant. If someone was walking on them, then the first person he thought of was the witch spirit god. If the witch spirit god came, then things would be troublesome. When he thought of this, he hurriedly walked to the edge of the tortoise shell and looked into the distance. He saw the starry sky above the spatial lines, but what was not visible to others was a large tree. It was the tree that had escaped. That tree was actually here, and it seemed to be passing by. Danger descended and Ching Kong attacked. Lu Yin dodged once again and had the dragon turtle charge in the direction that the tree was passing by. The dragon turtle was helpless. I can't leave. I can only block it. If I could leave, I would have done so long ago. Lu Yin took out a lotus treasure. Use this. The dragon turtle was astonished. Not long after, a grade 4 lotus treasure blocked the tortoise shell. The dragon turtle charged in the direction that Lu Yin had pointed out. Inside the tortoise shell, Lu Yin had also given a lotus treasure to Jiang Qingyue. Relying on the grade 4 lotus treasure, Lu Yin did not care about Ching Kong's attacks. He just grabbed the tortoise shell and headed in a certain direction while Lu Yin led the way. Ching Kong did not know what Lu Yin was trying to do, but he did not hesitate to attack. There was definitely something wrong with Lu Yin's sudden change. The grade 4 lotus treasure could only withstand one attack from Ching Kong. Lu Yin had a total of 12 lotus treasures on him, and Jiang Qingyue had already used one, so he still had 11 left. Now he gave one to Jiang Qingyue, gave 6 to the dragon turtle, and used 4 for himself. He could only withstand 4 of Ching Kong's attacks, while the dragon turtle could withstand the 6 attacks from the outside. It was impossible for any of the lotus treasures to bring them back to the hexagon training hall. Even they themselves could not find a parallel spacetime within the sourcebox array, let alone an inanimate object. The dragon turtle's body was huge, and each time it moved, it would cover a great distance. In outer space, the grade 4 lotus treasure continued to bloom. Within the tortoise shell, Lu Yin's body also continued to bloom with lotus flowers. When the dragon turtle moved 3 times, Lu Yin shouted, "Come out!" He then endured Ching Kong's 4th attack and charged out of the tortoise shell. He grabbed at the invisible void and grabbed onto a tree branch. The tree that had been wandering around in space was like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. It jumped in fright and frantically fled. Lu Yin grabbed Jiang Qingyue, and the dragon turtle shrank and landed on Jiang Qingyue's shoulder. It was then dragged away by the tree. The tree was also exposed, and the mutants and the Eternals saw it. "That's the tree," one of the mutants cried out. The tree shook its branches and fled in a certain direction. Its branches frantically whipped around, trying to throw Lu Yin and the others off. The mutants roared, "After it!" Just as they were about to give chase, the tree disappeared again. Lu Yin did not dare to move about recklessly in the void, but the tree was different. This thing was constantly moving through space and was adept at escaping. It had been fine for so many years, so it should be fine if they were dragged along by it. He was also curious as to where the people that had been taken away by the tree had gone. The sourcebox array could not stop the tree, and the mutants and the Corpse King's attacks were also deflected by the tree's branches. The tree was fearless in all sorts of battlefields, and it had even been able to take away a few people in a battle where the 7 sky gods had participated. In the blink of an eye, the tree was gone. The mutants stared blankly. Why did that tree appear? Not too far away, the 2 Corpse Kings stood in place. They could not catch up, and they could not even see where the tree was. Even if they did, it would be useless. "It's fine to be taken away by the tree," Ching Kong's voice rang out, and it sounded like several voices overlapping each other. The mutants heard this, but they could not see where Ching Kong was either. Their eyes flickered. How could Ching Kong not be able to kill Lu Yin after staying in the tortoise shell for a few days? They did not believe it. At the same time, in the void, Lu Yin clung tightly to the tree branch. He did not know if Ching Kong and the rest of the Eternals had caught up, but he did not have the time to check. At the very least, he could not be shaken off by the tree. However, the tree seemed to have gone mad and wanted to shake them off. "This is the tree that the old master was looking for." The dragon turtle was shocked. Lu Yin was astonished. "The lightning master is looking for it? Capture it and give it to the old master," the dragon turtle said excitedly. When the tree heard this, it became even more frenzied and waved its branches around. At the same time, flames blossomed from the branches like a blooming flower, beautiful yet dangerous. Lu Yin looked at the slowly blooming flames. "What's this?" "Let go," The dragon turtle grabbed Luin and quickly retreated. The three of them left the tree, and the tree branch that Luin had just grabbed also blossomed with flames. If he had been one step slower, he would have been touched by the flames. The burning tree quickly disappeared as it ran away in a rather pathetic manner. Luin and the other two also fell down and landed on a meteorite. Luin stared into the distance, but the tree had already disappeared. Fortunately, we were one step faster, or else you would have been finished. The old master warned you not to touch those flames. The dragon turtle felt a lingering fear. It's a pity that we couldn't catch it. You scared it? Jiang Qingyue understood. The dragon turtle was helpless. How would I have known that it would be so cowardly? It could have crossed the battlefield and feared no one, but it was abnormally cowardly. What a strange tree. Luin looked at his hand. Those flames should have been the flames that had burned the Book of Destiny. The book had burned because he had wanted to investigate Immemorial City. He had thought that those flames had come from Immemorial City, but since they had come from this tree, then this tree must be related to Immemorial City. He then thought back to what the Undying God had said. Su Wangtian had tricked the Netherworld ancestor and gone to Immemorial City. The tree had also taken Su Wangtian, the Netherworld ancestor, and the others away during the Battle of Jiohe in the Third Mainland. It was not hard to guess that this tree could bring people to Immemorial City. That also explained why the Lightning Master was looking for it. The Lightning Master also wanted to go to Immemorial City. What kind of place was Immemorial City? Mr. Mu, the Lightning Master, and the powerhouses of the Above Heaven sect all wanted to go. What about the Grand Empyreans? Did they want to go to Immemorial City? They should be able to go. What did the Eternals think of Immemorial City? The more he understood about this universe, the more doubts he had. It was as if a group of people had covered up the truth. This isn't the sixth mainland, the dragon turtle said. But it's not dangerous. Jiang Qingyue looked at Luin. Sorry. Luin was puzzled. What's wrong? Jiang Qingyue apologized. I was the one who led you to the trap. Luin laughed. It has nothing to do with you. This is a trap that the Eternals set for me. I would have gone there regardless of whether you were there or not. On the contrary, it's because of you that I'm safe. Jiang Qingyue's character portrait will be posted on the public account. Brothers, search for Author Drifting Wind on WeChat. Follow her and you'll be able to see it. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2704. That's right. The dragon turtle appeared on Jiang Qingyue's shoulder and stared at Luin. Kid, you're pretty unlucky. Not everyone is qualified to be schemed against by the Eternals. If not for us, you would have died without a doubt. Luin solemnly replied, That's right. I'll have to be careful in the future. The Eternals are never stupid, especially those despicable bastards like Cheng Kong. They're extremely vile, but it's strange. Why didn't Cheng Kong use his full strength when you were in the turtle shell? That bastard is second only to the 7 sky gods. If he used his full strength, I wouldn't have been able to protect you. Luin found this strange as well. The only explanation he could think of was He Wuxian's promise of 100,000 years. That was his bottom line. But if Cheng Kong didn't want to kill him, then why had he trapped him? Why hadn't he allowed him to escape? Are you guys going back? Luin asked. The dragon turtle replied, We didn't expect to encounter such danger. We definitely have to go back and we have to report this matter to the Lightning Lord. Jiang Qingyue said to Luin, We'll meet again if there's a chance. Luin nodded. If there's a chance, say hello to Jiang Chen for me. Before leaving, Jiang Qingyue suddenly thought of something and looked at Luin. You don't seem to have felt force before. Luin was surprised. What force? The dragon turtle reminded, Little Yeya. Jiang Qingyue looked at the dragon turtle. Father didn't stop me from telling others. The dragon turtle was helpless. It's not that you can't tell them, but you'll lead them astray. We took a shortcut to cultivate force, but they can't take that shortcut. Jiang Qingyue didn't understand. The dragon turtle explained, Force is our parallel universe's understanding of all things in the universe, including form and consciousness. In Old Master's words, it's a kind of shortcut, a shortcut for mortals to surpass the heavens. Old Master wasn't the first to cultivate it. Old Master learned it from your master in the beginning, and then he mastered it. Once you comprehend force, it can greatly increase your combat power. Therefore, when you were traveling through parallel universes, Old Master taught some people, but none of them succeeded. Old Master didn't know the reason. He guessed that it was because the levels were different. Old Master once cultivated force from a realm where he couldn't travel through the universe. For cultivators, that was the initial stage. Once they cultivated after that stage, it seemed that they couldn't match their force. That's not all. Many people delay their original cultivation because of cultivating force, and even have errors in their understanding of force, causing their cultivation to become chaotic. If you tell him rashly, not only will you not be able to help him, you may even harm him. Jiang Qingyue was surprised. Father didn't tell me. The dragon turtle smiled bitterly. Old Master never thought that there would be a day when you would take the initiative to tell others about your power, just like how he gave up on finding a man for you. The last sentence made Jiang Qingyue's expression turn ugly. Lu Yin understood. So you were able to find Qing Kong? Yes. Lu Yin was surprised, as this force sounded different from a domain and spiritual force. He believed that his own domain, spiritual force and spiritual force were all at an extremely high level, but he still couldn't find Qing Kong. Qing Kong wasn't traveling through space, or else he wouldn't have been unable to find him. He couldn't do anything to Qing Kong, but Jiang Qingyue could feel his breathing. Was this what force was? Look, the kid's interested. If he's not careful, he'll be led astray. The dragon turtle shook his head and sighed as if he had seen many people like this. Lu Yin smiled. It's fine, I'm not afraid of being led astray. The power in his heart was already very mixed, and even Mr. Mu was surprised. What could he do with another type of force? The dragon turtle said, You don't understand the consequences of going astray. Lu Yin looked at Jiang Qingyue. How do I cultivate this force? Jiang Qingyue seriously replied, You should listen to the dragon turtle. Since my father mentioned it, there must be a reason. Lu Yin shrugged. I'm just asking. I might not cultivate it. Jiang Qingyue shook her head. I'll go back and ask my father. I can find you. Lu Yin was helpless. All right. The dragon turtle tore through the void, and the moment before Jiang Qingyue stepped in, she looked back at Lu Yin. This so-called force is to comprehend the life and breathing of the universe. If you can cultivate this force based on this sentence, then you'll have succeeded. Otherwise, you'll have to give up on cultivating this force. Kid, our cultivation time is actually much shorter than your fifth mainlands. This force is a shortcut, so you should walk your own path. With that, the dragon turtle and Jiang Qingyue disappeared. Lu Yin looked at the empty meteorite and sighed as he fell into deep thought. The universe was life? Breathing? How could he cultivate this force based on this sentence alone? But it didn't matter. Just as the dragon turtle had said, every space-time zone had its own cultivation method, and there was no need to learn this force. He looked into the distance, but he could no longer find Stargazing Deck. Lu Yin had originally thought that this trip would only cause trouble for Stargazing Deck, and that he would be able to bring it back as long as he could find it. He had never expected that it would be a trap. The Eternals had already used Stargazing Deck to set up a trap for him, which meant that they already knew about Stargazing Deck. Finding it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The frigid immortal sect had attacked Stargazing Deck at the same time in an attempt to destroy Lu Yin's trump card to threaten by Siener. This incident had caused a huge commotion, and it wasn't strange that the Eternals knew about it. Lu Yin had been too careless to believe that the Eternals had been banished from the fifth mainland. In reality, the Eternals had hidden themselves very well, and there were too many spies and redbacks among the humans. Lu Yin had no choice but to tear through the void and return to the Eternal Kingdom before returning to the fifth mainlands above heaven. After returning, he had Fate's daughter, Butian and Xiaoshi search. Even if they couldn't find the 12th bead, he still wanted to try and see if he could use the 11 beads to find traces of the other 2 beads. Pathmaster. Lu Bujing arrived. Lu Yin was curious. Third uncle, why are you here? Lu Bujing's expression was solemn. You've been getting closer to destiny recently, and that's not a good thing. Everyone in our era is afraid of destiny. Lu Yin nodded. I know, but I have no choice. I want to use destiny to find my family. Lu Bujing was shocked. You want to use destiny to find your family? Lu Yin told Lu Bujing about the beads, and Lu Bujing grew excited. No wonder. If that's the case, then it's worth the risk to get closer to destiny. Lu Yin knew that Lu Bujing was afraid of destiny, and he himself was as well. However, Lu Bujing's fear was a little too much. Lu Bujing was someone from the above heaven era and had experienced destiny before, so he should know that destiny was just a cultivator. Although destiny is feared, he's still an expert of the 3 realms and 6 Daos on the same level as the Grim Reaper and Wu Tian. Third uncle, aren't you being too afraid? Lu Bujing sighed. Destiny is different from the Grim Reaper and Wu Tian. In our era, The Grim Reaper suppressed the astral beast domain and watched over the fourth mainland. To the fourth mainland he was truly the Grim Reaper and had nothing to do with us. However, destiny was an exception. He paused for a moment before continuing seriously. Destiny can see through the river of time. It's mysterious and unfathomable, and it's difficult for ordinary people to see it. The legends about destiny aren't very good, and no one wants others to see their future, including our Lu family's ancestors. Do you know why one of my 3 ancestral chi is destiny? It's because destiny wants to see through my Lu family's future. The ancestor wanted to find a way to counter it, so he tried his best to turn my ancestral chi into destiny. He hoped that when I became an ancestor, my ancestral chi would be able to resist destiny. So, third uncle, your attitude towards destiny comes from my Lu family's ancestor. Lu Bujing nodded. I'm only a half-step ancestor and I can't see through destiny. I can only follow the ancestor's footsteps. In short, don't provoke destiny. Lu Yin understood. Destiny's daughter had caused the deaths of many people by arranging karma, and Lu Yin had understood what kind of person Destiny was. If possible, he would not want to provoke such a person. Right, third uncle, have you heard of influence? Lu Bujing was confused. Influence? What does that mean? Lu Yin was not surprised. If you don't know, then forget it. Tell me, I might have heard of it. The ancestor was willing to talk to me about it back then. Lu Bujing was interested. Lu Yin said, some people say that the universe is alive and breathing. That's influence. Lu Bujing exclaimed, the ancestor said that as well. Lu Yin was shocked. My Lu family's ancestor? Lu Bujing nodded and stroked his chin as he tried to recall. I remember the ancestor saying that, but I was stunned at the time. The universe is a space that we live in, and it's infinitely large and includes everything. No matter what, it can't be alive. Who said that to you? Lu Yin replied, a stranger. Lu Bujing grunted in acknowledgement. Right, what else did the ancestor say? Lu Yin asked. Lu Bujing shook his head. Nothing else. The ancestor only sighed a little. Maybe he drank too much and I didn't understand. If Daoist Tianyi was here, he might know more. The ancestor told him many things, and it seemed like he was spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Lu Yin was envious and he wished that someone like the ancestor could give him pointers. Mr. Mu was clearly his master, but he had never told him these things. He would definitely ask Mr. Mu the next time he saw him. Actually, when he thought about it carefully, it was not the first time Lu Yin had heard this. He felt like someone had said this to him before, but who was it? He could not remember. When Jiang Qingyue said this, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Not long after, Destiny's daughter and the others arrived. Lu Yin brought them to the back mountains of the Above the Sky sect and asked them to search for the whereabouts of the other 2 pearls. Star Sibyl followed them with a calm expression. Lu Yin was not in the mood to deal with her. Destiny's daughter and Bu Tian did not waste any time, and they began to use their divination techniques on the 11 pearls. Lu Yin had not cultivated Destiny's techniques, so he could not see what they were doing. Now that he thought about it, Destiny's techniques were not that mystical, and they were probably similar to rune lines and void god's power. Only those who had cultivated them could see this kind of power, and only those who had not cultivated them would find it mystical. However, this kind of power was definitely not that easy to cultivate, and not many people had cultivated it during the Above the Sky sect's era. Lu Yin had never thought of cultivating Destiny's techniques, as he had already been tainted by Destiny enough. If he cultivated Destiny's techniques, he was afraid that Destiny would directly descend upon him. He calmly watched. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2705. The 11 beads suddenly moved and formed a straight line that pointed in one direction. That was the 6th mainland. The beads then fell to the ground in a mess. How is it? Lu Yin asked. Bu Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at Fate Maiden. She waved her hand and the beads flew into her palm. There's a bead in that direction. That's the 6th mainland. I know. Lu Yin stared at her. I'm asking where the last bead is. She shook her head. We can't find it. Using fate, we can only find the closest bead. We either have to find it or destroy it. Otherwise, our divination will always find it. Lu Yin's head hurt and he looked at the 6th mainland. He also wanted to find that bead, but it was temporarily impossible. Unless he gathered a few progenitors and forcefully attacked the 6th mainland to snatch it, that was under the premise that he knew where the bead was. Help me calculate the exact location of that bead, Lu Yin instructed. Fate Maiden replied, We can only calculate the direction. If you want to find it, you have to bring either me or him along. Luin put the beads away. Things were not going well, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, this involved the everlasting race, which was humanity's greatest enemy. Luin had them all stay in the above the sky sect, as he might have to go to the sixth mainland with them at any time. It was time for him to go to the void god spacetime, as he could not stay out forever. Before leaving, he made a trip to Shinwu continent to confirm that the passage was unobstructed. He also chatted with Muxia about Shi. Muxia had never heard of this before, so he told Luin to look for Mr. Mu. Luin was helpless, as he would have done so long ago if he could. Luin was more concerned about the group of half-ancestors, as he did not know which one would break through to the progenitor realm first. He hoped that it would be Lu Bujing Kai or the others. Luin had not left the void god spacetime for long. For cultivators, it was normal for them to go into seclusion for thousands of years. However, Luin felt that it was too long, as he only went into seclusion for a few days each time. After returning to the Red Domain, Luin investigated Qingfen's interrogation. He had specifically instructed Ning Ran not to torture Qingfen anymore, as Qingfen had already told her the location of knowledgeable stream. During this investigation, Ning Ran did not make a move on Qingfen. However, Qingfen's days were not easy either. His greatest torment came from the people who left the village. In addition to Qingfen, during the days when he went to the hyperspace in the Three Monarchs universe, Ning Ran led the team to catch several more spies. They were all small characters and didn't have much significance. Half a month after Luin returned to the Red Domain, someone came to visit him, surprising him. Mu Shikong, chief of the Sky Mirror Department, Gon, has come to visit the Red region. A loud voice echoed. Guanlao de Yu Pai and the others were shocked. Luin raised his head and his expression turned ugly. He had actually found this place. Manor Lord Gon had already invited him to the Heaven Reflection Manor in Wood Spacetime several times, but he had rejected every single one of them. He had never expected that Manor Lord Gon would actually come in person. The more sincere he was, the less Luin wanted to go. Before he showed up, Heaven's Reflection Manor's situation wasn't good, and he hadn't heard of Manor Master Gon working so hard for anything. Now that he was so eager to invite him to the Wood Dimension, there must be something wrong. No matter what, he couldn't go. However, he still had to meet her. Luin personally walked out to greet Gon. Junior is Xianqi. I didn't expect Senior to be here. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Luin arrived outside the Red Domain and greeted the man politely. He saw an elegant man with a slight smile on his face, and he didn't seem like a powerhouse at all. However, this person was Gon. Gon beamed at Luin. Manor Master Xianqi, you're too polite. I'm sorry to disturb you. Luin smiled. It's an honor for Senior to visit the Red Domain. This way, please. Gon nodded and entered the Red Domain with Luin. Within the Red Domain, cultivators bowed and paid their respects to Manor Master Gon. Gon had seen this scene many times, and powerhouses were respected wherever they went. He didn't care about these people, and the only one worthy of his attention was Luin. The two exchanged some pleasantries before Luin led Gon into the Red Domain. The cities in the Red Domain were dilapidated, but the giants had once lived there. They had experienced the war of extermination, and they had been attacked by Qinlu. For a cultivator like Gon, such a place was more comfortable than a scenic location. Heaven's Reflection Manor has been around for many years, and its history isn't much shorter than that of the Six Directions Association. However, there hasn't been much of an effect over the years. You should know why, Brother Xianqi. Gon then looked at Luin. Do you mind if I call you brother? It seems that Su Heng and the others call you that as well. Luin smiled. It's my honor to be valued by Manor Master Gon. Haha, I'm already calling you brother and you still call yourself junior? Gon laughed. Luin looked at Gon and addressed him seriously. Brother. Ah, that's more like it. Speaking of which, there should be quite a few people from the Six Directions Association who call you brother. Su Heng and I aren't the only powerhouses here. What does Qinlu call you? This question made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat, but he maintained a calm expression. Senior Qinlu is a serious person. He made me the acting manor master of the Three Sovereigns Spacetime Manor, so he always calls me Xianqi. Gon nodded and didn't dwell on the topic. The two continued walking through the Red Domain. If there comes a day when the humans can't stop the everlasting tribe, then what happened to these cities today will be humanity's future. Brother, do you think that's possible? Luin lowered his voice. Yes. That's why I came to find you. I hope that you can come to the Wood Spacetime to help. Spies can cause too much harm to the human race, and I'm curious why you keep refusing. Is it because Mu-san invited you to the wood spacetime? Gon asked. Lu-yin smiled bitterly. Of course not. Senior Mu-san was very enthusiastic, and he even managed to invite Senior Woodcarver. I'm flattered, but the main thing is, he was in a difficult position. Gon said seriously, just tell me if you have any problems. I'll definitely solve them if I can. Lu-yin looked at Gon and met his gaze. Brother, there are some things that I'll be direct about. Gon nodded, just say it. Lu-yin said, I don't want to get involved in power struggles. Gon's eyes flashed. Lu-yin continued, at first I didn't want to go to the wood spacetime because you basically took over 3 different spacetimes and I was too busy. But now, you should be aware of what happened in the hyperspace. The Yu family invited me, but they used me as an excuse to lure out the maintainer and fight for power in the hyperspace. They even suspected that I framed the Yu family, so they threw me into the 3 Monarchs spacetime to investigate someone that even Lord Luo couldn't find. If Senior Chen-Lu hadn't broken through to become an extreme powerhouse and trusted me, I might not have had such an easy time in the 3 Monarchs spacetime. All of this was done by the Yu family, and they also tried their best to invite me. Brother, this has already happened once and I don't want to experience it a second time. It doesn't feel good to be used by others. Gon's expression was calm. He stepped forward calmly and walked past Lu-yin with his back facing him. Do you think that I want to use you too? I can see that you're sincere, but I have my concerns, Lu-yin said helplessly. Gon sighed. The Yu family is at fault. They made someone like you, who is good at capturing spies, feel apprehensive. They encouraged the spies' arrogance. Lu-yin didn't say anything and just looked at Gon calmly. Gon turned around and smiled. I understand your concerns. Alright, I won't force you. Whether you go to the wood spacetime or not, I'll reserve the position of acting prefecture master for you. If you need any help, just contact me. After a while, you'll see the difference between the wood spacetime and the hyperspace. With that, Gon left without further persuasion. Lu-yin relaxed. Although Gon seemed sincere, and it was possible that he really wanted to use him to deal with the spies, Lu-yin had to be wary of Mr. Daheng. Gon had also mentioned Chen-Lu, so Lu-yin had to be on guard. Logically speaking, Mr. Daheng shouldn't have linked him to Chen-Lu, but it was always right to be cautious. Moreover, if he went to the wood spacetime, Senior Woodcarver might see him, which would be the most troublesome. How would he explain his disguise? He couldn't go to the wood spacetime. After Gon left, Void arrived and was surprised that Lu-yin had rejected Prefecture Master Gon. Lu-yin repeated the same reason, and Void sympathized and patted Lu-yin's shoulder. You're unlucky to encounter such a situation. Alright, if Gon invites you again, I'll help you reject him. Not just him, but if the Reincarnation Spacetime and the Lost Clan invite you, I'll help you reject them. Lu-yin was grateful. After staying in the Red Domain for a while, Overseer found Lu-yin and brought by Chen's message, asking him to look for resources in the Void God Spacetime. These resources were what he had asked Lu-yin to help her buy from the Scenic Cloud Clan and the Void Yang Clan. Since Bai Chen wanted to buy them as well, it was obvious that it was for Zijing's research. Lu-yin agreed without hesitation. Zijing's research was very important, and he hoped that it would be successful. If Dimensional Master could obtain them, then so could he. Dimensional Master had been schemed against by the Yu family, and his strength had been greatly reduced. Lu-yin considered focusing on the hyperspace. The only problem was that Dimensional Master's strength could not be estimated. If Dimensional Master Shaoyin was afraid of him, then he should be comparable to the 3 sovereigns of the Reincarnation Spacetime. Lu-yin could not see through Dimensional Master Gon's strength. Dimensional Master and Lord Luo were the 2 people that Lu-yin wanted to understand the most. Dimensional Master could not be understood, but Lord Luo knew too much, and there were too many contradictions. On this day, Lu-yin sent someone to contact Lu-yin and ask him to head to the 3 sovereigns spacetime. Lu-yin knew that Chen-Lu wanted to talk to him about something, and he hurried over. Dimensional Master is already suspicious of me. This was the first thing Chen-Lu said to Lu-yin. Lu-yin's heart skipped a beat. He was not prepared to deal with Dimensional Master Gon, and he was even less prepared to expose himself in the 6th direction meet. What's going on? Chen-Lu explained the situation and Lu-yin understood. Everything started from the attack on the Energy Research Team's forbidden area. Not many people knew about the Energy Research Team's location where Zijing had been. The cultivators from the drifting cloud space had always been under surveillance, and the hyperspace knew who they had come into contact with and how strong they were. To be able to break through the energy research team and take away drifting cloud space was definitely not something that the cultivators from the drifting cloud space could do. Aside from them, the only other culprits were the people from the three sovereign spacetimes Emohi Courtyard, the U family, and at most, the everlasting race. Yesterday, I made a mistake. My public account is author Drifting Wind. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2706. Wei Zhu confirmed that the Yu family did not make a move, and the Three Monarchs universe was not suspected because of their cooperation with Iran, but it turned out that Luo Jun was really cooperating with the Yu family. Wei Zhu naturally suspected Luo Jun and met Luo Jun in person. Luo Jun had already denied taking action against the energy research team, but other than Luo Jun, only the experts from Mo Courtyard knew that location. Qinlu knew. Qinlu was also an extremely strong individual who had the ability to destroy the energy research team. Later on, when Master Wei was fighting with the Yu family, he broke into the Elder's laboratory and stole the black energy source. This was also something that only an extremely strong individual could do. Lord Luo assured Master Wei that it has nothing to do with me, but I can see that Master Wei still suspects me. Qinlu said. Luin fell into deep thought. The maintainer did not care about the attack on the energy research team, and he might not even care about Lu Yun or the black energy source. What he cared about was the entire process, especially Xiaohai's disappearance. The maintainer was not stupid and he should be able to connect the dots. The Yu clan was very smart, but so was Master Wei. Being suspected by such a person, it was no wonder that Qinlu was afraid. If you didn't do it, then let him investigate. Qinlu frowned. I'm afraid he'll find out about the Hall of Freedom. Lu Yin's heart sank. Right, although Qinlu had not acted against hyperspace, his relationship with the Hall of Freedom could not be investigated. If Vader was determined to investigate Qinlu, then he would definitely be able to find out about Qin Li's relationship with the Hall of Freedom, as well as the Bai clan's situation. Luo Jun did not investigate, but Wei Zhu was different. He did not trust Qinlu. Once Qin Li's relationship with the Temple of Repose was discovered, he would no longer be able to stay in hyperspace. Luin rubbed his head. Nothing was flawless and there was no such thing as a perfect plan. Someone was bound to discover a flaw. He knew that his actions in the Six Paths Guild would be exposed sooner or later, but he didn't wish for it to happen so soon. At least wait until he solves the Three Monarch Universe or Ultra Universe. Qinlu did not disturb Luin. He had a headache as well. He had not expected to be targeted by Master Wei. He could only blame himself for breaking through at the wrong time. If he was still a demi-monarch, Master Wei would not have targeted him because he did not have the ability to do those things. He glanced at Luin and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. It was all because of this brat's reckless behavior that he had been forced into a corner. Luin sensed Qin Li's gaze and frowned. You're blaming me? Qinlu said coldly, you and I are working together. You should have considered me in everything you do. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have told you the location. Luin stared at Qinlu. Because of you, I've also been targeted by the Hall of Freedom. If we weren't working together, I wouldn't have asked senior brother to help you break through. Working together comes with a price. You've been targeted by His Highness? Qinlu was stunned. Luin replied, I'm not sure. Mu Shikong's Heaven's Mirror Manor has invited me several times, and Manor Lord Gan even personally went to the Red Domain to look for me. I don't know if this has anything to do with Mr. Daheng. Qinlu was irritated. On one hand he was being targeted by Master Wei. On the other hand he was being targeted by the Hall of Freedom. If either side made a mistake he would be exposed. When that time came, where would he find shelter? Even though he wouldn't be hunted down due to his identity as an extreme expert, his reputation was completely ruined. The universe was vast, but even the eyes of extreme experts could only see the Six Directions Guild and its parallel spacetime. If they lost this place, what else was there? Then what do we do now? Qin Li's heart was in a mess. He was not afraid but uneasy. Luin thought for a moment. Master Vader only has his eyes on you, but he hasn't confirmed that you're involved. Besides, this matter really has nothing to do with you. I'll go and cause him some trouble. What are you going to do? Qinlu asked. Luin said, don't worry, I won't let you be exposed. Your identity is useful for me to obtain the Three Monarch spacetime. Have you forgotten that my goal is the Three Monarch spacetime? Whether it's Lord Luo or Master Wei, they can't stop me. Qinlu exhaled. I can't do anything. Luin nodded. Yes, you can't do anything. Since Master Wei has his eyes on you, I believe that he has a way to track your whereabouts. Even Lord Luo might not be able to see through this method, so don't do anything. Lu Yun is out and it's time for him to take revenge. Qinle looked at Lu Yin. He didn't know the relationship between Lu Yun and Lu Yin, but now it seemed that Lu Yun also belonged to this person. No matter what, Lu Yun was still an extreme expert. Even if he was crippled, even if he was the weakest extreme expert, he was still an extreme expert. This person's power was constantly rising, and the sect above heaven would definitely surpass the three monarchs spacetime. Thinking of this, Chen Li's mood improved. There are some things that I want to remind you of. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Chen Li suddenly looked at Lu Yin and said. Lu Yin looked back at him. You can seek the three monarchs spacetime, but don't have any ideas about the Six Direction Society. Chen Li said. The corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I just want to replace the three monarchs spacetime and join the Six Direction Society. Chen Li nodded. That's good. From the beginning to the end, Chen Li didn't know about the conflict between Lu Yin and the Six Direction Society, nor did he know that Lu Yin's Lu family was exiled by the reincarnation spacetime. He had just broken through to the extreme expert realm and was always in the three monarchs spacetime, so he didn't know about those things. If he had known about this back then, he wouldn't have cooperated with Lu Yin even if he was beaten to death. For someone like him who was born in the Six Direction Society, the Six Direction Society was a colossus. To be enemies with such a colossus was unimaginable even for an extreme expert. Lu Yin left and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. Then he went back to the sect above heaven and found Master Shan. He brought the black energy source with him and then found Lu Yun. It's time to take action. I'll give you a chance to take revenge on hyperspace. Lu Yun raised his head. His previously crippled limbs were gradually able to move again. They should have moved further in. Hyperspace is afraid that I'll save them, Lu Yun said with a gloomy expression. Lu Yin had no choice but to lead Lu Yun around the vessel. When they reached a certain location, Lu Yin stopped. We can't go any further. There's a hyperanalysis mode there. It should be there, Lu Yun said, as he also knew about the hyperanalysis mode. In this vessel, the hyperanalysis mode could only be used at the most important part of the vessel, and the other should be where the cultivators from the drifting cloud space were imprisoned. It was easy to break through the hyperanalysis mode, but Qiu Zhan would instantly detect it. If there's no other way, we'll take them away when the war starts, Lu Yun said. Lu Yin shook his head. Depending on the scale of the war, the number of cultivators from the drifting cloud space will be different. You can't guarantee that you'll take them all away. After thinking about it, Lu Yin decided that there was no need to rush. When the war started, he would think of a way to use the Corpse King to destroy the hyperanalysis mode. If that still did not work, then he would have to take them by force, but he had to confirm their location first. At this time, a group of people walked out of the hyperanalysis mode area. The leader was a woman with long pale yellow hair that covered her eyes. Her expression was cold and she exuded a sinister aura. Behind her were more than 10 cultivators from the drifting cloud space, all of them beautiful women. When Lu Yin saw this, he vaguely guessed what was going on. Lu Yun's eyes were filled with killing intent. There's no need to rush. Let's follow them and confirm their location. If it doesn't work, then we'll just take them by force, Lu Yin said. Lu Yun nodded and the two followed. The lady's expression changed. She was shocked. Young Master Zhu entered the Yixing school? Is this for real? Zhu Yi heard this from the front, and his lips curled up into a smug smile. He grabbed another woman from the drifting cloud space and pulled her closer. The quality is not bad, especially the horn on her forehead. Interesting. Mr. Zhu laughed. If young master likes them, then take them back. Don't sell them, just take them as a gift. The woman quickly smiled. If young Master Zhu likes them, then I'll give them to young master as a gift. Mr. Zhu was surprised. Being so generous isn't your style. The woman walked towards Zhu Yi, almost leaning on him. Not everyone has the chance to curry favor with someone from Yixing, don't you think so? Young Master Zhu. Mr. Zhu wasn't surprised. The young master had entered the Yixing school, which was the dream of many in the Six Paths Association. It was enough to make the Zhu family chamber of commerce soar. Once the news reached the family, the hostile chambers of commerce would definitely tremble in fear. Zhu Yi laughed and wrapped his arm around the woman's waist. Not only do I want them, you're not bad either. He lowered his head and kissed her. The woman pouted coquettishly, her previous coldness completely gone. Lu Yin couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Gentlemen, there are others here. Please restrain yourselves. The three were shocked and looked at Lu Yin. Mr. Zhu looked at the woman. Who is he? The woman stared blankly at Lu Yin, her gaze fierce. Who are you? I've ordered that no one is allowed to enter. You're courting death. Zhu Yi didn't care and was only surprised for a moment before turning back to look at the woman from Lu Yun's space, as if Lu Yin was just an ant. However, another person appeared in front of him. It was Lu Yun. Zhu Yi raised a brow. Lu Yun had not revealed his progenitor's aura, so Zhu Yi wasn't clear about his strength. Another one. You didn't do your job well. Mr. Zhu glared at the woman. Who are they? The woman glared at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with bone-deep killing intent. She had just curried favor with young Master Zhu, but this person had ruined everything. Lu Yin looked at the woman and then at Mr. Zhu. I really didn't expect that there would be such a business at the front lines. They chose this place and deliberately avoided certain areas. Qiu Zhan probably didn't know. The woman's gaze turned cold as she raised her hand and shot out a beam of light at Lu Yin. Neither Lu Yin nor Lu Yun had revealed their strength at this moment, so the woman didn't know that she was facing an extreme powerhouse. If she had known, she wouldn't have dared to do so. The woman used red energy, which was quite powerful and second only to a half-progenitor's white energy. She thought that she could kill Lu Yin in one strike. However, the red energy suddenly stopped, and a cloud-like energy appeared around it, accompanied by a terrifying progenitor's aura. The pressure was like the sky. The woman, Mr. Zhu, and Zhu Yi felt as if the sky was collapsing. The incomparable shock almost caused their minds to collapse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2708. This scene shocked Lu Yun as well as Mr. Zhu and the woman. They finally understood why those people were trying so hard to get into Yixing. Once they entered Yixing, their status would change drastically. So that's how it was. Yixing's people could actually ignore extreme experts. Impossible. Lu Yun was at a loss. A mere ant could actually ignore his attack. How was this possible? Zhu Yi laughed maniacally. So what if you're an extreme powerhouse? Lu Yun, right? I'll remember you. If you dare attack Yixing's people, they won't let you off. Just you wait. With that, he turned to leave. He still hadn't gotten used to being able to ignore extreme powerhouses, and he hadn't even gotten used to the change in his mentality. It was like an ordinary person suddenly becoming an emperor, and it was hard to get used to it in a short period of time. He just wanted to leave. Young master, take me with you, Mr. Zhu begged. The woman also begged, Young Master Zhu, please take me with you. I beg you. Zhu Yi didn't care about them at all, and he glanced at the woman coldly. It's all because of you, trash. With that, he tore through the void and left. Suddenly, a hand passed through the barrier and landed on Zhu Ye's shoulder. Zhu Ye's body stiffened, and the arrogance on his face turned sluggish. He slowly turned around and saw a face with a mocking smile and a look of surprise. Is that person? Lu Yin pressed down on Zhu Ye's shoulder and watched with interest as Zhu Ye's expression changed from joy and arrogance to fear and despair. Did I say you could leave? Zhu Yi was stunned. This person had touched him. He had touched him. He looked at the barrier and it was still there, but this person's hand had passed through it and landed on his shoulder. How could this be? You. Zhu Yi was stunned. Lu Yin found it funny and looked at the barrier in amazement. Good stuff, it's not bound by space. It's a strengthened version of the Void Wanderer. Aside from that tree, I've never seen anything that can travel through space. He then raised a hand and placed it between Zhu Ye's eyebrows. Here. He then pointed and Zhu Ye's forehead split open. No blood flowed out and only an eye fell out. It looked at Lu Yin in horror, like an abandoned pet. Zhu Yi took a few steps back and the barrier around his body slowly disappeared. He fell to the ground as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Lu Yin closed his eyes. What is it? This was an eye. It was as if the eye had become a spirit. There were tentacles under the eye sockets. When Lu Yin tried to grab it, it actually tried to use its tentacles to escape, but how could that be possible? Could walk through space like a tree, but Lu Yin could do the same. However, Lu Yun and the others couldn't see Lu Yin grabbing the eye. The eye had always existed within the void. That was a direction that even progenitor realm experts might not be able to see. They only saw that the light barrier around Zhu Ye's body had disappeared. Now was not the time to study the eye, and Lu Yin held it tightly as he looked at Zhu Yi. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked up and felt a powerful force descend upon him from a progenitor realm corpse king. The battle began, and a few progenitor realm corpse kings appeared to attack the bearers of the bestow technique. One of the attacks just so happened to land on top of Lu Yin's head. The vessel was penetrated and a terrifying force streaked past Lu Yin. Not only did it break the vessel, but it also caused Lu Yun's progenitor power to leak out. Just as Qiu Zhan was about to charge into space, the bearer of the bestow technique alerted him that a powerhouse had appeared. He looked at the number displayed on the frame. 6 million. A powerhouse corpse king had charged into the vessel? He didn't hesitate to use the black energy source to charge out. Lu Yin frowned, exposed. Snatch. Lu Yun casually killed Zhu Yi and the others, and Lu Yin took the girls to Mount Supreme. You hold Qiu Zhan back. As soon as he finished speaking, a black energy blasted over. Lu Yun raised his head. Long time no see, Qiu Zhan. Qiu Zhan's pupils shrank when he heard Lu Yun's voice. It's you. With a loud bang, the bestow technique was destroyed once again. Qiu Zhan shouted, release the bestow technique and use the energy source to trap the corpse king. He then charged at Lu Yun. You've joined the Eternals? Lu Yun didn't explain. At this moment, the Eternals had attacked and the corpse king had also attacked. No one would believe that the Eternals hadn't helped Lu Yun. On the other side, Lu Yin rushed into super analysis mode and directly triggered the alarm of the entire bestow technique. Qiu Zhan looked over. There's more? Qiu Zhan, it's time to pay back the debt from before. Lu Yun shouted, and streaks of cloud-like attacks shot out in all directions from the bestow technique. The bestow technique kept cracking, and the platforms were extinguished one after another. Every time a platform was extinguished, the energy source's interference with the outside world would decrease. Qiu Zhan was furious. Lu Yun, you've joined the Eternals. On the other side, Lu Yin hurriedly transmitted to Lu Yun, telling him not to destroy the bestow technique. The Eternals were attacking, and if this thing was damaged, the Eternals would very likely take the bestow technique for themselves. Lu Yun was startled awake as he had forgotten about this matter. However, Lu Yun's merciless attack on the bestow technique convinced Qiu Zhan that Lu Yun had joined the Eternals. Even if the ultra spacetime technique was the bestow technique's enemy, so was the Eternals. Lu Yun wouldn't have destroyed the bestow technique. Lu Yun had attacked in anger without thinking too much. Now that Lu Yin had reminded him, he pretended to destroy the bestow technique without causing too much damage. His goal was only to delay Qiu Zhan. Lu Yin also found the bestow technique's cultivators. Along the way, some people who used white energy sources tried to attack Lu Yin, but Lu Yin pushed them aside. Lu Yin didn't kill them as he didn't care what happened to the drifting cloud realm. For now, he needed them to help the drifting cloud realm hold back the Eternals. To the bestow technique, both the ultra spacetime technique and the Eternals were enemies. However, it was precisely because these two enemies kept each other in check that the bestow technique had a chance to breathe. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and Xiao Mei walked out from within. Everyone follow me. Lord Lu Yun is here to save you. Xiao Mei had quite a bit of prestige among these people, and many of them recognized her. When they heard her say this, they didn't hesitate to follow her into Mount Supreme. They didn't even consider whether this was a trap or not, as there was nothing worse than being trapped here. The bestow technique shook again and Lu Yin looked outside through the crack. The progenitor realm corpse king's power had been offset by the shrinking energy source. It was Nye who Lu Yin had seen in action before. He couldn't delay any longer. He had to let Qiu Zhan deal with Nye, or the bestow technique would be finished. Lu Yin attacked Qiu Zhan with a black energy from afar. Qiu Zhan was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Who is it? Lu Yin hid his appearance and met Lu Yun. We can't delay any longer or Master Wei will come. Let's go. The two tore through the void and left. Qiu Zhan wanted to stop them, but Nye was outside and it was impossible for him to deal with three of them. He could only watch as the two left. Qiu Zhan, who was free, dealt with Nye with all his strength. The stalemate didn't last long, and Master Wei's arrival ended the battle. The moment Master Wei arrived, he used his materialized consciousness to lock Nye in place. The bestow technique shot out a beam of light and blasted Nye into the distance. He wanted to continue attacking, but a red godly power appeared on Nye's body. This power stopped Master Wei in his tracks. Normally he could destroy Nye, but Nye with godly power was very difficult to deal with. This was also the reason why Master Wei didn't take action at the front lines. Once he took action, the Eternals would have a corresponding method. If the Sixth Direction sect was willing, they could take the Eternals by surprise and destroy many of their forces. However, no one in the Sixth Direction sect wanted to be cannon fodder against the Eternals in the bottomless abyss. Master Wei watched Nye leave, and as for the remaining corpse kings, his materialized consciousness killed them. Qiu Zhan came behind Master Wei and bowed respectfully. "My lord." Master Wei's back was facing Qiu Zhan as he looked at the bestow technique of gift. At this moment, the bestow technique of gift was in tatters. Master Wei's gaze swept across the area and landed on the spot where Lu Yin and the others had been. They were exposed here. Qiu Zhan respectfully replied, "Yes." Master Wei looked at the surrounding traces. One is Lu Yun and the other used a black energy source. "Did you see who it was?" Qiu Zhan shook his head. "This subordinate is useless. I didn't see clearly." Master Wei walked through the ruins. Around him, all the people from beyond space-time bowed and didn't dare to move. "Why are they here?" Master Wei asked. Qiu Zhan replied, "This subordinate doesn't know either. I'm still investigating. We were exposed because the corpse kings attacked here, causing Lu Yun's power to leak out. This means that Lu Yun used the power of an extreme powerhouse here. However, who he used it against and why he used it are still unknown. What we can confirm is that Lu Yun should have sided with the Eternals. Otherwise it wouldn't be so coincidental that Nya attacked. Lu Yun was also merciless against the bestow. He wasn't afraid that the bestow would be damaged and cause the flowing cloud space to lose the war. He's already sold the flowing cloud space to the Eternals. There's no rush to come to a conclusion. Let's investigate first," Master Wei said. Qiu Zhan bowed again and retreated. On the other side, Lu Yin and Lu Yun returned to the Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yin released the people from the flowing cloud space. Like the Thunder Sealing clan, they would live here in the future and couldn't be brought to the Fifth Mainland for the time being. When all the cultivators of the flowing cloud space came out, the first thing they saw was Lu Yun. Everyone was ecstatic and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Lu Yun." "Greetings, Lord Lu Yun." "Greetings, Lord Lu Yun." Lu Yun smiled from the bottom of his heart. How many years had he been tortured? The people of the flowing cloud space had been tortured as well. Now he had finally saved a group of people. With this group of people, the flowing cloud space would never be destroyed. Lu Yin didn't interrupt Lu Yun's conversation and went underground alone to meet Mu Jun. Mu Jun saw Lu Yin arrive. "What happened outside?" "An extremely strong powerhouse attacked here." "It's nothing. I brought Lu Yun here," Lu Yin said. Mu Jun didn't react. "Who?" Lu Yin said calmly, "Lu Yun. You should have heard of him." Mu Jun couldn't believe it. The Lu Yun that was imprisoned by the hyperspace? The Lu Yun from the flowing cloud space? Lu Yin nodded. "Which Lu Yun is there?" Master Wei's character portrait has been posted on the public account. Everyone can search for author Scattered Drifting Wind on the WeChat public account. You will see it after you follow him. Also, the public account will soon release the trailer for Star Stepping. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2709. Mu Jun stared blankly at Lu Yin, suspecting that she had misheard. She mocked, "Do you think I'll believe you? Lu Yun has been imprisoned by hyperspace and is being experimented on. How could you bring him here? How could you bring Lu Yun here from hyperspace? Impossible." Lu Yin praised, "Looks like you three sovereigns have a good relationship with hyperspace. Since you're so sure, you should know how hyperspace treated Lu Yun." Mu Jun did not deny it. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and walked up to Mu Jun. He looked at her tired face. "That's right. Normally, Lu Yun wouldn't have been rescued, but similarly, you shouldn't have been captured either. But aren't you still here? Do you want me to call Lu Yun over to meet you? Get to know him?" Lu Yin waved his hand, and the death energy above his head dispersed. Mu Jun looked outside and was stunned. "It's really Lu Yun? How did you do it?" Lu Yin looked deeply at Mu Jun. "The more shocked you are, the more you know about hyperspace. Is it because you're working with Iran? Don't you know?" Mu Jun's tone was dejected. She realized that Lu Yin's methods were becoming more and more unfathomable. If he had really brought Lu Yun here, then that meant that even hyperspace could not stop him. Lu Yin shook his head and smiled. "But why did I hear that you're working with the Shaoyin divinity to deal with Iran and Weizhou?" Mu Jun's expression changed and she stared at Lu Yin, her eyes flashing. What did you say?" Lu Yin approached Mu Jun. "Aren't you working with the Yu family?" Mu Jun looked like she had been struck by lightning, and she looked at Lu Yin with indescribable shock. "How did you know?" "How did you know? Who told you?" "Only Luo Shan and I know about this." "How did you know? How did you find out?" Mu Jun asked like a madwoman. This was their biggest secret. On the surface they were working with He Ran, but in reality they were working with the Yu family and the Shaolin divinity to deal with Weizhu. If this matter was exposed, it would be a huge blow to them and the six powers would not tolerate them. It was not because they were working with Wei but because they were working with the Yu family. No one could tolerate this. Today they could work with the Yu family to deal with Weizhu and overthrow hyperspace. Tomorrow they could work with others to overthrow Wei. Moreover, on the surface they were still cooperating with He Ran, which was equivalent to double dealing. Who would dare work with them? Mu Jun stared at Lu Yin. How did this person know? No one should have known about it. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Do you think I was just joking when I said that I would deal with the three of you? I already know everything about you. Once this matter is reported to Master Wei, who in the Six Directions Guild will still be friends with you three sovereigns. How are you going to establish yourselves in the Six Directions Summit? He's just a villain. What do you want? Mu Jun's face was pale. Lu Yin looked down at her from above. His gaze was filled with pity and mockery. I'm very curious. Now that you're already a prisoner, why are you thinking so much? That's Luo Shan's business. Even if it's exposed, he'll be the unlucky one. It has nothing to do with you. Mu Jun, are you the kind of person who would die for Luo Shan? Mu Jun's eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Yin. Think about it carefully. I already have this information and I can kill Luo Shan at any time. As for you, think carefully about whether you want to be buried with him or something else. I'll give you time, but there's not much time left. Don't hold on to any other hopes. Do you really think that Luo Shan and the rest can succeed with me who has this information? Mu Jun did not know about Luo Shan. She had already made a move against Master Wei but had failed. From what she knew, if the Shaolin divinity Luo Shan and the Yu family teamed up, Weizhu would not be able to win. They could control everything within spacetime without affecting their own bodies. Now that Lu Yin knew about this plan would not succeed. As long as Luo Shan doesn't make a move, you have no proof. Mu Jun shouted. Lu Yin smiled. But Luo Shan doesn't know that he's been exposed. Mu Jun's eyes narrowed. That's right, Luo Shan doesn't know. This person could expose him when Luo Shan makes a move. As long as Master Wei is on guard, he won't succeed. Maybe I can help Master Wei. In the name of the Genesis space, it shouldn't be difficult to ask Master Wei to help me deal with an enemy who was scheming against him. Mu Jun, after Luo Shan is dealt with, you'll be next. Lu Yin left. Mu Jun's thoughts were in a mess as she watched him leave. She didn't know what to do, but this kid's words made sense. He knew their greatest secret, and if he were to plot against them, Luo Shan would definitely lose. What should she do? What should she do? Lu Yin didn't care about what Mu Jun was thinking. He just wanted to force this woman to not have any illusions. This woman was very selfish, and the more selfish a person was, the more they would think for themselves. If Luo Shan was definitely going to be defeated, she would think of a way out for herself, and this way out would have to have enough value. There was no rush. He would let her think about it slowly. She couldn't escape from his grasp. People had to be forced one step at a time. In the drifting cloud space, Qiu Zhan had already finished his investigation and was reporting back to Master Wei. Master Wei listened quietly, his gaze cold. Selling demi-humans? How dare she? Qiu Zhan was furious. This woman is too vicious. I didn't think that there would be such a thing. Please punish me, my lord. Master Wei coldly said, she's already dead. What's the point of punishing you? Who made the deal with her? Zhu Chamber of Commerce, Qiu Zhan replied. Master Wei grunted. This Zhu Chamber of Commerce could no longer exist. The drifting cloud space was his private property. Everything inside, including the demi-humans, belonged to him. That woman had dared to sell them and had already violated his taboo. This Zhu Chamber of Commerce also dared to buy them, which was unforgivable. Suddenly, Master Wei's expression changed and he looked in a direction. Outside the feed technique, there was a figure who was standing far away and bowing to Master Wei. Master Wei walked out and arrived in front of that person. Yi Xing Yin Hua greets Master Wei. It was a man with a calm expression. He looked rather old. Master Wei was surprised. You're from Yi Xing? Why are you looking for me? Yin Hua bowed. Someone from Yi Xing died here. I'm here to investigate. Master Wei was puzzled. How did someone from Yi Xing die here? Who was it? His name is Zhu Yi, Yin Hua said. Master Wei's gaze turned cold. Behind him, Qiu Zhan arrived and exclaimed, Zhu Yi? That Zhu Chamber of Commerce's young master? He's from Yi Xing? Yin Hua looked at Qiu Zhan and nodded. This person just joined Yixing a few days ago. I'm his guide. It seems like Senior knows the cause of Zhu Ye's death. Qiu Zhan looked at Master Wei. Yin Hua also looked at Master Wei. Master Wei nodded. Qiu Zhan recounted the incident. Yin Hua was calm from start to end. When Qiu Zhan finished, he said, Lu Yun. He doesn't have the ability to kill Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi is protected by Yixing's treasure. Normal experts won't be able to touch him. Master Wei's heart skipped a beat. Zhu Yi already has a rare treasure? Yin Hua said respectfully, yes, he already has one. Master Wei's expression turned serious. He knew how powerful Yixing's rare treasure was. Although it didn't have the ability to attack, it could travel through space. Normal people wouldn't be able to touch it. It was the same for extreme experts. If the Sixth Direction Association had 10 extreme experts, there wouldn't be more than 3 of them who could touch Zhu Yi. This was serious. If it was just Lu Yun and someone who used the black energy source, Master Wei wouldn't mind. However, if someone who could kill Zhu Yi made a move, it would be completely different. Commander Qiu Zhan, can I go and take a look? Yin Hua asked. Qiu Zhan looked at Master Wei. Master Wei didn't object. Please. Yin Hua was grateful and followed Qiu Zhan to the bearer. Soon Yin Hua left. If Master Wei couldn't see anything, he naturally couldn't. After Yin Hua left, Qiu Zhan came behind Master Wei. I didn't expect Zhu Yi to join Yixing. Rumor has it that Yixing is from the lost race. Master Wei said indifferently, seal off Yixing and... He paused for a moment. Don't touch Zhu Clan's merchant association. Take it as giving Yixing some face. Qiu Zhan nodded. Master Wei looked at the bearer. Could it really be someone from the eternal race? Otherwise, why would such an expert appear out of nowhere? The incident in the drifting cloud space didn't spread. After Lu Yin returned to the Void God space, the first person he investigated was Yixing. There was a lot of information in the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Naturally, there was information about Yixing. A few days later, Lu Yin stood on top of the clock tower and looked into the distance. He was deep in thought. This incident might really bring some trouble to Master Wei. Yixing was actually a merchant association that spanned across the 6 direction societies, including the 62 merchant associations in the parallel universes. However, this merchant association did not operate or sell anything. They only did one thing: exchange. Yixing's only purpose was to exchange the various parallel universes' resources for trade, such as star crystals and star essence from the reincarnation spacetime, ultra crystals from the hyperspace spacetime, Hui crystals from the 3 monarch spacetime, and so on. Actually, many companies were doing this, but Yixing was the only one who had done it on a large scale and was recognized by all the parallel universes. Yixing's exchanges were genuine, and they had never made any mistakes. They had their own method of exchange, and they were always door-to-door services that would never annoy anyone. Yixing's exchanges were naturally not free. They charged a 1,000th of the transaction fee. 1,000th of the transaction fee might not seem like much, but anything that could get Yixing to make an exchange was not a small sum. It was at least in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Yixing was famous in the 6 direction societies for its efficiency and fairness. Their method of ensuring efficiency was to ensure that every member of Yixing carried a huge amount of resources with them. This ensured that no matter when or where, as long as someone wanted to exchange resources with Yixing, Yixing's members would be able to arrive as quickly as possible. Thus, every member of Yixing who traveled through the universe was known as a walking money bag. Their method of protection was the eye, which was Yixing's symbol. Even if someone wanted to rob Yixing's members, they would not be able to do so. Even if they could, they would not bother to act against such people. When Lu Yin saw this information, the first thing that came to his mind was Zhu Ye's cosmic ring. How could he have forgotten about that? He should have ransacked it. There were not many people in Yixing's universe, and every one of them had a huge amount of resources. Thank you for your support, brothers. Today is Qingming Festival, and I'll be updating at 2 p.m. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2710. If Zhu Yi could join Yixing, it was no wonder that he was so arrogant. This meant that Zhu Ye's Chamber of Commerce would soar by leaps and bounds, and no one would dare to do anything to the Zhu Ye's Chamber of Commerce. As for Yixing's boss, there were no records. Legends said that he was from the Lost Clan or the Reincarnation Spacetime Venerated Lotus. There were even rumors that he didn't belong to the Six Paths Association and was a powerful rogue cultivator. There were too many legends, and the more there were, the more mysterious and powerful Yixing was. Lu Yin destroyed Zhu Ye's eye that Yi Xing had given him. He realized that he couldn't trap that eye no matter what he did, even if he placed it in his cosmic ring. The slightest carelessness would cause it to slip away. He didn't want Yi Xing to find trouble with him, so he had no choice but to destroy it. As for Yi Xing, Lu Yin had set his sights on him. After all, he was a walking money bag and what he lacked the most was money. Behind Lu Yin, Ning Ran arrived. Acting potentate, you were looking for me? Did Qingfen say anything? Lu Yin asked. Ning Ran shook her head. No, we haven't interrogated him yet. Lu Yin said, don't worry about him. The best way to interrogate him isn't physical torture, but time. He won't be able to take it. Ning Ran frowned. Although the acting potentate's words made sense, the physical torture hadn't even begun yet. At the very least, they would have to go through the entire process. But since the acting potentate had said so, she didn't dare to make a decision on her own. How big do you think this universe is? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Ning Ran was surprised and thought for a moment. Infinitely big. Are there other existences besides the Six Paths Association? Lu Yin asked again. It sounded like he was asking Ning Ran, but it also sounded like he was talking to himself. Ning Ran replied, there definitely are. Parallel space-time continuums are constantly being discovered. Perhaps one day we'll discover a colossus comparable to the Six Paths Association. Lu Yin took a deep breath. That was right. Perhaps one day such a colossus would appear. No one could say for sure. At the very least, Jiang Qingyue and Jiang Chen's father, the Lightning Lord, was a terrifying existence. Even a progenitor like the dragon turtle called him Old Master. Who knew what other powerhouses existed there? All right, you can leave. Lu Yin smiled. I was just thinking. Ning Ran nodded and left. In the following period of time, Lu Yin had a rare moment of peace. He would not approach Chen Lu, as the closer he got to Chen Lu, the easier it would be for him to be targeted by the Vader. Now that the Vader suspected that Lu Yun was a spy, Lu Yin had achieved his goal. There would be a day when the truth would be revealed. He hoped that that day would come after he joined the Six Direction Association in the primordial space. On this day, Su Wuji made a rare visit to the Red Domain and he sought out Lu Yin. The Lost Clan's first 3 fragments are about to arrive. Are you interested in taking a look? Lu Yin had spent most of his time in the Red Domain and had very little contact with the outside world. He had been cultivating the cosmic art in an attempt to break through, and this was the first time he had heard of the upper 3 sections. Su Wuji was surprised. Everyone outside is talking about it. Alright, you just joined the Six Directions Society not long ago, it's normal that you don't know. Lu Yin was surprised. Lost Clan cards can only be found if they are destroyed. Can they be exchanged? Su Wuji raised 2 fingers and said, you have 2 chances to change your card. One is to break through your cultivation level. Think about it. Cards are not people. They can't be cultivated. They also have limits. For example, the limit of the ancient card is the Void Transformation Realm. Once a person breaks through to the Void Transformation Realm, using an ancient card to fight would be suicide. It would not be able to trap the enemy, so you can apply to the Lost Clan to exchange cards in that situation. The second situation is the Upper 3 Festival. In the words of the Lost Clan, that day is the day their ancestors showed mercy. All the cards in the Lost Clan will descend in a strange form. As long as you have the ability and opportunity, the cards will take a liking to you and exchange them. Lu Yin did not expect such a festival to exist. Festivals were very important to humans. Regardless of whether it was a normal person or a cultivator, as long as they had feelings, they would not lack festivals. I remember that you have a 7-star Hidden Mountain card. I heard that you obtained it when you competed with Jiang Xiaodao in the Six Direction Training Hall. It is the only 7-star card in the Six Direction Training Hall. Unfortunately, it is only an ancient card. How about it? Do you want to exchange it for an ancient card? Su Wuji asked with interest. Lu Yin shook his head. My cultivation is here. With my cultivation, this 7-star Hidden Mountain card is the best. There is no point in exchanging it. Su Wuji said, normally that is the case. However, you have to consider this carefully. You are not from the Lost Clan and have no chance to exchange cards. Even if you reach the Void Transformation Realm, it will be difficult for you to exchange cards with the Lost Clan. The first situation is only for the Lost Clan. If you miss the Upper 3 Festival, you can either convince the Lost Clan to let you exchange cards. Of course, the possibility of this is very low. Otherwise, you can wait for the next Upper 3 Festival. How long do I have to wait for the next Upper 3 Festival? Lu Yin asked. Su Wuji said, It depends on how the Lost Clan arranges time. I don't know, but it will take at least 1,000 years. 1,000 years was not a long time for a cultivator, but how long had it been since Luin started cultivating? Under normal circumstances, 1,000 years would be enough for him to reach the progenitor realm. Su Wuji saw that Luin was deep in thought and said, I mean at least 1,000 years. Sometimes, if there are unforeseen events, 10,000 years is also possible. No one can say for sure. If you are regretting the 7-star Hidden Mountain card, then I advise you to exchange cards. With the strength of the enemies you are facing now, the 7-star Hidden Mountain card will not be of much help to you. It is meaningless to have a 7-star card. Moreover, this time, you might be able to exchange for a 7-star Ancient card or even a 7-star Archaic card. The reason why exchanging cards for the Upper 3 Festival attracts so much attention is because no one knows what kind of card they will be able to exchange for on that day. It is said that there was once a person who exchanged a seasonal card for an Archaic card, which shocked the Six Direction Society. From that moment on, the Six Direction Society began to pay attention to the Upper 3 Festival. There should be many people going this time. Some of them are from the older generation waiting for the Upper 3 Festival to open, some of them are from the younger generation and some are even younger. In short, it will be very lively. Luin was puzzled. Master, you seem to want me to exchange cards. Su Wuji rolled his eyes. Why would I want you to do that? That is your business. However, if you go, help me bring something to someone from the Lost Clan. Consider it a favor. What is it? Luin was curious. Su Wuji pushed the everlasting mirror. Are you going or not? If you want my help, I will go, Luin said. Su Wuji was speechless. Helping is just a matter of convenience. The main thing is that you are exchanging cards yourself. Why, are you trying to force a favor? Luin smiled. That is not impossible. He was actually more worried that his disguise would be seen through by the powerhouses of the Lost Clan. However, he had been in the Void God spacetime for so long and had Su Wuwei as his guide. Even if the Lost Clan saw through his disguise, they would not care. If they could see through his disguise, then Su Wuwei could see through it even more. Su Wuwei would not care. There were too many people in disguise in the universe. Su Wuji sneered and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Kid, you are quite calculating. Ah, senior, what is it and who should I bring it to? You want to go? Go for myself. After all, the 7-star Hidden Mountain card is not enough. That's right. Su Wuji took out a box from his cosmic ring and solemnly handed it to Luin. Do not open it. You must personally hand it to Xiaofeng. Luin took it in a daze. The box was not heavy, but what he cared about was not the box, but the person that Su Wuji was talking about. Xiaofeng? Su Wuji nodded. Xiaofeng, you will know once you ask the Lost Clan. Hand it to her personally and do not let anyone pass it to her. If you do not see Xiaofeng, bring the box back unopened. Do not let anyone touch it and do not let anyone see it. Remember, you must remember. Luin nodded, but he was still uncertain. Master, the Lost Clan is not to be trifled with. You won't harm me, right? Su Wuji shouted. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I harm you? Luin probed. Then let me see what is in the box. Su Wuji snatched the box and glared at Luin. No, you can't see it. Luin pursed his lips, feeling even more uncertain. Could it be some lost treasure of the Lost Clan? Would anything happen to him if he took it? Su Wuji's eyes flickered. Forget it, I don't need your help. I will take it myself. I really don't know what you are worried about. Why can't I go myself? Although he said this, Su Wuji did not intend to leave. It was obvious that he was still hesitating. Luin sighed. Senior, give me the box. I will help you pass it to Xiaofeng. Su Wuji looked at Luin suspiciously. You cannot open it. Luin nodded. I will not open it. I swear. Lu Yin's face twitched and he reluctantly swore. Senior also has to swear that you will not harm me. Su Wuji happily swore. Are you relieved now? Luin put the box away. Senior, who is this Xiaofeng? Su Wuji said. You will know when you get there. Su Wuji still seemed uneasy, but after thinking about it, he did not dwell on it. When you reach the Lost Clan, don't be stubborn on the day of the Upper 3 sections. Think of all sorts of ways to attract the cards. Remember, the cards are not found by yourself, they are attracted to you. You will not be able to find them by yourself and no one will be able to find them. Luin was curious. Attract? Su Wuji said seriously. In the words of the Lost Clan, every card represents a person's heart. This is because the card can be used to set up a killing trap, and what it bears witness to is a person's heart. Therefore, the method to attract a card also depends on the person. It does not mean that a powerful card will be attracted to a strong person. Otherwise, the person who used the time token card would not have been able to obtain the archaic card. You must. He paused as if he did not know how to continue. After thinking about it, Su Wuji looked at Lu Yin. Let go of yourself. Lu Yin blinked. Let go of myself? Su Wuji nodded. For a card to be attracted, it must see the real you and let go of yourself. Only then can you attract the most suitable card for yourself. Many people are unable to do this, and in the end they do not get anything. Most people will not be able to get a card during the upper 3 sections. Specifically, only 1 out of 100 people will be able to get one. I hope that you will be that person. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:11. How do I let myself go? Senior, you seem to know a lot. Lu Yin praised. He thought of Xiaofeng, who was from the Lost Clan. Could Su Wuji's understanding of the Lost Clan have come from her? Su Wuji was annoyed. Don't interrupt. Listen to me. I'll give you a few examples. There was once a person who sang during the upper 3 sections. His voice was terrible, really terrible, but he still managed to change his card. There was also someone who spent a lot of time memorizing an essay that he had written, and he also managed to change his card. There was even someone who tried to court someone that day and he actually succeeded. Do you know how he did that? Su Wuji's face twitched when he saw Lu Yin's puzzled expression. He showed off his muscles. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What? He showed off his muscles to attract girls, and there were some who were blind enough to be attracted. A card then flew over and he succeeded. Lu Yin was speechless. There was such a thing? Cards also like this kind of thing? There were people who imitated animals on that day. There were people who cultivated on that day. There were also people who talked about how they had schemed against others over the years. That person succeeded in changing his card, but he was hunted down. Everyone who had been schemed against formed an alliance to hunt him down. In any case, you have to let yourself go and express yourself. The more you do it, the better. Don't bother with the nonsense that the Lost Clan spouted. In my opinion, those cards are just cheap. They like to see people humiliate themselves. Think about it. He then left. Lu Yin stared blankly at Su Wuji's back and asked, Senior, do you have a card? Su Wuji almost fell over, but he didn't say anything and quickly disappeared. Lu Yin understood. He must have been one of those people. Interesting. Go to the Hexagon training grounds and meet there. Su Wuji's voice rang out. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He had never been to the Lost Clan before and it was time to take a look. He left as soon as he said so. He couldn't go directly to the Hexagon training grounds, so he asked someone to contact Su Xiangyin and have him bring him there. Su Ji and Su Yu also wanted to participate in the upper 3 sections. Su Xiangyin was very happy to see Lu Yin, as he truly treated Lu Yin as family. Lu Yin didn't forget about him. Senior, when are we going to the endless battlefield? Su Xiang smiled sinisterly. Lu Yin replied, Inform me before you leave and I'll send you off. Su Xiangyin nodded. It's good that you have the heart. We'll talk about it when the time comes. As the two chatted, Su Xiangyin brought Lu Yin to the Hexagon training hall. It had been almost 3 years since he had left, and he didn't know how Wendy Yushan and the others were doing. There should be many new faces in the 6th Direction training hall. Lu Yin knew that many people had joined the 6th Direction training rites, but he hadn't expected so many. Currently, there were at least several 100,000 people in the Hexagon dojo. They came from the Hexagon Society civilization, and there were also people from other parallel universes. Su Xiangyin introduced them to Lu Yin. As for the Lost Clan, they would naturally gather at the Lost Dao Academy. Su Xiangyin sent Lu Yin to the entrance of the Lost Dao Academy before leaving. Lu Yin entered the Lost Dao Academy. When he had first arrived, there hadn't been many people here and everyone had been checking in. Now, however, he could see people everywhere and he had heard news of the previous 3 sections. Shinchi? Someone exclaimed. Lu Yin looked over and smiled. It was Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao glared at Lu Yin. You're here too. What? Are you going to the Lost Dao Academy to participate in the previous 3 sections? You too. Lu Yin asked. You got the 7-star Hidden Mountain card and you still want to exchange it? Be careful that you don't end up with a 1-star seasonal card. Jiang Xiaodao cursed through gritted teeth. He was very jealous. Lu Yin shrugged. What's mine is mine. No one can take it away from me. Jiang Xiaodao clenched his fists. Let's compete again. You can't beat me this time. Exchanging cards in the previous 3 sections isn't like searching for cards. It depends on one's charisma. I'm obviously more handsome than you. Behind him, a group of people praised and flattered Jiang Xiaodao. They were all from the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin thought of Ling Ke, who had specially formed a support group and was quite professional. Hey Jiang Xiaodao, didn't you see us? Suyu was unhappy and shouted. Jiang Xiaodao smiled. I saw you. I greeted you. Suyu rolled her eyes. That's more like it. They had a good relationship. Suyu had helped Jiang Xiaodao snatch a star ball, but Lu Yin had ruined it. Suji was puzzled. Jiang Xiaodao, why aren't you in the reincarnation spacetime? Why are you here? Jiang Xiaodao laughed. Of course I'm here to see my brothers and sisters. I think you've met someone you're afraid of. Suyu exposed him mercilessly. Jiang Xiaodao's face twitched. Xiaoye, you've learned bad things from Shenqi. By the way, I heard that there are some hidden rules. You. Suyu was furious. Jiang Xiaodao, you're courting death. She chased after him. Brother Shenqi, you're here too. Luo Zong greeted Lu Yin warmly. Lu Yin replied politely, you're going to the previous 3 sections too? Luo Zong said, yes, it's rare for outsiders like us to exchange cards. But Brother Shenqi, you have a 7-star hidden mountain card. Are you willing to part with it? Lu Yin shrugged. I can't help it. The further I go, the harder it'll be. I also hope that it's a 7-star ancient card. Luo Zong smiled. Yes, it's a pity. Shihong and Mu Duo arrived shortly after. Shihong had joined the Lost Dao Academy at a later stage while Mu Duo had joined from the very beginning. Both of them had succeeded and bowed when they saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin's current position in the hyperspace dimension was not something they could compare to. He was the Hyperspace Dimension Academy head and could see Bai Qian at any time. His position was even higher than the members of the Hyperspace Dimension Academy. Where's He Shu? Lu Yin asked. Shihong and Mu Duo did not know. Luo Zhang's gaze turned cold. He Shu is dead. Lu Yin was astonished. He Shu is dead? He really did not know as he had never paid attention to He Shu. Luo Zhang sighed. We just found out that He Shu was killed by Xie Wu. He's a beast that can't be tamed. He actually killed his master. Lu Yin did not expect Xie Wu to kill He Shu. It seemed that he had been preparing for this for a long time. What about Xie Wu? Shihong replied. He's missing. Many people have searched for him but they couldn't find him. Lu Yin nodded and did not ask any more questions. Not many people knew about his relationship with Xie Wu, but Bai Qian and the other officials knew about it. It was very easy for them to hide someone. Xie Wu would not have a future, but living a normal life was not a bad thing. Luo Zhang's voice was cold. Don't let me find that beast. Otherwise I'll make him beg for death. Is that someone from the primordial space? Suyu was astonished. Everyone looked over and saw Wendy Yushan slowly walking over. She looked valiant and formidable, and Luo Zong and Jiang Xiaodao's eyes lit up. Although many people had been dissatisfied with their identities in the primordial space, Wendy Yushan, Zhuo Day Night, and Ling Gong's beauty had attracted many suitors, especially Wendy Yushan. Her unique temperament had made her a goddess in many people's hearts. Even people like Jiang Xiaodao and Luo Zong were tempted. Wendy Yushan was very similar to Bai Qian to a certain extent. They were both valiant and beautiful, and even the weapons they used were the same. Lu Yin watched as Wendy Yushan walked past without greeting anyone. He sighed inwardly as he had made the right choice in bringing them here. Wendy Yushan was already a peak in lighter. If she was already like this, then what about Ling Gong and the others? Would they break through to become emissaries? And if they did, how did they do it? Did they return to the primordial space? Just as he thought about Ling Gong arrived. When Suyu saw Ling Gong, she immediately attacked. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Gong looked up and swept out with his spear. With a whoosh, Suyu's void spirit power was pushed aside. Suyu was shocked. How could this be? Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Ling Gong had indeed become an emissary. Ling Gong was one of the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters, a peak powerhouse of their generation. If not for the time poison, they would have become emissaries long ago. When they had been in lighters, they had been able to challenge emissaries above their realms. Only now could they truly display the terrifying might of the 10 arbiters. Suyu was also improving, but she was still much slower than Ling Gong. Ling Gong had undergone a qualitative change. When the two of them had fought before, Ling Gong had used all of his strength to win. But now, Suyu had been easily suppressed. The void spirit power that she was so proud of could not suppress Ling Gong. Even if Su Yu's void spirit power was several times more powerful than Ling Gong's astral source, she still could not suppress Ling Gong. Following the appearance of the void spirit, the blue phoenix soared. Ling Gong used his innate gift once again, and the sky palace suppressed the blue phoenix. Su Yu continuously retreated, her face. Lu Yin was not surprised, as this was one of the 10 arbiters. Back when he had wanted to reach the level of the 10 arbiters or even surpass them, he had put in a lot of effort. Even now, he still remembered his battle with Lan Si and Night King Jinwu, as he had put his life on the line. Little Yu retreat. Su Ji stepped forward and attacked. No matter how unwilling Su Yu was, she could only retreat. She was not Ling Gong's opponent. Ling Gong looked at Su Ji, her eyes filled with battle intent. This was the opponent she wanted. Bang! The stonecutter stone disc suppressed Su Ji and swept across Heaven Palace. Ling Gong stabbed out with his spear like a dragon, and Su Ji stirred up his void spirit power, causing the wind and clouds to dance. In the end, Su Ji's void spirit power had the advantage. Su Ji's realm was higher than Ling Gong's, and his void spirit power suppressed Ling Gong to the point that he found it difficult to breathe. It was just like when he had fought Su Yu as an enlighter. Just as Lu Yin was about to stop this battle, another wave of void spirit power swept over from the distance, separating Ling Gong and Su Ji. This wave of void spirit power exerted an extremely heavy pressure, and it came from someone at the peak of the void realm. Everyone looked into the distance as Su Lai walked over, step by step, with a cold expression. "You are not from the Six Direction Training Rites?" Su Lai said in a cold tone. The area was already surrounded by people from the Lost Dao Academy, and they were all watching excitedly. This kind of battle was not something that they often got to see. Su Ji said, "I am Su Ji and I studied at the Six Direction Training Rites." Su Lai looked at him. "I know you, Su Ji, from the Heaven's Reflection Manor. However, you have already left the Six Direction Training Rites, so it is inappropriate for you to attack here." Ling Gong spoke up. "I attacked first." Su Lai looked at Ling Gong. "Are you from the Lost Dao Academy?" Ling Gong replied, "No. Go back to where you came from." Su Lai frowned. Ling Gong's gaze swept past Su Ji and Su Yu, and then she glanced at Lu Yin before leaving. She had come to see if Lu Yin had come, but she had not expected that this sudden battle would cause the two of them to be unable to even speak. "Thank you for your support, brothers." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:12. Hey, don't go. Let's fight again. Su Yu was unconvinced. She had lost after 3 years. Had she wasted those 3 years? Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. They had been following this guy for 3 years, and their cultivation had been delayed. Su Chen said coldly, "No need to shout. You're not her match. The gap between you and her will only grow larger." Su Ji looked at Su Lai. "The gap between us will grow larger?" Su Lai's gaze was solemn. "My Void God Spacetime is one of the 6 directional associations, and our cultivation is unique. Many people say that we can suppress our enemies with several times the power of a Void God. That's right, we can do it in the early stages, but..." She paused and looked at Su Ji and Su Yu. "Without this advantage, what advantage do we have against our enemies?" Su Yu said, "Our Void Gods have various characteristics and are endowed with various powers. We have battle techniques. What others have, we have." "But have you considered the main point?" Su Chen shouted. Su Yu was stunned. She thought back to her cultivation since she was young. It seemed that she had never focused on battle techniques. Never. In the Void God Spacetime, they had always competed on the amount of Void God power they had. Their talent also depended on how much Void God power they could draw from their bodies. How many times? Or more than 10 times. The more they had, the more talented they were. After a long time, they had gotten used to cultivating Void God power and using it to suppress others. Su Ji's expression was solemn as he clenched his fists. Lu Yin was surprised. Su Lai could see it clearly just by coming to the 6 directional training hall? But Su Xiangyin hadn't even seen it clearly. Su Lai's voice was low. "Our Void God Spacetime has Void Gods that can draw power several times greater than our own. Thus, no matter what kind of enemy we face, we have a great advantage in the early stages. However, once this advantage is overcome by the enemy, we will definitely be at a disadvantage, especially in the primordial space." She suddenly looked in a certain direction. There Wen Sansi had arrived. He was cultured and elegant, and when he saw Su Chen looking at him, he bowed. Lu Yin had already noticed Wen Sansi's arrival, but they couldn't greet him here. Suyu, you're already a genius of the Void God universe, and Suji is even more of a genius who was received by Master Su. Have you ever thought of the reason why that person could fight against you? Su Lai seemed to have a deep feeling about it. You've already seen that person. He made up for the disadvantage of being suppressed by the Void God's power. Suyu, you're already a genius of the Void God universe, and Suji is even more so, a genius who was received by Master Su. She had a complicated look in her eyes. I also went to the initial space and saw the breakthrough of the star emissary of the Spirit Palace. No wonder. So that's how it was. No wonder she felt so deeply about it. Ling Gong had once been one of the 10 arbiters and was known as someone who was difficult to surpass among her peers. She was the ruler of the younger generation, so her breakthrough should have caused a huge commotion. It was so big that even Su Lai was shocked. Luin thought back to when he had broken through. That vast power had reached the cosmic tree realm and attracted the Four Directions Libra's expeditionary army. Although Ling Gong was far from his own, that power had still been enough to shock Su Lai and even the Six Direction training rites. Su Lai looked around seriously. Perhaps in the early stages the primordial space was at a disadvantage against us, but in the later stages they became stronger, especially when they broke through. Give her some more time and she might not necessarily lose to you, Suji. Suji suddenly looked up. What happened to her breakthrough? Everyone was curious. The Six Direction training rites disgust, dissatisfaction, and hostility toward the primordial space originated from the era of the Above Heaven sect. This ideology had not only brought hostility but also contempt, which made them look down on the primordial space. When they had gone to the primordial space to train, everyone's words still rang in their ears. Luin also wondered what had happened to Strange Spirit Palace's emissary that had caused Su Lai, a genius, to change his attitude toward the primordial space. However, Su Lai didn't say anything in the end. He only said that people like Ling Gong would become stronger as time went on, and that the primordial space's cultivation method might be more suitable for survival in this universe. They had happily gathered to participate in the upper 3 sections of the Lost Clan, but when they arrived at the Six Direction training rites, everyone felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them. Suyu in particular turned pale. Jiang Xiaodao ground his teeth. Is he that strong? He suddenly looked at Wen Sansi. Hey, let's compete. Didn't you break through as well? Luin looked over and asked Su Lai, did you see this person break through? Su Lai shook her head. I only saw Ling Gong's breakthrough. This person. She looked at Wen Sansi. He's not simple either. Wen Sansi shrugged. Think twice before you act. You'll suffer a setback if you fight me. Jiang Xiaodao bristled. What arrogance. Come on. Wen Sansi smiled and turned to leave, waving with his back to everyone. There'll be a chance in the future. Don't run. Jiang Xiaodao was unhappy. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Were the 10 arbiters rising one by one? Once these people broke through, who could stop them? Lu Yin's battle with the 10 arbiters had been difficult enough for the Six Direction Society to experience. The 10 arbiters were not the only ones in the Genesis space. There were also Neoverse Qiushi, Taishan, Yuhua Mavis, and the Dao children from the Above Heaven era. These people would eventually join the Six Direction Society and step onto the biggest stage in the universe. Lu Yin realized that he was no longer of the same generation as them. Mumu arrived and waited calmly. Saruzan had come with her. Mumu was a genius from the wood spacetime and was very eye-catching, but she was not as eye-catching as Saruzan. That raised arm was eye-catching no matter how you looked at it. Many people in the Six Direction training hall had never seen Saruzan before. Now that they saw him, it caused a lot of discussion. After waiting for a few days, Ji Bing appeared and took everyone to the Lost Clan spacetime. Why are you here? Jiang Xiaodao exclaimed as he stared at Wen Sansi, who had appeared out of nowhere. Wen Sansi smiled. I want to go too. Jiang Xiaodao was speechless. Then why did you hide before? Wen Sansi did not hold back. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to resist beating you up. Jiang Xiaodao was furious. Everyone looked on in amusement. Ji Bing shouted, Okay, it's time to leave. So many people? Is there anyone who doesn't want to go? No one answered. Ji Bing glanced at everyone. Let's go. Soon he tore through the void with a group of people and headed to the Lost Clan spacetime. The Lost Clan spacetime was the only one Lu Yin had not set foot in, and he was very curious about it. The strength of the Lost Clan could be seen from the fact that they joined the Six Direction training hall alone. This clan was very mysterious, and the power of the cards they used was also very unique. Many people in the Six Direction Training Hall hoped to have a lost clan card, but it was uncertain whether they could get a card, and even if they got one they might not be able to use it. The most mysterious legend about the Lost Clan was that this clan had cards that surpassed the realm of the Extreme Powerhouse. The Extreme Powerhouse was the Progenitor Realm, and the Progenitor Realm was the end of human cultivation. Even the great celestial venerables could be called the strongest Extreme Powerhouse, but they were still Extreme Powerhouses. However, the Lost Clan claimed to have ancient cards both internally and externally. The Lost Clan's ancient cards were divided into the Time Card, Ancient Card, and Archaic Card. The Archaic Card corresponded to the Progenitor Realm. As for the Ancient Card, it was only heard of and no one had ever seen it. However, the Lost Clan still divided it into the Ancient Card. All the Lost Clan members believed in the existence of the Ancient Card, but no one could say what realm the Ancient Card corresponded to. Soon, everyone arrived at the Lost Clan's starry sky under Ji Bing's lead. Looking around, the starry sky was the same. It was dark, deep, and endless. Ji Bing took a deep breath and smiled. This is the Lost Clan's starry sky. Take note, I will only say it once. Don't wander around in this starry sky and don't touch anything. You might encounter a trap at any time. Don't blame me if you die. Jiang Xiaodao was surprised. Encounter a trap at any time? Aren't traps only in the cards? Ji Bing frowned. Ignorant and incompetent. Jiang Xiaodao bared his teeth. To the Lost Clan, the card is our life. Would you experiment on your own body? Setting up a trap is not an imagination. It requires research, pondering, and even experimentation. Our clan will not do this in the cards. We will only set up traps in this vast starry sky. The planets, continents, meteorites, astrological signs, and even astral beasts can be set up anywhere. Therefore, the Lost Clan is the place that the Eternal Clan is most unwilling to set foot in. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. It seemed like someone had said this before and everyone seemed to be proud of it. Su Yu looked around. Why don't you dismantle the traps? Ji Bing smiled at Su Yu. Why should I dismantle them? The Lost Clan's competitions are all about traps. Whoever falls into a trap will be unlucky. If you have the ability, you can see the traps in advance. Lu Yin said, doesn't this mean that there are countless traps in this starry sky? Ji Bing nodded and said proudly, countless. The Lost Clan has existed for many years, and we have been trying to set up traps in this starry sky for many years. Perhaps the traps you fell into came from the ancient people. As soon as he said this, everyone hurriedly moved closer to the center. They were very afraid. The Lost Clan's traps were famous throughout the universe, and they did not want to try it. Ji Bing said a few words to show the Lost Clan's prestige. Then he led everyone in a certain direction. In the starry sky, no one spoke and looked around vigilantly. They did not encounter any traps until they saw a city in the starry sky. Jiang Xiaodao curled his lips. It's just to scare people. Ji Bing looked back and stared at Jiang Xiaodao. Then he waved his hand and his palm energy spread far away. Suddenly, the starry sky collapsed as if it was being crushed by something. Countless sharp spikes emerged from the void, glowing with a cold light. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This trap was not weak, and it was enough to bury a cultivator with 6 origin tribulations. Jiang Xiaodao opened his mouth. There really is a trap. Ji Bing snorted and pointed ahead. Let's rest in that city for a few days and wait for a group of people to leave together. Is that the burial ruins? Mumu was surprised. Ji Bing said, at least you are not ignorant. What burial ruins? Isn't it a city? Lu Yin was puzzled. Mumu said, a card cannot bear the weight of a trap, or a powerful enemy ambushed by a trap can tear the card apart and escape. In the end, the enemy will still be buried, and this enemy must be an extremely powerful person. This is called the burial ruins, and this place is called the burial ruins. Sissy. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Yin, Su Ji, and the others. Sissy will always stay with Sissy. Men should be lonely. A bunch of Sissy. Tui. Lu Yin raised his brows. This guy was very jumpy. Su Ji frowned. When Sansi's smile disappeared, Luo Tsang was still smiling. Su Yu walked out, but Su Ji pulled her back. Let me. As he spoke, he walked towards the muscular man. The muscular man's eyes lit up. Xiaobai face, I've seen you before. You're a genius from the Void God universe. But you can't do it. Go home and play with your children. Ah. Su Ji was calm. Arm wrestling? The muscular man sat down. In the void, the astral source was like a mirror. He placed his arm on the astral source and shouted, "Come." Suji did not stand on ceremony. He reached out and shook the muscular man's hand. "Shao by face, you'll regret this." The muscular man grinned. Suji's gaze was cold. "I hope your strength is worthy of your arrogance." "Ha, I suddenly find you pleasing to the eye. Come." With a loud shout, the muscular man exerted his strength. The void trembled and visible ripples spread out, pushing the surrounding people away. Lu Yin and the others stepped forward to watch the competition. They did not know how strong the muscular man was, but Suji's strength should not be weak. He was not weak, but he had not used his full strength when fighting Ling Gong. In terms of realm and void god power, he far surpassed Ling Gong. In particular, his void god power was the heavenly martial stone disc, which was infinitely magnified. If he did not have some strength, how could he fight? Suyu was very confident in Suji. But the result shocked everyone. 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths, Suji had been defeated. There was no suspense. Suji's eyes flashed as he looked at his crushed arm. He had been defeated so quickly? Jiang Shaodao was helpless. He was not surprised. In terms of strength, none of the 3 venerables or 9 saints could defeat the food saint. Among his peers, no one could defeat this foodie. When he first met Xiaozun, he had said that he could not win in terms of strength. Suji let go and his arm felt weak. The muscular man praised him. "Xiao by face, you're not bad. You can last 3 breaths without your arm being crushed. That's rare. You're much stronger than that sissy Jiang Shaodao." "Not bad." Suji stood up and looked deeply at the muscular man. "Thank you, little food saint." The muscular man laughed. "Suji, right? I approve of you." Then he looked at the others. "Is there anyone else who dares to step forward?" Jiang Shaodao nudged Wen Sansi. "Aren't you going to try?" Wen Sansi was calm. "I'm a scholar." The muscular man sneered. "Coward." Wen Sansi stared at the muscular man. "Your brain is better than your strength." The muscular man glared at him. "Then try to beat me with your brain. I'll use my strength. You can do whatever you want." Without hesitation, Wen Sansi sat down opposite the muscular man. "I can do whatever I want?" The muscular man sneered. "Whatever. Play however you want." Wen Sansi reached out and shook the muscular man's hand. He frowned. He glanced at Lu Yin. He had only experienced this feeling of helplessness in the face of strength from Lu Yin. Right, Lu Yin was also a monster of strength. "Let's begin," the muscular man shouted. Wen Sansi's gaze turned cold. Ancient golden characters flowed out from his arm and wrapped around the muscular man's wrist. This was the literary prison. Wen Sansi used the literary prison to bind the muscular man's wrist, causing it to remain in this space. If the muscular man wanted to leave this space, he would have to shatter the literary prison. This meant that the muscular man not only had to surpass Wen Sansi in terms of strength, but he also had to break the literary prison with his strength alone. The literary prison was Wen Sansi's greatest strength when he became one of the 10 arbiters. Before the Star Tower contest, Wen Sansi had not even revealed his other strength. Just this literary prison alone was enough to secure his position as one of the 10 arbiters. As Wen Sansi became an emissary, his literary prison would only become stronger. Furthermore, it was not the one family's literary prison, but a strengthened 7-fold literary prison from the Memory Sage Academy in the Starry Sky Trees. This was the power of the progenitor of one. The literary prison wrapped around the muscular man's wrist as if he was wearing a golden bracelet. The muscular man frowned. "It's just a decoration. Ugly." As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force. In an instant, Wen Sansi's eyes narrowed as his wrist was pressed down. He was unable to resist the literary prison. In terms of strength, he was far from being a match for the little carnivore saint. However, the little carnivore saint's wrist suddenly stopped as well. He was trapped by the literary prison and could not move. Jiang Shaodao was excited. "Ha, foodie, you can't win. This guy can't beat you and you can't beat him either." "Ah." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2714. The little food saint looked at Wen Sansi and licked his lips. "Kid, you are quite capable. What is this?" Wen Sansi said, "Literary prison." The little food saint's lips curled up. "Literary prison? You want to imprison my wrist? You really have guts." As he spoke, he increased his strength and the literary prison shattered. Jiang Xiaodao's smile had yet to disappear. It was useless so soon? The literary prison's shattering was within Wensansi's expectations. Immediately after, another layer of literary prison appeared, one layer after another. The 7 layers of literary prison were like 7 golden bracelets that bound the little food saint's wrist. At this moment the little food saint was truly shocked. He had just broken through the first layer of literary prison and felt a huge resistance. Now there were 7 layers? Xiao Bai, where are you from? The little food saint asked, looking at Wensansi as if he was looking at Suji. The difference was that Suji could hold on for 3 breaths of time with his own strength. Wensansi definitely could not hold on for 3 breaths of time, but he had the means to impress the little food saint. Wensansi looked up. Genesis space. The little food saint was surprised. You are from the Genesis space? Interesting. Ah, very interesting. As he laughed, the first layer of literary prison shattered, followed by the second, third, and fourth layers. The literary prison existed in name only. Each layer could only hold Wensansi for a breath of time at most. The 7th layer of literary prison only lasted 7 breaths of time. Luyin could not help but take 2 steps forward and stare at the little food saint. His strength was really great. With the 7th layer of literary prison shattered, everyone thought that Wensansi would definitely lose. The 7th layer of literary prison could not help him hold on. Now that the literary prison was shattered, how could he hold on? However, the result surprised everyone once again. The expected scene did not happen. Wensansi actually held on. Not only that, but the little food saint's expression changed as if something unbelievable had happened. Wensansi suppressed the little food saint, causing his wrist to almost fall on the table formed by the stellar source. Just a little bit more and the tables would be turned. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the little food saint's wrist. Just a little bit more and he would lose. Just a little bit more. Jiang Xiaodao took a step forward and squatted on the ground, looking at the table excitedly. Hey, use more strength. If you win against this glutton, your name will be known in the reincarnation space. Mu Mu, Luo Zong, and Su Ji all had solemn expressions. They did not expect such a scene to occur. The more they knew about the little food saint, the more they knew how powerful he was. How could such an unusual power be suppressed in an instant? That Wensansi didn't look like a strong person. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Wensansi to be able to do this. How had he done it? Based on his understanding of Wensansi, even if he had broken through to become an emissary, he should not have this kind of strength. The little food saint's cultivation base was equivalent to the 4th tribulation origin realm, while Wensansi's cultivation base was only at the 1st tribulation origin realm. Both of them were gifted, so he did not believe that Wensansi could challenge the little food saint. On the other hand, if Wensansi's cultivation base was higher than the little food saint's, it would be difficult for the little food saint to challenge him. The little food saint was equivalent to the 10 arbiters, and Su Ji was the same. But how could he explain the scene before him? The little saint of food had never looked so serious before. He looked at his wrist that almost touched the table and stared at Wensansi. Why didn't you win? Jiang Xiaodao was puzzled. Foodie, are you stupid? Are you deliberately letting him win? The little food saint ignored Jiang Xiaodao and stared at Wensansi. Wensansi chuckled. Using battle techniques is cheating. If I had won just now, it wouldn't be called smart but despicable. The surrounding people were puzzled. The little food saint smiled happily. He no longer looked at Wensansi with contempt, but with approval. What's your name? Wensansi. I also approve of you, Wensansi. But there's only one chance. You didn't win just now, so it's impossible to win now. I'm already prepared. You made me unable to recognize my own strength in an instant. You misled my consciousness. The little food saint said excitedly, this is the first time I've encountered such an opponent. Interesting, very interesting. As expected of the origin space. Luo Zong and the rest were surprised. The little food saint misled his own strength? Lost his recognition of his own strength? What was this? It could be done? Lu Yin looked deeply at Wensansi. So this was his innate gift, shielding. The previous shielding was just a layer of light, an extremely sturdy one. During the Star Tower contest, Wensansi's innate gift had rendered many helpless and difficult to break through. Now this innate gift had changed. It was no longer an external force, but had evolved into a way to shield others from recognizing their own strength. Anyone who faced this innate gift for the first time would be at a loss and unable to react. The little food saint had just lost his recognition of his own strength and was instantly suppressed by Wensansi. This was Wensansi, one of the 10 arbiters, Wensansi. Although the previous 10 arbiters had been defeated by Lu Yin, they had never been weak. It was just that Lu Yin was too strong. In terms of talent and opportunities, Lu Yin was much stronger than them. If they were given the same opportunities, they might not be much weaker than Lu Yin. Mr. Mu had once praised obscuring light on the Golden Ocean Mountain. None of the 10 arbiters were simple. When Sansi suddenly stood up. All right, let's stop. The little food saint frowned. Let's continue. I haven't beaten you yet. When Sansi smiled. In terms of strength, I'm far from your match. I've just cultivated this ability and am not familiar with it. It's not good to expose it too early. The little food saint snorted. I just admired you and now you're hiding it. You humans are always like this. You like to hide the head and show the tail. Boring. Jiang Xiaodao was anxious. Hey, let's continue. If you beat this foodie, you'll be famous in the Six Directions Society. I'm not lying. You'll definitely be famous in the Six Directions Society. When Sansi looked at him. I'm from the Genesis space. Jiang Xiaodao paused. The Genesis space was a hurdle that could not be avoided. It seemed that being famous in the Six Directions Society was not a good choice. Luo Zong stepped forward and faced Wen Sansi. If you're willing, I can ask my father to accept you as a disciple and leave the Genesis space. When Sansi looked at Luo Zong. Lord Luo from the Three Monarchs universe? Mumu said, you can also join my Wood universe. There are many outsiders who join the Six Directions Society. Xianqi is an outsider and does not belong to the Six Directions Society. Now that he has joined the Void God universe, he was once pursued by my Wood universe. The Void God universe welcomes you. Su Ji spoke and looked at Lu Yin. He wanted Lu Yin to say a few words. When Sansi was definitely a genius. He almost won the little food saint in terms of strength. No matter how he did it, he was still a genius. With a bang, the little food saint slammed his fist on the table formed by astral sources and stared at Wen Sansi. Come here and let my father accept you as a disciple. I admire you. Jiang Xiaodao felt strange. He did not expect things to turn out like this. It was clearly a competition of strength. This Xiaobai face was quite popular. Should he recruit a talent for his father? What a temptation. It's hard to refuse the invitation of the Six Directions Society. When Sansi was conflicted. I have to think twice. Mumu said, what's there to be conflicted about? Just join. Luo Zong smiled. If you're worried about your family in the Genesis space, we can help you solve it. When Sansi was surprised. Can it be solved? I'm the Tao Master of the Genesis space, Lu Yin. I don't think it's that simple. I heard that even the Yuan Sage of the Reincarnation Universe can't solve it. Luo Zong was confident. You don't have to worry about this. Really? When Sansi looked at Lu Yin. Brother Xianqi, you're also an outsider. How are you doing after joining the Void God universe? Lu Yin thought about it. Very good. When Sansi nodded. Alright, I'll think about it. I'll definitely join one of the Six Directions Society. After all. He smiled. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Smart. Lu Yin praised. Luo Zong wanted to say something to Wen Sansi, but suddenly, everyone looked behind him in surprise. Luo Zong looked back and saw Lu Yin sitting opposite the little food saint. Lu Yin raised his arm. It's my turn. The little saint of food looked at Lu Yin in surprise. He did not expect someone from this group to come and challenge him. Today is a good day. Jiang Xiaodao, a sissy like you doesn't deserve to stand with them. Jiang Xiaodao bared his teeth. You're the sissy. Your whole family is sissy. The little food saint did not mind. He stared at Lu Yin with a fierce gaze. Like Wen Sansi, you can use battle techniques. You can play however you want as long as you can win. Lu Yin smiled. No, I'm quite strong. Let's compete. This was the first time everyone knew Lu Yin. Competing with the little food saint in strength? Wasn't that courting death? Xianqi, he's really strong. Su Ji could not help but remind him, not wanting anything to happen to Lu Yin. Although Su Yu did not like Lu Yin at times, she was still worried after being with him for a long time. Jiang Xiaodao was even more surprised. Hey, don't look for trouble. Competing with him in strength, Su Ji's kind is better. A normal person's arm would be crushed. The little food saint looked at Lu Yin arrogantly. You can regret it? Lu Yin shrugged. It's embarrassing if I regret it. Even if I can't win, at least I won't lose too badly. Haha, you have guts. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. I won't let you lose too badly. He grinned and licked his lips. Crush your wrist. With that, he reached out and shook Lu Yin's hand. At that moment, the little food saint's expression changed. He looked at Lu Yin with surprise and confusion. Over the years, he had arm wrestled with many people. Most of them were powerful people from the older generation, so he was already experienced. He could almost feel the strength of some people when they shook hands. For example, he could feel the strength of Suji and Wensansi. But this person? The little food saint stared at Luin. Luin smiled at him. Let's begin. As soon as he spoke, Jiang Xiaodao, who was closest to the two, was suddenly sent flying by an invisible force. He was pushed back by more than 10 steps. Not only him, but Suji and the others around him could not react in time. It was as if they were swept by a gust of wind. The entire city shook and the ground cracked. With Luin and the little food saint as the center, the force spread out in waves that could be seen with the naked eye. It exploded in an instant, causing the ground to shatter. Dust rose and covered the two. Who would have thought that a mere arm wrestling match would be as big as a war? It was so big that it was exaggerated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:15. The people around them couldn't even see through the dust. Suji and the rest were shocked. How could Xianqi be so strong? Jiang Xiaodao opened his mouth so wide that he didn't notice the dust flying into his mouth. He had seen this scene before when the little culinary saint used his full strength. His strength was like a dragon and the world changed colors. This was the scene of the culinary saint's bloodline competing in strength. Few people could make them use their full strength. What was up with this Xianqi? When Sansi's eyes lit up, he wasn't surprised at all. Lu Yin's strength came from several aspects. Among them, his strength was absolutely unique. Every time he faced an opponent, he would use the empty palm at the beginning to the empty palm at the end. No one in the Fifth Mainland could compete with this guy in terms of strength. The little culinary saint had met his match. The city was shaking and the ground was constantly cracking. The people around hurriedly retreated, and the city gate was shaking. Dust flew and turned into a tornado that went against the sky, connecting the earth and the sky. Within the tornado, Lu Yin and the little culinary saint were still in the same position. They looked at each other excitedly. What's your name? The little culinary saint asked for someone's name for the third time today. This time he was obviously the most excited and the most unique. Lu Yin smiled. This guy was really strong, so strong that it was a little exaggerated. Xianqi. The Lu family was known for their strength in the starter space. In terms of strength, even a powerful corpse king transformation was no match for him. Lu Yin had never met anyone who could compete with him in terms of strength. This person was really strong. This was also the little culinary saint's thought. You're really strong. Lu Yin smiled. Same to you. How many points? The little culinary saint's eyes widened. Lu Yin raised his brows. You're not using your full strength? Of course not. Don't disappoint me. How many points? The little culinary saint shouted. Jiang Xiaodao and the rest stared at the surroundings. The power that was visible to the naked eye was suffocating them. It kept pressing down on the surroundings and even the space was being squashed. These two monsters. Lu Yin raised his head. Nonsense. The little culinary saint laughed wildly. This is the first time someone has called me nonsense in a competition of strength. Xianqi, come. As he spoke, the muscles on his arm kept twisting as though they were alive. His skin started to change color and even scale-like things appeared. Lu Yin's wrist was instantly bent, the sudden force almost causing him to lose. However, in the next moment, a brilliant light appeared on the surface of his body, illuminating his entire body. The little saint of food was astonished. This was a brilliance that only appeared when the body had reached its limit. Impressive, impressive. Continue. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he gradually pushed the Lu family's power to its limits, forcefully twisting the wrists back to their original state. It was as if one of them was unable to suppress the other. Jiang Xiaodao was stunned. The foodie had revealed his true form, but he still could not defeat Xianqi. What's wrong with this guy? Mu Mu, Suji, Luo Zong, and the others all had solemn expressions as they looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. The wind grew stronger and stronger, sweeping in all directions. The scales on the little food saint's arm increased, and his entire arm changed. It was no longer the arm of a human. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This guy's true form wasn't human, so it was no wonder why he was so strong. There was no human being who was stronger than the Lu family. The more pressure he faced, the greater the rebound. This was the power of the Lu family's bloodline. Other than when he first stepped into the world of cultivation, Lu Yin had not tried to use his full strength for a long time. He was confident that he could suppress the little food saint. As long as the little food saint was using his full strength, it did not matter if it was not. He had the ability to crush everything. However, Luin looked at the little food saint. I've already used my full strength. The little food saint's face turned solemn as he grinned. Me too. You can't beat me, Luin said. The little food saint's lips curled up. You can't beat me either. At this time a figure descended. It was an old man. He waved his hand and a card floated in the air. I'm the city lord of Rong City. If you continue to destroy the city, don't blame me for attacking you and expelling the upper 3 sections. Luin and the little food saint stopped at the same time. The little food saint twisted his wrists and stared at Luin in amazement. Luin bowed to the old man. I'm sorry, senior. I'm willing to bear the loss of Rong City. The old man nodded. Forget it. Don't blame the ignorant. With that, he glanced at the little food saint and left. Xianqi again. The little food saint wanted to continue. It was not easy to meet someone with similar strength, so he wanted to continue. Luin said, this is Rong City. They didn't even blame us for the destruction. Let's stop. Don't. Let's continue. We haven't won yet. The little food saint was unwilling to give up. Jiang Xiaodao was agitated. Xianqi, you actually tied with the foodie. That's too ruthless. Foodie, do you still dare to be arrogant? The little food saint was disdainful. Sissy, get lost. Luin also wanted to compete on a whim. After all, no one could compete with him in strength for so many years. However, he regretted it soon after. Ever since he tied with the little food saint, this guy had been pestering him and following him everywhere. At first, Suji and Suyu also followed Luin. However, the little food saint was too annoying. He would compete in strength every few steps and arm wrestle every few steps. They were so disgusted that they left. Needless to say, Jiang Xiaodao was the first to run away. When Sansi was the most popular. Mu invited him to go shopping and so did Luo Zong. He did not reject anyone and was gentle and refined. Xianqi, let's compete again. This time, let's control ourselves and not destroy anything. Let's compete again just once. The little food saint was nagging with Luin. When others saw this, they would glare at him and call him a coward. Lu Yin's head hurt and he no longer had the mood to tour the city. He originally wanted to see how Rong City could bury a progenitor. Why do you have to compete in strength? Luin was helpless. The little food saint knocked on his chest, producing thumping sounds. I want to beat Dad. Dad said that if I compete with others in terms of strength, my strength will naturally increase. One day I will surpass Dad and become the strongest person in the Six Direction gang. No, I mean Taotai. Luin paused and was surprised. Taotai? The little food saint raised his hand, and his arm instantly turned into a claw. We of the food saint bloodline are Taotais. Don't you know? Luin really did not know, but he had heard of Taotais from the 6th mainland's Nanyanfei. That fellow had become the Blood Adoration Realm's realmling because he had absorbed the bloodline of a Taotai. The Taoyu's characteristic was that the more it ate, the stronger it became. Are you a complete Taotai? The little food saint was puzzled. There's an incomplete Taotai? Luin retracted his gaze. This was a treasure, and if Nan Yanfei knew that there was a complete Taotai here, he would cry for it. If this fellow had appeared in the 6th mainland, he would have been eaten alive. The little food saint continued to annoy Luin and wanted to compete in strength. How could Luin agree? There would be no end to the competition. However, he could not win. If he did, this fellow would pester him even more. Half a day later, Luin met a familiar face, little Yen. The little girl was happily shopping with a few people beside her. They should be Lotus Reverend's disciples. She greeted Luin when she saw him. Although Luin was disliked by Lotus Reverend's disciples because of Qingfen, she did not do anything. After all, Qingfen was indeed a spy. Luin was about to go over when little Yen saw the little food saint and turned to leave. Those who followed her also saw the little food saint and looked at him with disdain. Bah, a bunch of cowards. The little food saint was disdainful. Luin was speechless. They were suspecting him. With the little food saint following him, Luin was completely helpless in Rong City. He wanted to get rid of them, but the city was only so big. After a few days, he felt that it was more tiring than fighting with others. Finally, after a few days, Ji Bing appeared and took them to the next place. This time it was not just Lu Yin's group that followed, but more than 30 people. Nearly half of them were powerhouses of the older generation, including the little food saint Little Yin and the others. Everyone stayed far away from the little food saint, who was full of a sense of superiority. He looked at the older cultivators and called them cowards, which annoyed some of them and caused them to arm wrestle with him. In the end their arms were crushed. Fortunately Ji Bing stopped them. Otherwise, the remaining older cultivators would not have been able to stand it and would have ended up in a worse state. The next place was either the burial ruins or an ordinary planet. Ji Bing restrained them from attacking as they pleased, or else the planet would be easily destroyed. After staying on the planet for a few days, they took another group of people and continued on to the next place. Just like that, half a month passed. They went to several places to pick up people, and there were more than 100 of them. Most of them were cultivators of the older generation. The one who attracted the most hatred was still the little food saint. In Jiang Xiaodao's words, this guy attracted hatred wherever he went. During this time, Ji Bing also showed them many traps in outer space because he had to eliminate them himself. The traps did not care if you were a lost clansman or an outlander. Up ahead is the last gathering place. After passing this place you will reach the clan. You will stay here for 5 days. Do not attack as you please or cause any damage. Violators will be expelled from the upper 3 sections, Ji Bing said sternly. What appeared in front of them was a river floating in outer space. It had its own colorful luster and was very beautiful. There were pieces of land above the river, and each piece of land had a city. When Ji Bing left, the group dispersed. No one was willing to stay with Lu Yin, and the little food saint persuaded everyone to leave. Lu Yin casually found a piece of land and stepped onto it. The buildings here were mainly wooden restaurants and they could look into the distance. Even though this height was meaningless to cultivators like them. Serve the dishes quickly, the little food saint shouted when he arrived at the restaurant. Everyone was shocked and looked at him with dissatisfaction. What are you looking at, coward? Arm wrestle if you have the ability. The little food saint provoked him by putting up his infuriating signboard so that everyone could see it clearly. Someone was unhappy and wanted to compete. The little food saint blew and threw that person out. Forget about the ordinary people. Stay away. That person was equivalent to a melder and was indeed an ordinary person to the little food saint. No one dared to provoke him and allowed him to put up his sign. Lu Yin sat on a chair and looked at the colorful river in the distance. He listened to the little food saint eating like a whirlwind. He was calm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:16. 2 hours later, the little food saint was still eating. 4 hours, 6 hours, and then half a day later he was still eating. The people in the restaurant had not left and were all looking at him as if he was a monster. The little food saint ate very quickly and had been eating for so long. No one knew if it was his stomach or his cosmic ring. The restaurant owner was on the verge of tears as the ingredients were gone. He was even more afraid that the little food saint would go back on his word. At this moment, a woman appeared outside the restaurant, attracting everyone's attention away from the little food saint. The woman's face was like a fox's and her eyes were like autumn water. She wore a golden robe and looked noble and sacred. The combination of fox and sacred made her the focus of everyone's attention the moment she appeared. Lu Yin was also attracted by her. She was one of divine sovereign Xiaoyin's people and her golden robe was exactly the same as Xiao Qingfeng's. The little food saint looked up. Why is the fox here? What bad luck. The woman looked up and saw the little food saint. She smiled faintly. What a coincidence, little food saint. The little food saint was disdainful. Coward. Lu Yin was speechless. He even scolded a woman. No, he was a Taotai, not a human. He did not differentiate between men and women. The woman did not mind and walked up to Lu Yin. Xiaogu, you must be Shen Qi. Lu Yin nodded and asked curiously, your name is very similar to Xiao Qingfeng's. He's my junior brother, Xiaogu said and sat down naturally. The little food saint pushed the food scraps in front of her. It was obvious that he did not want her to stay. Xiaogu was used to it and did not mind. The little food saint has never sat at the same table with others. How did you do it, Shen Qi? Lu Yin pursed his lips. I don't want to either. The little food saint frowned and stared at Xiaogu. Since you know my habits, you still dare to sit here. Are you trying to provoke me? Xiaogu smiled. It's none of your business. I want to meet Shen Qi, the current celebrity of the Six Direction Gang. The little food saint snorted and continued eating. Lu Yin looked at Xiaogu. He had seen too many women. This woman was very charming, but she was far from the level that attracted him. Madame Naylan was much more charming than her. Xiaogu looked at Lu Yin with a deep gaze. Shen Qi, you should know a lot about hyperspace. Lu Yin replied, it's all right, it's not much. I want to know if you have any clues regarding the death of my junior brother, Xiao Qingfeng, Xiaogu said. Lu Yin shook his head helplessly. I was chased away by the Yu family at that time, so I wasn't in hyperspace. Who do you think did it? Xiaogu asked as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. I used to guess that it was the Yu family, but you know the truth. The Yu family cooperated with you to deal with Master Wei, which means that it wasn't the Yu family that attacked Xiao Qingfeng. It's also unlikely that it was Hiran. On the surface you're working with Hiran, but other than that I can only think of a spy. Back then Lu Yin had wanted to kill He Shu, which was why the Yu family had agreed to let him take action. They had never thought that Lu Yin would kill Xiao Qingfeng. Otherwise they might not have agreed to let him go, as they wanted to prevent any accidents from occurring when cooperating with Divine Sovereign Xiao Yin. Lu Yin had only gone to the Yu family after dealing with Xiao Qingfeng, and the Yu family had been unable to stop him. Now that the cooperation between the Yu family and Supreme Divinity Xiao Yin had been exposed, the Yu family and Hiran would not attack Xiao Qingfeng in the hyperspace. The only explanation was that he was a spy. As for Lu Yin, no one would suspect that he was the culprit. Why would he want to kill Xiao Qingfeng? There was no reason for him to do so unless Lu Yin's identity had been exposed. Xiaogu said, I think so too, which is why I came to find Xian Qi. You're very good at capturing spies. I hope that you can help us investigate this matter. Master will remember you. The little culinary saint snorted with disdain. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry. If I find out, I'll definitely tell you. Xiaogu nodded and got up to leave. Suddenly she paused and turned to Lu Yin. What do you think of my master? Lu Yin was surprised. Supreme Divinity Xiao Yin? Xiaogu's eyes flashed and she turned to leave without waiting for Lu Yin's reply. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly as he had been tricked. He had always addressed others as senior, but just now he had subconsciously called out to Supreme Divinity Xiao Yin without using the word senior. This sudden reaction reflected his inner attitude towards the Divinity Xiao Yin. This was probably Xiaogu's purpose in meeting him. She wanted to confirm his attitude towards the Divinity Xiao Yin, not through words, but through his subconscious reaction. Lu Yin wanted nothing more than to kill the Divinity Xiao Yin, so he naturally would not respect her. Now Xiaogu had seen his attitude. Xiaogu could not see Lu Yin's hostility towards the Divinity Xiao Yin, but she could see his disrespect. Lu Yin took a deep breath. This woman is really sinister. The little culinary saint put down the beast leg with a thump. You just found out? You know? Lu Yin was curious. The little culinary saint said, those of the Divinity Xiao Yin's bloodline are all sinister, but this woman is the most sinister. She is known as the one who resembles the Divinity Xiao Yin the most. No one likes to deal with her as it's easy to be tricked. Then she must be liked by the Divinity Xiao Yin, Lu Yin guessed. The little culinary saint nodded and said no more, burying his head in eating. Outside the restaurant, Xiaogu left step by step. She had seen Xian Qi's attitude. He did not respect her master. What? Because her master cooperated with the Yu family and they chased him away? And forced him to frame Hiran? Or was there another reason? This had to be investigated. The more unrelated the person was to Qingfeng's death, the more suspicious they were. This Xian Qi could not escape either. A few days passed quickly. The little culinary saint pestered Lu Yin as usual, but Lu Yin ignored him. Soon, as long as he reached the Lost Clan's land and passed the upper 3 sections, he would be free of the little culinary saint. However, this guy would not follow him to the Void God universe, right? Thinking of this, Lu Yin had a headache. If there was such a guy watching him, he would not be able to go anywhere. Ji Bing appeared and gathered everyone in the starry sky. This time, there was an additional group of people and there were nearly 200 of them. The Six Direction sect had 62 parallel universes and countless cultivators. The number of people who could participate in the upper 3 sections of the Lost Clan was estimated to be at most 1,000. The ratio was too low. This was the Lost Clan's xenophobia. Like the 3 Monarchs universe and the Void God universe, there were Outlanders who cultivated there, and the number of people far exceeded this number. However, with the establishment of the Six Direction Dojo, the number would gradually increase. They had gotten their cards from the Six Direction Dojo. This time there was a man in the crowd that Lu Yin paid attention to. This person's cultivation was very high, even higher than the little culinary saint. Jiang Xiaodao spoke to him with a smile. Other than Xiaoyan, Lu Yin had not seen Jiang Xiaodao speak to anyone so politely. Xiaoyan was also around that person. That guy is here too. The little culinary saint was surprised. Luin was curious. You know him? The little culinary saint said, Gong Yu's disciple. He's a man. Luin was surprised that he could be recognized by the little culinary saint. This was because this person was very strong. Su Ji was only recognized by him. For this Gong Yu to be called a man, his strength definitely surpassed Su Ji's. Gong Yu? One of the 3 venerables 9 sages. The Lost Clan's starry sky was not small. Other than the Lost Clan, there were also other civilizations such as cultivation civilizations, technological civilizations and so on. Ji Bing had seen them on the way to the Lost Clan. However, these civilizations were limited to their own worlds because many places in the starry sky had been experimented with traps by the Lost Clan. It was easy for accidents to happen. The only place that could be considered as the Lost Clan's territory was the single desert. That was the Lost Clan's territory, and it was difficult for outsiders to enter. Looking from afar, the single desert was not a strange place. It was not as dazzling as the Rainbow Wall, nor was it as majestic as the sect above heaven. It was just a full moon that illuminated a vast area. The area of that area was not inferior to the sect above heaven. Ji Bing brought everyone to a stop outside the desert, and solemnly looked at everyone. In front of us is the Lost Clan's desert. Except for the upper 3 sections, almost no one from the outer domain can enter, and the place you are going to is the floating island outside the upper 3 sections. When you get there, I hope that everyone will not casually attack. The Lost Clan's desert is ordinary, it cannot withstand your attacks. Please remember, do not casually attack. After saying that, Ji Bing led everyone into the single desert. There were no shocking defenses, only cards floating outside the Gobi Desert. These cards were the greatest defense. No one knew what kind of traps were hidden in these cards, and what kind of murderous intent they contained. It was not simple to be used as a defense outside the single desert. I heard that most of these cards are ancient cards. However, there is an Archean card hidden at a certain distance. There are even Archean cards hidden there. They are enough to guard the Gobi Desert completely, Jiang Xiaodao said in a low voice. At the side, Gong Yu said solemnly, the Lost Clan civilization is a great civilization. Master once said that their strength is not inferior to any of the 6 Paths sect civilizations. Legend has it that they have an existence that surpasses the immemorial cards. Jiang Xiaodao shook his head. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either, Su Yu said. There were also people discussing the Lost Clan in the distance, and they mentioned the ancient cards. Some believed it, some did not. Most people thought that the Lost Clan was trying to raise their status. Not long after, everyone was brought to the floating island by Ji Bing. As the name suggested, it was an island that floated in the air. Ji Bing introduced that the front of the island was where the cards of the upper 3 segments appeared. On the day of the upper 3 segments, everyone could board the island and attract the cards. After arriving at the floating island, Ji Bing left. Everyone dispersed. There were many wooden houses here, all prepared for those who had participated in the upper 3 segments. The extraterrestrials were on a floating island, and there were only so many people. On the other hand, there were too many from the Lost Clan who had participated in the upper 3 segments. They were scattered on the surrounding floating islands and were not with Lu Yin and the rest. However, Ji Bing did not forbid them from going to other floating islands. Not long after, everyone went to other floating islands to visit their friends. These people were able to obtain the Lost Clan cards, which meant that they had dealings with the Lost Clan. As expected, the little food saint was still pestering Lu Yin. Lu Yin was so annoyed by his pestering that he gave him a promise. As long as he could defeat everyone on this island, they could compete again. This was to the little food saint's liking. You like to arm wrestle. You said it. Don't go back on your word. Ah. After saying that, the little food saint took out a token and carried it to where the others were staying. He blocked the door of an older cultivator and provoked him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:17. Inside the wooden house, the older cultivator had intended to visit a friend, but when he opened the door and saw the sign, he was furious. He recognized the little food saint and did not want to provoke him, so he turned and left. Coward next. The little food saint was disdainful. The older cultivator was furious. His cultivation was higher than the little food saint's, but he did not want to provoke him. It was not because he was afraid, but because this kid was the son of the little food saint. His status was too high, and it would be bad if he won, but it would be embarrassing if he lost. Stop right there, the older cultivator reprimanded. The little food saint sneered, You have a problem with that? I originally wanted to ignore you out of respect for Senior Food Saint, but since you're so arrogant, I'll teach you a lesson. That way, I won't disgrace the sanctification bloodline, the older cultivator shouted. In the distance, Luin heard it and was surprised. This person was from the sanctification bloodline? The sanctification bloodline? Sure, let's play. The little food saint was excited. Soon, the older cultivator's arm was shattered, and fresh blood dripped onto the ground as he looked at the little food saint in shock. He had long heard that the little food saint was strong, and that everyone from the sanctification bloodline was the same. He did not care since his cultivation was higher than this kid's, but he did not expect that he would not be able to resist at all. Coward next. The little food saint began to provoke and block the wooden house. He even lengthened the sign so that the entire levitating island could see it, directly provoking everyone. Luin finally had some peace, but a few days later the levitating island became quite lively. Jiang Xiaodao, Luo Zong, Mu Mu, Su Ji, and the rest all took action, not against the little food saint, but against the older cultivators. They did not just compete in arm wrestling but also in archery. Su Ji competed in the control of the void spirit force and so on. He did not know how things had turned out this way. The older generation of cultivators were not simple. To be able to form a relationship with the Lost Clan and obtain a card, they were not ordinary people. Now, it was no longer a matter of the little food saint's provocation. It had evolved into a situation where two generations of cultivators were competing. Luin did not participate. He recalled what Su Wuji had instructed him to contact the Lost Clan and ask to see Xiaofeng. The Lost Clan member was at a loss. Xiaofeng? Luin repeatedly mentioned that Xiaofeng was definitely a senior expert of the Lost Clan, but the Lost Clan member to no avail. Xiaofeng? Did Ultimate Void send you here? Ji Bing had a strange look in his eyes. Luin felt helpless. He knew that the name, Xiaofeng, didn't sound right, and Su Wuji's expression at the time had probably been problematic as well. However, that had nothing to do with him. Yes, the manor had asked me to bring the item to Xiaofeng. What is it? Ji Bing asked. Luin shrugged. The master said that I had to personally hand it over to Xiaofeng. Ji Bing shook his head. All right, if you want to see her, I'll bring you to her. However, her name is not Little Fong. In the entire Six Directions sect, only Su Wuji would call her Little Fong. Her name is Fong Yi, an elder of our Lost Clan. Not long after, Luin met the Little Fong that Su Wuji had mentioned. She was a very young woman, but she only looked young. After all, she was of the same generation as Void Ji. Ji Bing left, but before he left, he reminded Luin not to call her Xiaofeng. Junior Xianqi greets Senior Fong Yi. Luin respectfully said. Fong Yi grunted and looked at Luin. Did Su Wuji send you? Luin replied, yes. Since he could not return to the wooden house, Luin found a secluded place to sit. There was no one around, and unless someone searched the entire island, they would not find him. He decided to stay here until the arrival of the first 3 periods. It was quiet. Today's moon was especially round. Luin was lost in thought as he looked at the moonlight. Unknowingly, he was completely immersed in it. He did not even realize that the moonlight that enveloped him was like a blade that covered him from top to bottom. The moonlight was like water and the blade was like light. Luin maintained his posture as he looked at the moonlight, forgetting everything else. Suddenly, a blade appeared in front of him. Flash. Luin was shocked. Where did this blade come from? He wanted to dodge, but his body could not move. He could not move at all. As the blade approached him, he tried to cast a spell. He tried to use the power in his heart to use the inverse step, to see through space, to move the lines, but he could not do anything. He could only watch as the blade descended from above his head, about to cut him in half. Luin had never felt such despair before, even more so than when he had been on Driftcharge Planet. Back then he had been able to move, but now he could only watch as the blade descended. He had a body full of power, but there was nothing he could do. There were slippers and bone spurs in his cosmic ring, but he could not take them out. He could not accept this. He wanted to resist. Move, move, move. He could not move. The blade descended and his head felt cold. Luin was stunned. Was he going to die? The next moment the blade disappeared. He stared blankly in front of him and tried to move his fingers. He could move and he could feel it. Was he not dead? Suddenly the blade appeared again. This time it slashed out horizontally. Luin was shocked. Again. He still could not move, and he could only watch as the blade slashed out again and again, coming from every direction and every corner. There were a total of 80 slashes and Luin could not dodge from the first one. The following slashes were even more impossible to dodge. He simply stopped trying and watched as the blade swept past him. It felt like it had cut through his body, but it also felt like it had not. Was he going to be cut into 1,000 pieces? Where had the blade come from? Who was attacking him? His domain, spiritual force, rune lines, and all of his power could not be released. At this moment, Lu Yin was as powerless as a baby. In front of him, the blade descended again. The 81st slash was a frontal slash from top to bottom. It was the same as the first slash, but there was something more to it that Lu Yin could not explain. As the blade descended, the void collapsed and Lu Yin took several steps back. He could move now, but he subconsciously avoided his original spot. He looked around, but there was nothing. Was this where he had just sat? Someone had clearly slashed out 81 times, but his surroundings had not changed at all. The dew, the moonlight, the grass, nothing had changed. Was that an illusion? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. It had not been an illusion. He was a powerhouse who could compete with a progenitor, so how could he not be able to differentiate between an illusion and reality? But what had just happened? He had indeed been slashed by 81 slashes. Who was it? It was definitely an unimaginable powerhouse, and he had not been able to sense anything at all. If that person had really wanted to kill him, then he would have been cut to pieces. Lu Yin's entire body went cold as if he had died once. At that moment, the void gathered where he had just sat, and a palm-sized blade appeared in front of his eyes. It was a very small blade that floated in the air. Lu Yin stared at it in a daze. He remembered that this was the same blade that had slashed him 81 times, and it was exactly the same. He looked around again and bowed. Junior Xianqi, if I have disturbed you, please do not blame me. No one answered. Lu Yin shouted again and then tried to release his domain to envelop his surroundings before expanding it further. Even after reaching out to the people who had participated in the previous 3 sections, he still couldn't find anyone in the vicinity. He couldn't find the person who had attacked him. It had to be a progenitor and a powerhouse among powerhouses. Lu Yin took a deep breath and slowly approached the palm-sized blade, but it did not respond. Lu Yin reached out and grabbed the blade. The moment he touched the blade, he felt a bloodline connection, and the scene of him being slashed 81 times flashed through his mind. He looked at the blade in his hand in shock. It was a blade, but it was not a blade. This blade contained the strength of the 81 slashes, or rather, the 81 slashes that had formed this blade. Ah. Su Heng smiled. He was happy whenever someone praised Lu Yin. A middle-aged man walked out of the void and looked at everyone. Brother Qin, Brother Heng, this is the first time you have come to my lost clan to visit the upper 3 sections. If there is anything that is not satisfactory, please forgive us. Su Heng and Qin Leiji hurriedly said some polite words. This person was an extreme powerhouse of the Lost Clan, named Dan Zheng. In the Lost Clan, when one reached the extreme powerhouse level, they would change their surname to Dan to correspond with this region. As they spoke, a group of Lost Clan members were celebrating a festival on the central floating island in front of them. Gon came to Su Heng's side and spoke very enthusiastically, hoping that Su Heng would persuade Lu Yin to go to the wood dimension to help capture spies. Su Heng naturally wouldn't agree. Lu Yin had his own reasons for not going, so he couldn't force him. When Chen Lu heard that Manor Head Gon still wanted to invite Lu Yin to the wood dimension, he hurriedly suggested that the 3 Monarchs universe still wanted to capture spies. How many spies can your 3 Monarchs universe have? My wood dimension has a long history and our spies are hidden too deeply. Xianqi should go to my wood dimension. Manor Head Gon said to Chen Lu. Chen Lu said seriously, my 3 Monarchs universe is the weakest of the 6 Directions Association. If the Eternal Race wants to break the balance of the 6 Directions Association, it is most convenient to start with my 3 Monarchs universe, so Xianqi is very important. Gon wanted to refute. Su Heng interrupted, by the way, no one from hyperspace is coming? Dan Zheng heard this and shook his head, no one from hyperspace is coming. In the past it was always the Yu family who came. Now that such a big thing has happened in hyperspace, it's normal that they don't come. Master Dimensional wouldn't feel at ease letting the Yu family go out again. They didn't speak. What happened in hyperspace was a taboo, and it involved the interference of the reincarnation universe and the 3 Monarchs universes. Their hearts were heavy, and if someone else interfered with their spacetime one day, no one would feel comfortable. In fact, many people wanted to see how Dimensional Master Dimensional would retaliate. The reincarnation universe was one thing, but the three monarchs' universe couldn't escape. Lord Luo had schemed against them, so it was impossible for Dimensional Master Dimensional to not retaliate. It was just a matter of how he would retaliate. Jiang Sheng remained silent and pretended not to hear. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign arrived with a smile on his face. His golden robes made him look extremely noble. Qin Lu Gan and Su Heng hurriedly greeted him. They were all juniors, and the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign had been an extreme powerhouse for much longer than them. With the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign here, they couldn't talk about hyperspace. Lord Gan still insisted on asking Su Heng to help persuade Lu Yin. If you really want Shen Qi to go to the Wood Universe, Lord Gan might as well wait for Senior Su Wuwei to come. Senior Su Wuwei is Shen Qi's guide, Danjing said. Lord Gan's eyes lit up. Senior Su Wuwei is coming? The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign was also surprised. Su Wuwei is coming? Danjing smiled. Yes, I've already received the notice. He'll be here soon. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign smiled. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Let's take this opportunity to chat. On Floating Island, the unique music of the Lost Clan sounded. Everyone watched, waiting for the moment to change their cards. Not long after Su Wuwei arrived. Everyone greeted him one by one, and even the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign didn't put on airs. Su Wuwei's status in the Void God universe was equivalent to the three monarchs' status in the Reincarnation universe. Both of them had become extreme powerhouses at about the same time, so they were considered peers. I heard that you went to the endless battlefield some time ago. Aren't you afraid that others will gossip about you coming back so soon? The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign joked. Su Wuwei sighed. I can't help it. I'm old and can only rely on my past achievements. My past achievements are enough. I'll find a place to cook some delicious food and train 2 passable disciples. This is life. Lord Gan praised. Senior's disciple Shen Qi is quite good. Only Senior can train such an excellent disciple. Su Wuwei raised his eyebrows. Don't talk nonsense. He's not my disciple. I don't have any disciples at the moment. I'm just his guide. Chenla smiled. Who doesn't know that Shen Qi has learned Senior's Taishin realm? With this move, he's been successful in capturing spies and has made great contributions to mankind. Even if Senior isn't on the battlefield, his contributions to mankind are no less than anyone else on the battlefield. Well said. Senior's contributions are obvious to all. Jiang Sheng also praised. Su Wuwei had a headache. All of you are praising Shen Qi so enthusiastically. Do you really know him? He remembered what happened in Ultra Spacetime. Bai Qian had replaced He Ran. Although Shen Qi didn't seem to have done anything in the process, at most, he framed He Ran. However, this framing had no effect on the outcome. It was the Yu family who attacked Master Wei, and Master Wei won in the end. Logically speaking, Bai Qian shouldn't have been able to replace He Ran, but Bai Qian did in the end. Su Wuwei didn't know much about it and he wasn't interested. The main reason was that Shen Qi didn't use the virtual god spacetime. Su Heng, Su Lung and Su Wuji didn't interfere. Otherwise he would have found trouble with him. The only thing was that Shen Qi used the reputation of Heaven's View House to frame He Ran. It was a fact that Master Wei appeared. He did interfere, but he didn't use the virtual god spacetime. No matter what, Shen Qi was related to Ultra Spacetime. Bai Qian won and He Ran went missing. This was a fact. He was one of the few people who knew that Shen Qi supported Bai Qian from the beginning. Therefore, He Ran's disappearance might be related to Shen Qi. Su Wuwei had a headache thinking about this. Lord Gan said, I don't understand. I hope Senior can give me a chance to understand. Su Wuwei didn't understand. What do you mean? Qin Le suddenly exclaimed, It's starting. On the central floating island, the lost tribesmen retreated one by one. The entire island was empty, and only the original creatures remained. The surroundings were silent. An ancient voice boomed from above. The upper 3 sections begin. Enter the island. As soon as the voice finished speaking, the people on the surrounding floating islands rushed towards the central floating island, afraid that someone would beat them to it if they were too slow. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stopped thinking about the saber. He took a step forward and headed towards the central floating island. Along the way, the little food saint saw him. Shen Qi, let's compete again tomorrow. I've already won against everyone. Let's arm wrestle. Lu Yin didn't even look at him and stepped onto the central floating island with ease. He looked up and saw a quiet forest in the distance. He breathed in the fresh air of nature. Figures stepped onto the island one after another. The central floating island was huge. There were hundreds of thousands of outsiders participating in the upper three sections, including the lost tribesmen. However, they were scattered across the island and didn't even have that many living creatures. Furthermore, any place on the island could attract a card as long as the card itself was attractive. As for how attractive it was, it varied from person to person. Just as Su Wuji had said, some people let themselves go and really attracted a card. In the forest, Lu Yin saw a man shouting something in front of him. The man was excited and didn't stop even when he saw Lu Yin. His face was flushed red and he listened carefully. The man was narrating his own legendary history, a history that he believed to be legendary. Then, in the distance, someone sang. Lu Yin had heard from Su Wuji that singing was considered ordinary. It had nothing to do with how good the song was, but the worse the song, the more attention it would attract. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:19. Lu Yin took a step forward, traversing thousands of kilometers. This island was indeed very small to him. He quickly saw Saruzin, who was sitting cross-legged and muttering something. Lu Yin walked past him without even opening his eyes, and his withered arms seemed to wither even more. Lu Yin felt that if he could use nature's opposite on Saruzin, the arm might be able to recover. Actually, there was no need for that. With Saruzin's cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to recover. It could only be said that everyone had their own perseverance. It took a lot of willpower for a normal person to raise their arm high and let it wither. As a cultivator, it took a lot of willpower to recover an arm but still maintain it. In terms of willpower, Lu Yin knew that he might not be able to compare to Saruzin. He looked back and saw that Saruzin's expression had become even more sacred. He then saw Luo Zong, whose face was glowing with confidence. His hands were clasped behind his back as if he was controlling the void. It was obvious that he was faking it. Next was Jiang Xiaodao, who was shouting crazily at the top of his lungs. Next was Wen Sanxi, who was reciting a famous article from the Fifth Mainland. It had to be said that with the Fifth Mainland's history and wisdom, they might actually be able to attract a card. Little Lien was vexed as she pleaded to the void, almost as if she was praying. It was very cute. Baofeather was very straightforward. He bent down and shot arrow after arrow, each one of them shooting into space with all his might. This was still considered normal. Lu Yin saw people taking off their clothes and running around, waving their arms. He saw people crying and kowtowing to something. When he got closer, he smelled a foul odor. It was a farting bug. Along the way, Lu Yin saw all sorts of ways to let go of themselves. It was so strange that he thought they had all gone mad. Suddenly, he stared blankly at the sky. A figure passed by, expressionless and blindfolded. Was that Woodcut? Lu Yin hadn't expected that Woodcut to come to the central island. Did he also have a lost clan card? Did he need to change his card? The upper three sections didn't forbid anyone from changing cards, so everyone could come regardless of their cultivation. However, Lu Yin had never thought that a progenitor, one who was said to be comparable to Su Wuwei, would come. Outside Levitating Island, Su Wuwei and the others were also looking into the distance. When did Woodcut arrive? Su Wuwei asked. Dan Jing replied, about the same time as those outsiders. Reverend God Shaoyin was shocked. I thought he had given up on the power of the card, but I didn't expect him to want to exchange for another card. What? Does he want to exchange for a primordial card? Is your lost clan willing to do so? Dan Jing's expression was solemn. Anyone who has obtained the lost clan card, unless they have betrayed the human race and committed evil deeds, can participate in the first three sections. No one is an exception. The Shaoyin divinity smiled. I'm also interested in the card civilization. Can you let me try? Su Wuwei said indifferently, you are already the third venerable, why are you still fighting with these people? Isn't Woodcut here too? His strength might not be below yours or mine, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin said. Shan Jing said, Senior Woodcut already had a card when he was young. If you wish to cultivate our lost race's civilization, please ask Grand Elder. The Shaoyin divinity did not speak, and his gaze shifted from the wooden carving to Lu Yin, who was standing very close to it. He frowned. Had this kid disguised his appearance and cultivation? He stared at Lu Yin. This person was Xian Qi. He had seen images of Xian Qi, but no one had mentioned that this person had disguised himself. Thinking of this, he said indifferently, Brother Wuwei, this disciple of yours is not weak at all. Su Wuwei looked over. Not bad. I'll say it again, he is not my disciple. The Shaoyin divinity did not say anything else. If he could see through the disguise, it was impossible for Su Wuwei not to. Since he could see through the disguise and still allowed this person to do so, and even taught him the Taishan domain, there was no problem with this person's disguise. There were too many people in this starry sky who were good at disguising themselves. He had often disguised himself when he was young, and if he was not scheming, how could he become one of the third venerable? This person was able to capture spies, so he must be very scheming. On the central floating island, Lu Yin watched the wooden carving leave. This person had not looked at him from beginning to end, but Lu Yin was uneasy. Was it him? Was that Dao Feng from that night? It was very likely that he also used a knife, but why? He should have seen through his disguise, but he did not say anything. He even slashed Lu Yin 81 times and left the knife to Lu Yin. Why? Was this person good or bad to Lu Yin? As the wooden carving disappeared, Lu Yin stopped thinking about it. No matter what, that person had not shown up and he could not find out who it was. He could only take one step at a time. He looked outside the floating island and wondered if any masters of the Lost Clan had seen him. If there was someone comparable to Senior Su Wuwei, they might be able to see through his disguise. He did not know that the Shaolin divinity had seen through his disguise but did not pursue it because of Su Wuwei's attitude. Coincidentally, the Shaolin divinity had not seen Lu Yin's true face. Otherwise, he would definitely have recognized him. It could only be said that although Lu Yin had offended the Six Paths Guild and ridiculed a Yuan sage, he had not directly confronted the Shaolin divinity. Those who could recognize Lu Yin would not be able to see through his disguise, and those who could see through his disguise would not be able to recognize him. However, as he climbed higher and higher, the day would come when he would be recognized would come sooner or later. Lu Yin was ready to start. He wanted to try to attract cards, which was his purpose for coming here. He did not expect to attract an immemorial card, but at least an ancient card would be good. First of all, strength. He had many advantages and his strength was especially outstanding. Far away, the little carnivore saint was currently displaying his strength. He ate while bombarding the void, displaying his strength to his heart's content. No one dared to approach him and his strength formed visible ripples. Lu Yin clenched his fists and suddenly exerted force. He did not bombard anything, but the surrounding void shook and turned into ripples that spread out. Soon he released his hands. It was useless. Was his strength not enough? Then he could use his domain, spiritual force and so on. As long as it did not attract the attention of those extreme powerhouses, he could use it. There had to be one that could attract a card. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had thought too much. A card was not Mr. Mu and would not be attracted by his innate strength. Some people could attract cards by showing off their muscles, and some people could also attract cards if they sang badly. Cards paid more attention to oneself. After trying for several hours, Lu Yin still could not find a way to attract a card. At the same time, someone had already attracted a card. It was a child who looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. His innocent eyes looked at the card descending from the void, and he was somewhat at a loss. Lu Yin had noticed before that most of the people who came to exchange cards were adults who had their own ideas. Children were rare. He did not know how this child had managed to get a card, but it seemed like he had not done anything. Outside Levitating Island, Danjing smiled. Sure enough, putting little six in had been useful. This child was a descendant of his bloodline and had a unique innate gift. He had thought that the card would be attracted by this child's innate gift, and he had been right. Someone else immediately got a card, but when that person saw the card clearly, his face was filled with despair. Changing cards did not mean that one would become stronger. They could also become weaker, as no one had ever said that a new card would definitely be stronger than one's original card. Of course, one could choose not to change. This person immediately gave up on changing cards, but at the same time he lost the right to continue. There was only one chance to change cards. On the day of the upper 3 festivals, half the day was for the Lost Clan celebration, and the other half was for changing cards. In fact, they did not have much time left. Lu Yin used all sorts of methods, but they were all useless. He did not dare to use some of them for fear of attracting the Lost Clan's attention, such as the primogenitor's scripture and the power of his heart. There was no doubt that once these powers were used, they would attract the attention of extreme powerhouses. Although the Lost Clan was xenophobic, they were still one of the 6 directional societies. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Forget it, there was no need to use these powers. When Sansi, Luozong and the others were all talking, so it was time for him to talk as well. Where should he start? Lu Yin sat down and looked up at the sky. He was silent for a long time before he opened his mouth. He controlled his voice to only be heard within a 10-meter radius. Whether the card could hear him or whether it would be attracted was up to fate. He took out the 7-star Hidden Mountain card. I am Lu Yin, the young master of the 5th Mainland's Lu clan. I was framed and left stranded, lost my memories and cultivation, and became an ordinary person. I started from scratch, and ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I entered the combat academy, became the champion, and battled the 10 arbiters. I have never been defeated. I have controlled the heavens from the outer verse, led a war against the astral beast domain, resisted the 6th mainland, schemed against the 4 directions balance, and was the Tao master of the Ascension sect. Sirius Palm borrowed the power of the invincible progenitor Qin, stepped on the stars and used the Grim Reaper's transformation, obtained from one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms during the era of the Ascension sect. The power of the human Grim Reaper. Lu Yin continued to speak, but his voice was annihilated within a 10-meter radius, but there was no response. He recounted all of his accomplishments, but unfortunately it was useless. In the distance, a card appeared in front of Luo Zong. He was overjoyed, as being able to attract the card was not important to him. What he cared about was being noticed by the Lost Clan and the overall situation. He hoped to use this card to contact the Lost Clan. However, when he saw the card, his entire body felt unwell. The 1-star era card, the Lost Clan's worst card. It was without a doubt the worst card. He looked at the card speechlessly, as if it wanted to jump into his hands. He resisted the urge to shatter the card and walked out of Levitating Island. Elsewhere, someone was ecstatic that he had obtained a satisfactory card. This scene would be recorded by the Lost Clan. 2 hours passed and Lu Yin continued to speak, but there was no response. None of the cards were attracted to him. He was helpless. Is it because you don't understand what I said? Then let's talk about what you understand. Following that, Lu Yin forcefully recounted everything he knew about Progenitor Qin, the Grim Reaper, and the others. Another hour passed, but there was still no response. Ha, I got it. I got a card. My dream was right. My dream has succeeded. Someone shouted excitedly in the distance. Lu Yin looked over. Dream? Life dream? Was that even possible? It seems like you like listening to people talk about their dreams. Then tell me about your dreams. Lu Yin thought about it. My dream is to lead the Above Heaven sect to stand tall in the universe, where no one dares to offend us. My dream is to lead humanity to defeat the Everlasting Tribe, where we will never be threatened. My dream is to save Ming Yen, where we will live a happy life. My dream is to avenge the Lu family and kill the Shaoyin divinity. As soon as he said this, Lu Yin inexplicably saw the lines and space distort, and a card suddenly appeared before disappearing in an instant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2720. Lu Yin was stunned. What was the meaning of this? No matter what he said earlier, the cards had not reacted, and he could not find any trace of them. Why did they suddenly become excited when he mentioned that he wanted to kill the Shaoyin god? Did these cards hate the Shaoyin god? No. His eyes flickered. They did not hate the Shaoyin god. They had seen his true self. This was his true self. The people who had attracted the cards had all revealed their true selves, and he truly wanted revenge. He wanted to kill the culprit, the Shaoyin god. This was his true self, but it was still not enough. He stood up, sensing a problem. He had been in disguise for so long and was used to hiding his true self. It would not be easy for him to open his heart now. What the cards needed was his most authentic self. In the distance, a card appeared in front of Saruzin, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire island. Everyone looked over in shock. What card was that? Why was it causing such a commotion? Outside the island, Dan Jing exclaimed, 7-star ancient card, Radiance. The Shaoyin god was astonished, 7-star ancient card. This kid is not bad. Although it's only an ancient card, it's a 7-star card. If used well, it can rival a primordial card. Lord Gon praised, it's Saruzin. I knew he wouldn't disappoint. Dan Jing was shocked. He's Saruzin? The junior who left his name behind in the wood humanoid scripture? Lord Gon nodded, that's right. Dan Jing was envious. He actually got a 7-star ancient radiance card. This card will allow him to use it until he reaches the extreme realm. The power of light is quite powerful, second only to the primordial card, Aurora. He seemed to be conflicted about something as he spoke, but after some thought, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Su Wuwei sensed something strange and asked, Dan Jing, what are you doing? Everyone looked at Dan Jing. Dan Zheng gritted his teeth. I want to give it a try too. Su Wuwei felt strange. You want to exchange cards? Dan Jing nodded and was about to take another step forward. Get lost. A stern voice rang out. Dan Jing hurriedly retreated in fear. Grand Elder, I want to give it a try too. He had been scolded by the Grand Elder. Su Wuwei laughed. Stop fooling around. You already have the best card. If you try again you'll be the Grand Elder. Dan Zheng was bitter. I just want to improve. How do you want to exchange cards? Empty words? The Shaoyin divinity said, as far as I know, your lost clan card can see through one's heart. Showing your true self can only attract its attention. To truly attract it, it still depends on the compatibility. The compatibility between your external performance and the truth of your heart is the key to attracting the card. Dan Zheng looked deeply at Reverend God Shaoyin. I didn't expect Reverend God to know so much about my lost clan. The Shaoyin divinity shook his head. I don't understand. I really don't know how the card sees through one's heart and how it achieves the degree of compatibility it knows. Some people like to speak empty words which can't attract the card, but some people can. Dan Jing said, being the same on the outside and inside is the greatest charm for a card. Well then. Reverend God Shaoyin looked at Dan Jing. What are you going to do? Dan Jing was distressed. I don't know. Back on Levitating Island, Lu Yin was unaffected by Saruzan's influence. Light shone on his face and his shadow covered the tree trunk. One day I will wipe out the enemies of the Lu family, be it the Shaoyin divinity or the Grand Empyrean. At the peak of starry sky looking down on everyone. Following his words, a card quietly appeared and slowly descended in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at it. It was a 3 stars archaic card, which corresponded to the progenitor realm. It was not bad even if it was not 7 stars. Lu Yin did not cause much of a commotion when he attracted the card, and no one paid attention. Only Su Heng kept staring at him. When he saw that Lu Yin had attracted a card, his face lit up. He did not know what card it was, but if Lu Yin had changed it, then it must be an ancient or even a primeval card. After all, Lu Yin's 7-star Hidden Mountain card was already the best ancient card. He was about to speak when his eyes suddenly widened as he saw an unbelievable scene. The card that had just appeared in front of Lu Yin was pushed away by another card. That's right, it was pushed away. He stared blankly. How could this happen? Lu Yin was also stunned as he stared at the second card that had suddenly appeared. The moment this card appeared, it pushed away the first card. Not only that, but a gloomy aura of destruction descended, dispersing the light that had been born from Saruzan's card. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered Levitating Island. Everyone was drawn to it and looked over. Dan Zheng was shocked and cried out in shock, Eternal darkness? At this moment, countless people from the Lost Clan who saw Lu Yin's card were shocked, as if they had seen an unbelievable scene. Beside Dan Zheng, the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's gaze turned cold. 7-star archaic card, Eternal darkness. Everyone else was shocked. It was actually a 7-star archaic card? So far, the only known 7-star archaic card existed in the hands of the Lost Clan's Grand Elder. That card was called Heavenly King. With this card, the Lost Clan's Grand Elder Shan Gu had dominated the boundless battlefield. Countless people had confirmed that he could rival the Wood Spacetime Ruler and the Chrono Spacetime Ruler. On the surface, the reason why the Lost Clan could join the Sixth Direction Association was because they had fought with the Reincarnation Spacetime and buried the Reincarnation Spacetime's powerhouses. In reality, only a few people knew that Grand Elder Shan Gu had personally gone to the Reincarnation Spacetime and met the Grand Empyrean. After he returned to the Lost Clan, the Grand Empyrean had recognized the Lost Clan as one of the Sixth Direction Association. Without the Grand Elder, Shan Gu would not have the Lost Clan today, and his power came from the Heavenly King card. This was the only 7-star archaic card. No one had expected another 7-star archaic card to appear in the upper 3 sections. This was a major event that would be recorded in the annals of the Lost Clan. Even the Shaoyin divinity was shocked. An extreme powerhouse with a 7-star archaic card brought about an incomparable shock. Once Lu Yin stepped into the realm of extreme powerhouses in the future, he would definitely surpass ordinary extreme powerhouses. Dan Jing wanted to go in and try exchanging cards. He wanted to see if he could exchange for a 7-star archaic card. His card was only 6-star. 6 stars and 7 stars seemed to be only one step apart, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. 6 stars were nameless while 7 stars were famous. The surroundings of Levitating Island were silent as everyone stared blankly at the card in front of Lu Yin. Luin also looked at the card. When it appeared, the surroundings turned dark, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was clearly a cultivator who could fight against a progenitor, but he still felt cold. This card gave him a sense of crisis. It was a terrifying card. Whether it was a seasonal card, an archaic card, or an archaic card, any 7-star card would have its own traps. Luin felt a sense of crisis. The trigger came from the card itself. It was called Eternal Darkness. How did this kid attract this card? Shan Zheng was shocked and filled with envy. He wanted this card. No one could answer him, as Luin had not done anything earth-shattering. Luin himself did not know how he had attracted such a terrifying card. This card had forcefully pushed away the archaic card from before, as if it could not wait to belong to him. What had he done? He had only said a few words that sounded exaggerated, but no one would believe him. Who would believe that he was above the Six Paths Society? Who would believe that he had reconstructed the heaven above earth sect's glory? No matter how one looked at it, he was just bragging. If bragging could attract cards, then he would have obtained all of the Lost Clans cards. It was not that simple. The appearance of the 7-star archaic card, Eternal Darkness, attracted the Lost Clan's Grand Elder. As a strange pressure descended, the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's gaze turned cold as he looked in one direction. Su Wuwei also looked over at the same time. Qin Lu and the others were a step slower, but after a few breaths, they also looked over and saw an old man in a plain white robe. He had a white beard and eyebrows, like an otherworldly expert. Shan Jing quickly stepped forward and bowed, Grand Elder. This person was the Lost Clan's Grand Elder, Shan Gu, an existence comparable to the Master of Wood, Master Dimensional and other spacetime masters. Shan Gu turned around and looked past Shan Zheng and the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign to Su Wuwei. This is Xian Qi, your prospective disciple. Can you let him join my Lost Clan? Su Wuwei's attitude toward Shan Gu was completely different. Shan Gu's seniority was too high, and he was an existence who could sit and chat with the Void Master. Su Wuwei answered Shan Gu with respect. You have to ask the Void Master. The reason Xian Qi can join my Void God universe is because he passed the Void Gate and met the Void Master. Shan Gu stroked his long white beard. It seems like it's time to meet an old friend. Eternal Darkness cannot be left outside. Su Wuwei looked at Levitating Island. He did not care whether Luin stayed or left. Back then he had forbidden Luin from joining the Void God universe. If he had not passed the Void Gate, Luin would not have joined. Now that Shan Gu wanted to take him away, it was exactly what he wanted. The matter of hyperspace was a thorn in his heart. On Levitating Island, Luin stretched out his hand, and the Eternal Darkness card slowly floated over. He knew that this was an extraordinary card, and he had exposed his true self to these cards to attract this card. However, he did not finish speaking. Since he had exposed himself, he might as well say everything that was on his mind. His trip to the Sixth Mainland had given him an almost impossible but depressing idea. Is the universe we're looking at real? Perhaps there's a pair of eyes watching us from an unimaginable height, or a hand controlling this space-time and setting the rules. Actually, I want to reach that height. If there's a fake sky, I hope to restore the original reality of this universe, just like how the Fifth Mainland was replaced by the Sixth Mainland. This was Lu Yin's thought, and he had had this idea for a long time. Back then, the Frostwave Weave was an untouchable existence. The Great Yu Empire could do anything to make Earth believe that it was a miracle and broaden Earth's horizons. Who can guarantee that what we're looking at now is the real universe? For ordinary people on Earth, firearms can destroy a mountain or even a planet. This is the limit of their imagination. For cultivators, the progenitor realm can change the world and even change the rules. This is also the limit of their imagination. But is this really the limit? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27-21. Lu Yin watched as the Perpetual Darkness card slowly fell into his palm. If what I think is true, then I hope that one day I can lead humanity to break through this false sky and see the true starry sky and the true existence of space. I hope that one day I can let everyone set their own rules and restore their true freedom. With a kacha sound, the sky opened. A streak of darkness appeared, extending into the endless distance in everyone's line of sight. This was the Void Realm, and it had inexplicably appeared to split open the sky and the earth. It had exploded everyone's imaginations as if the world had been split in two. Shan Gu, Divine Shaoyin, Su Wuwei, and the others all looked up in shock, not understanding what was happening. There was no enemy attack and there was no attack, but the sky had split open. More accurately, the space that they could see was neither the sky nor the universe. It was the firmament that everyone saw, the objective existence that they recognized, that had split open. On Levitating Island, Luin was startled. That thunderous sound seemed to have exploded in his mind, and his hand trembled as he almost dropped the card. He looked up. Was the Eternals attacking? Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the sky. The black crack was like a giant mouth that stretched across the entire universe, about to swallow the entire region. At that moment, a white light flashed out from the black crack. Was that a corner of the card? If this had happened elsewhere, no one would have thought of the card. But here, everyone recognized that it was a corner of the card. A corner of the card had appeared in the Void Realm, and when it appeared, the Perpetual Darkness card in Lu Yin's palm suddenly trembled and then disappeared. It had slipped away. Lu Yin looked over. Had the card slipped away? Above the firmament, within the Void Realm, cards continued to descend, as if they were about to appear in this region of space. On Levitating Island, cards that had originally been hidden and invisible appeared from time to time, as if they were worshipping something. This scene left everyone at a loss. Why would a card appear from the Void Realm? It seemed to be struggling to break free from something and was difficult to descend. It was like the king of all cards accepting worship. No one could understand it. Only Shangu looked at the card with an extremely sharp gaze. He was also extremely excited and his entire body trembled. It was true. The legends were true and such a card really existed. The Lost Clan definitely did not have such a card. Shangu suddenly stared at Lu Yin and saw that the perpetual darkness that should have been in Lu Yin's palm had disappeared without a trace. It was Lu Yin. He was the one who had attracted the card. It was him. Just as everyone thought that card in the firmament would descend, it suddenly retreated and disappeared. The Void Realm that had split the universe slowly disappeared as well, as if it had never appeared. Space returned to normal. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They all looked at Shangu. They didn't see wrongly, that was a card that came from the world of nothingness. This was the Lost Clan. What exactly was that card? They hoped that the Lost Clan could give them an explanation. More importantly, who had drawn out that card? Shangu suddenly acted and sealed off Levitating Island. Everyone, the first 3 sections end here. Please return to your own spacetime. Please forgive us if the Lost Clan has not treated you well. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone on Levitating Island was forced to fly out. They were all outsiders who had participated in the first 3 sections. Divine Lord Xiao Yin's gaze was stern. Senior Shangu, the first 3 sections never ended in advance. Is what happened now related to that card? Can I ask about that card? Shangu's voice rang out before he could finish his sentence. Senior Xiaoyin, this is a matter of the Lost Clan. It has nothing to do with you. Please return. Xiaoyin's expression changed. Shangu's attitude towards him was not friendly. Su Wuwei smiled. It seems that the Lost Clan really does have a card that surpasses the archaic card. The Void Realm actually has a card. Interesting. He then left without asking any more questions. Qinle glanced at Levitating Island and left as well. Then Jiang Sheng and Lord Gan also left. Mu Feng also stepped out of Levitating Island. Xiaoyin was not satisfied and wanted to ask something, but Shan Jing came in front of him and gestured for him to leave. He could only leave with a sullen expression. In the end, only Su Heng remained. He frowned. Where is my brother, Xianqi? All outsiders who had participated in the first 3 sections of Levitating Island flew out in an instant. Only Lu Yin was not present. Su Wuwei noticed but did not care. Qinlu also noticed but did not care. Only Su Heng stayed behind to ask. Shan Jing said, the Grand Elder has his own arrangements. Brother Heng, go back. Don't worry, Xianqi will be fine. Su Heng took a deep breath. This was his first time participating in the first 3 sections. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. He did not know who had drawn out the card that could exist in the Void Realm. What would happen to Xianqi? My brother drew out the 7-star archaic card. It might make things difficult for the Lost Clan, but please do not make things difficult for him. After all, he was personally seen and confirmed by the Void Master. Su Heng reminded them and then left. He wanted to find Su Wuwei and ask him to contact the Void Master. The importance of the 7-star archaic card to the Lost Clan was self-evident. If Lu Yin was left behind, there would be trouble. They had not seen the Eternal Darkness card disappear. Only Shangu had seen it. This was also why Shangu had suddenly sealed off Levitating Island. He did not want others to know that the Void Realm card had scared away the Eternal Darkness card and that it had been Lu Yin who had drawn it out. At this moment, only the Lost Clan members and Lu Yin were left on Levitating Island. Lu Yin looked around blankly. Where was the archaic card? It was gone. It had completely disappeared and the Void Realm card had not appeared. What did this mean? Did he not get anything? He wanted to leave but he was suppressed by a force. Xianqi, right? Shangu walked out and smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was startled by Shangu's sudden appearance, but he did not hesitate and quickly bowed. Junior is Xianqi. May I know who Senior is? He was apprehensive. This old man looked like an otherworldly expert, and it was likely that he had seen through his disguise. This was troublesome. Shangu sized Lu Yin up. Do you know what the card that appeared in front of you was? I do not know. That is the 7-star archaic card, Eternal Darkness, Shangu said. Lu Yin was shocked. 7-star? Shangu stroked his beard and said, in my lost clan, there have only been 3 7-star arcane cards and Eternal Darkness is one of them. It represents darkness and extinction. As long as the owner can drag the enemy into the card, even if the enemy is extremely strong they may be buried. This has nothing to do with the owner's strength. Lu Yin said bitterly, that card is gone. Shangu nodded and looked at Lu Yin with deep eyes. Yes, it is gone. That's because a 7-star archaic card is gone. It must have been scared away. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and looked at Shangu. Scared away? Shangu and Lu Yin looked at each other. What do you think? Lu Yin probed. Is it the legendary ancient card that surpasses the archaic cards? Shangu looked solemn. The corner of the card that appeared in the world of nothingness represents the ancient card. Lu Yin was at a loss. As far as I know, the peak that humans have reached is the realm of the strongest. Every parallel universe has a different position for the realm of the strongest. The one who is really recognized as the peak is the Great Celestial Master of Reincarnation, Time and Space. Even so, the Great Celestial Master is called the strongest. Is this ancient card beyond the Great Celestial Master's level? I don't understand. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Shangu smiled. Human beings are too insignificant. What are they in the universe? The strongest can change time and space to cultivate, but they can only do that. Can they bring people back to life? Can they change people into another species? Can they transform plants into humans? Can they turn people into plants? What I'm talking about, can an extreme expert do it? Of course not. Progenitors were said to be able to change the heavens and the earth, and they possessed unfathomable power. However, this so-called power only represented strength, and changing the heavens and the earth was also a form of power. It was a method for others to cultivate, but it was impossible to fundamentally change the form of a living being. Living creatures could change their forms by themselves, but they could not be forcibly changed by the strongest. How could the progenitor realm bring people back to life? How many progenitors could heal Ming Yan's injuries? Shangu sighed. The strongest are not omnipotent, but living creatures do exist and evolve. They are full of diversity and infinite possibilities. Have you ever thought about why? Lu Yin saluted. It's not up to me to think about these things. Shangu said, with your talent, one day you will become an extremely strong person. In the virtual God universe you will reach the virtual Tai realm. When that day comes, try to think about how humans, creatures, plants, and everything in the universe exist and how they operate. These are the questions that all extremely strong people think about. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. These were the sequence particles. Transdimensional had been studying the sequence particles, but their research could only prove the existence and modification of the sequence particles, but they could not find the reason for their existence. The propositions raised by the old man in front of him were beyond Transdimensional's research and the limits of human imagination. Lu Yin saluted the old man deeply. Thank you for your advice, Senior. If I can really become a strongest in the future, I will think about Senior's words. When can I leave? Shangu laughed. Don't you want the Eternal Darkness card? Of course Lu Yin didn't want it. He just wanted to leave and get far away. The old man in front of him must have seen through his disguise and said so much. He couldn't figure it out. The disappearance of the card means that I failed to attract it. How can I still want it? Shangu said, you attracted it, but it was scared away by the ancient card. Are you willing? That is the Eternal Darkness card, a 7-star archaic card. Lu Yin said bitterly, this is my fate and I will follow it. Shangu shook his head. Do you want to leave? Lu Yin hesitated and didn't know how to answer. Join my lost clan. Shangu suddenly said, startling Lu Yin. He looked at Shangu blankly. Join the lost clan? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27-22. Shangu solemnly said, This old man is the Lost Clan's great elder, Shangu. I formally invite you, Xianqi, to join the Lost Clan and become a member of our Lost Clan. Lu Yin had merged with the bodies of many members of the Six Direction Association, and he had also done a lot of research. Although he didn't know much about the Lost Clan, he still knew a few things. It was acknowledged that the Lost Clan was xenophobic, but how xenophobic was it? The Lost Clan could give out cards to outsiders, but they had never given out the identity of their clansmen. This meant that almost no outsider could join the Lost Clan. At least, this was what the information that Lu Yin had gathered so far had recorded. Perhaps some of the information was incomplete and did not record any confidential information, but this also showed how rare it was for outsiders to obtain the identity of a member of the Lost Clan. He had also heard of the name Shangu before. This was an existence that was on par with Dimensional Master, Void Master, Ruler of Wood, and other masters of time and space. He was the leader of the Lost Clan and an expert who had lived for a very long time. He had not expected this old man to be Shangu. It was as if he had met the Void Master in the Void God space. Dangu smiled when he saw Lu Yin's stunned expression. What's wrong? Surprised? Lu Yin laughed dryly. So it's Great Elder Shangu. Of course I'm surprised. I'm just a junior, and I never thought that I would be able to meet the Great Elder one day. Haha, since you were able to draw out the ancient card, this old man naturally wants to meet you. How about it, Xianqi, join my Lost Clan? This is much better than staying in the Void God universe. My Lost Clan will treat you as a distinguished guest. Whatever you want, just tell me. Shanguyu's tone was very gentle. Lu Yin was curious, how can I join the Lost Clan? Shangu pointed to the sky and said, Based on the fact that you can attract the ancient card, this is enough. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. That ancient card appeared suddenly and did not descend. How can Senior be sure that it was me who led it here? Shangu said, If it wasn't you who led him here, why did Young Dark run away? Lu Yin had no rebuttal. Senior, since Junior has joined the Void God universe with the Void Master's permission, I can't leave at will. Otherwise, how is it different from betrayal? Please forgive me, Senior. Shangu asked, If Su Jia agrees, will you be able to join my Lost Clan? Lu Yin was confused. Jia from Jia and Su Jia is the Master Su you speak of? He didn't even tell you his name? That's right, this name is taboo for him and very few people know about it. Shangu suddenly raised his hand and placed it on Lu Yin's shoulder. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to resist, but he forced himself to restrain himself. The person in front of him was on par with the Void Master, and facing someone like this was even more terrifying than facing the three sovereigns. How could he possibly escape? They could only let Shangu do whatever he wanted. An ancient hand pressed down on Lu Yin's shoulder and tore through the void. It didn't take long for him to clearly see his surroundings. Was this the Void God spacetime? However, he had never been to this place before. The richness of the surrounding virtual God power shocked him. The virtual God power took on various forms, similar to the symbol ancestor's ability to create something out of nothing. Su Jia, an old friend, is here. Come out and meet him. Shangu shouted. Lu Yin's expression changed. Senior, are we going to meet the Void Master? Shangu said, Don't you need Su Jia's permission to join my Lost Clan? Then ask him for him face to face. Lu Yin's heart continued to sink. He had only been making an excuse, but he had never expected that Shangu would directly bring him to see the Void Master. This was going to be troublesome. The Void Master knew that Lu Yin had come from the origin space and had come into contact with the Wuqian stone tablet. However, he had not asked much at the Void Gate. Now that they were meeting again in front of Shangu, what would Lu Yin do? For a moment, Lu Yin's thoughts were complicated. Shangu? Why are you here, old man? A familiar voice rang out. It was a man whom Lu Yin had met at the Void Gate. The man was the Void Master. The Void Master appeared and saw Shangu and Lu Yin. He was surprised. Why did you bring this little guy here? Did he get into trouble? Shangu put down his hand and stroked his beard. You and I are friends. Let's not talk nonsense. How about you hand this little guy over to my Lost Clan? The Void Master looked at Shangu. What's the reason? Shangu looked pensive. It's just a little guy. I came here personally and you still want to ask for a reason? It seems like this little guy is really important to you. The Void Master smiled. He's not that important. He's the descendant of an old friend of mine. I have to take care of him. Shangu was curious. Which old friend? First tell me why you want him. Did he offend the Lost Clan or something else? The Void Master was curious. Shangu stared at the Void Master and slowly said, "This kid drew out an ancient card from the upper 3 fragments." The Void Master's expression changed and then he was shocked. An ancient card? You really have an ancient card? Shangu's expression turned ugly. Did you think that my Lost Clan was bragging all along? Nonsense. An ancient card corresponds to our realms. Old man, your strength is terrifying and you're not any weaker than mine. Although Grand Empyreans surpass us, they're still on the same level. After all, we can see the difference between us. But now you're telling me that an ancient card really exists. I'm curious, what realm is above us? Who was the one who left this ancient card behind? Tell me clearly. The Void Master was anxious. Shangu smiled. I'm not lying to you. Reverend Shaoyin and Su Wuwei saw this scene. I believe that this news will soon spread throughout the Six Direction Society. As for your question, I can't answer it. You can only rely on him. The Void Master looked at Lu Yin. Shangu was referring to him. Kid, can you answer my question? The Void Master asked in a daze. Lu Yin was at a loss. This junior doesn't understand. The Void Master looked at Shangu. Shangu's expression was serious. This kid drew out an ancient card. If you want to answer these questions, the ancient card must descend. Perhaps this is the opportunity for the humans to defeat the everlasting tribe. After so many years, no one from your lost clan has drawn out an ancient card. If there is, do you think it won't appear? Do you think that kid Reverend Shaoyin can give my lost clan any face? I've already destroyed the Grand Empyrean's tea party. The Void Master thought about it and agreed. But this kid isn't from your lost clan. How can he draw out a card? Shangu shook his head. I don't know. He then looked at Lu Yin. This kid has always insisted that the card wasn't drawn out by him, but I'm sure it has something to do with him. The Void Master stepped forward and stared at Lu Yin. Kid, tell me. What happened? Being stared at by the Lost Clan and the Void God Spacetime, Lu Yin was under a lot of pressure. He had expected this day to come, but he had not expected it to come so quickly. He had only participated in the upper 3 sections and said a few words, so how had he managed to draw out an ancient card? Under the pressure of the two, he could only tell them what he had said. Of course, he hid the part about killing Reverend Shaoyin and other things that would expose his identity. He focused on his experience and the last inexplicable sentence. He had said those words out of his own heart and had not thought much about it. His experience in the Sixth Mainland had made him think too much, so it was a good time to say it. The Void Master was puzzled by Lu Yin's words. Could he have drawn out an ancient card just by talking? Impossible. He looked at Shangu. Shangu's gaze was strange as he looked at Lu Yin deeply, as if he was looking at an inconceivable person. This gaze made the Void Master feel that Shangu knew something. That's all. I don't know how I drew out an ancient card either. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Shangu retracted his gaze and thought about it. It seems like that ancient card likes you very much. It has nothing to do with what you do. You only need to appear to attract it. Was that so? Lu Yin was doubtful. The Void Master casually pushed Lu Yin a kilometer away and spoke to Shangu with his back facing Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not hear anything at all. He did not know what the two were talking about, but it seemed like they were arguing. After a while, the Void Master waved his hand, and Lu Yin walked over again like a marionette. This feeling was very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. Whether it was the Void Master or Shangu, they could kill him with a single thought. No matter what methods he had, he could not escape. The two looked at Lu Yin. Kid, you must have attracted the ancient card. There's no need to deny it, the Void Master said bluntly. Lu Yin was helpless. But I don't know how. Even if you give me another chance, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to attract it. Shangu said, You really can't attract it. He paused and then added, At least for now you can only attract a small part of it at most. Once you break through to the extreme realm, you will be able to bring down the complete card. So, are you willing to join my lost clan? Su Jia has already agreed. The Void Master stared at Shangu. Don't call me by my name. I'm the Void Master. Shangu shook his head. It's sad that you don't dare to face your own name. The Void Master narrowed his eyes. Shen Qi, you can choose not to join. Shangu smiled. Void Master, your name is actually not bad. The Void Master's expression softened. Lu Yin looked at the two's conversation. They had reached an agreement, so what should he do? His biggest concern now was his identity. However, what Shanggu said just now caught his attention. Both Shaoyin deity and Su Wuwei saw it. This meant that both Shaoyin deity and Su Wuwei were present when the Eternal Darkness card was changed. Did this mean that both of them were staring at him when the Eternal Darkness card fell in front of him? There was a period of time between the appearance of the Ancient card and the appearance of the Eternal Darkness card. During this time, everyone's eyes would be attracted by the Eternal Darkness card and would be staring at him. Then, his disguise would definitely be seen through by the Shaoyin divinity. Would the Shaoyin divinity recognize Lu Yin's appearance? Lu Yin kept thinking. If the Shaoyin divinity recognized him, Xian Qi's identity would be useless. If not, what would his disguise mean to the Shaoyin divinity? Lu Yin curled his fingers. If he had known this would happen, he would not have gone to the Lost Clan. He now felt that he had been completely exposed. Shanggu and the Void Master looked at Lu Yin. Xian Qi, it's up to you to choose. Lu Yin hesitated. On one hand, he was worried about whether the Shaoyin divinity could see through his disguise. On the other hand, he was considering the situation in front of him. If the Shaoyin divinity saw through his disguise, joining the Lost Clan could be a way to restrain him. The more valuable he was to the Lost Clan, the more the Shaoyin divinity could not touch him. Is your hesitation related to your identity in the origin space? Shanggu suddenly asked. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll add more chapters, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27-23. Lu Yin suddenly raised his head and looked at Shanggu. He subconsciously looked at Void Master, feeling a little nervous. Void Master said, the Six Direction Society's attitude towards the origin space originates from the reincarnation spacetime. The reincarnation spacetime has influenced most of the Six Direction Society, but only most of them. The Lost Tribe cannot be influenced because they have never come into contact with the origin space. Lu Yin was shocked. Never come into contact with it? Shanggu stroked his beard. It seems like you are really hesitating because of the origin space's avatar. My Lost Tribe has never come into contact with the origin space's sect above. The arrogance and dominance of the sect above have nothing to do with us. When we came into contact with the reincarnation spacetime and the wood spacetime, your sect above the origin space had already been destroyed. Thus, my Lost Tribe does not care about your identity. Void Master also said, the one who cares is actually the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin was puzzled. Void Master and Lu Yin looked at each other. For some reason, the Grand Empyrean has a lot of opinions about your primogenitor. This attitude affected the reincarnation spacetime. Thus, when the origin space was destroyed, those who followed the Grand Empyrean tried to smear the origin space. Among them, the Grand Empyrean was the one who did the most. Some people thought that the more they were dissatisfied with the origin space, the more they smeared the origin space, the more they would be appreciated by the Grand Empyrean. This was their initial thought, but as time passed, no matter what kind of thought it would be deeply rooted. Now, most of the Six Direction Society is dissatisfied with the origin space and even hostile. Time is a terrifying weapon, it can change a group of people's thoughts. To be honest, I look down on people like the Grand Empyrean. They can't defeat the everlasting race, so they blame the sect above the origin space for not helping them. It's just like blaming others for not helping you when you can't defeat them. Childish. Lu Yin understood. No wonder Senior didn't care about my identity at the Void Gate. Void Master said, Wu Tian and I are good friends, why would we be hostile to the origin space? However, I am curious, what is your identity in the origin space? With your age, cultivation and skills, you are very unusual. I wanted to check before but I forgot. Shanggu also looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He couldn't hide in front of these two. Junior Lu Yin greets the two seniors. Shanggu was not surprised, but the Void Master was surprised. You are the current Dao Master of the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin? Lu Yin said, it is my honor to be remembered by the Empyrean. Shanggu was puzzled. There are still heavenly sects in the origin space? The Ethereal Master exclaimed, you don't care about the outside world, so the origin space doesn't bother you. Of course you don't know. This little guy in front of you is not simple. His name has already reached my ears. The Void Master knew a little about Lu Yin. With the Void Master's status, it was only natural that he knew about Lu Yin's legendary past. Shanggu was also surprised by these experiences. After hearing the Void Master's words, Shangu looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Shenqi, no Lu Yin, your experience is even more wonderful than mine. Lu Yin bitterly replied, if I had a choice I wouldn't have gone through all of this. It's all due to luck that I was able to survive until now. He heaved a sigh of relief. Judging from the attitudes of these two, they shouldn't be hostile towards him. One had never come into contact with the Above Heaven sect, while the other was good friends with Wu Tian. Not everyone in the Six Directions sect viewed them as enemies. If it were God Shaoyin, Lord Luo, and even Master Wei, they would have attacked him directly. In that case, only the God of Wood's attitude was unclear. Void Master stared at Lu Yin. You are the Path Master of the Above Heaven sect. Why did you hide your identity and join the Void God universe? To avenge your Lu family, you should go to God Shaoyin. Lu Yin had already thought of an answer to this question. He knew that once his identity was exposed, he would definitely face this problem. The Path Master of the Above Heaven sect was one identity, and the son of the Lu family was another. Shangu didn't understand the enmity between Lu Yin and God Shaoyin. The Void Master didn't mention that Lu Yin was from the Lu family, and Shangu didn't know much about the origin space. Lu Yin looked solemn. Among the Six Directions sect, I can only join the Wood Dimension and the Void God universe. The Reincarnation Dimension has a grudge against me, the Lost Family is xenophobic, and the Three Monarchs Dimensions are plotting to invade the origin space. The Ultra Dimension is not good at cultivation, so I chose to join the Void God universe. Then what about the Wood Dimension? Why didn't you go? You passed the Void Gate and joined the Void God universe. You are very enthusiastic. Void Master said. Although he didn't care about Lu Yin's identity, he didn't want Lu Yin to use the Void God universe. Lu Yin had no choice but to tell Void Master that Su Wuwei recognized his disguise. If I go to the Wood Dimension and face Senior Wood Carving, I may not be able to explain it. I have already explained it to Senior Su Wuwei, so I am more willing to join the Void God universe. Void Master understood. No wonder you didn't ask me to be your master, nor did you let Su Wuwei be your master. You were afraid that I would ask and Su Wuwei would be wary of you. Then, in the matter of revenge, what is the position of the Void God universe in your heart? Lu Yin didn't hesitate. Not an enemy, not a use. Void Master smiled faintly. Obviously he didn't believe it, but he didn't pursue it. Senior, why does the Great Heavenly Venerable have a problem with the ancestor? Lu Yin asked Void Master, not only to change the topic, but also to know the contradiction between the two. Was it a deadly hatred or just a dispute of ideas? If it was a deadly hatred, his attitude towards the Reincarnation Dimension would change. In the past, he hated the Reincarnation Dimension for helping the four-way balance to banish the Lu family, and the real source was Divine Master Shaoyin. Now he wanted to see if the source was Divine Master Shaoyin. Void Master shook his head. I don't know. What God should know. He is Old Gu of the Six Directions Union, second only to the Great Heavenly Venerable. He has participated in many wars in the origin space. He must know. Wood God was the master of wood. Lu Yin asked, what is Senior Wood God's attitude towards the origin space? Void Master and Shangu looked at each other. We used to be friends, but now I don't know. Void Master replied. Lu Yin saluted. Thank you for telling me. Shangu said, since the identity problem is solved now. He was about to ask Lu Yin to join the Lost Clan, but suddenly remembered that Lu Yin was now the Taoist master of the origin space. Regardless of cultivation, Lu Yin was comparable to them in status. He felt it was wrong to ask a Taoist master to join the Lost Clan. Void Master looked at Shangu with amusement. Lu Yin was helpless. Thank you for your kindness, but I have to be responsible for the origin space. Shangu sighed. I don't know what to say. Void Master said, rejoice. This boy represents the Lu family to take revenge. If he joins the Lost Clan, what will you do when you face the Great Heavenly Venerable in the future? Shangu said calmly, so be it. What else can we do? You are very confident. Void Master praised. Lu Yin said seriously, don't worry Void Master. If I really face the reincarnation spacetime one day, I will not implicate the Void Master. Spacetime. Void Master laughed. Do you really think I'm afraid of the reincarnation spacetime? Not afraid. Shangu asked. Void Master pointed at Lu Yin. As long as he is in the Void God spacetime, I can guarantee that this boy will be fine. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. You are so domineering. Shangu shook his head. I'm just coaxing a child. With this boy's strength, he will at most offend people like Divine Master Shaoyin. Why would you care about Divine Master Shaoyin? If he angers the great heavenly venerable one day and runs to the void god spacetime, I'll see what you can do. I'll try. Void Master did not care. Lu Yin felt that he had one more way out. The biggest gain today was to confirm the attitude of the void god spacetime in the Lost Clan. His enemy was not the entire Six Direction sect, but only a small group of people. Shan Gu opened his hand, and there was a word made of strange metal in his palm, Shan. Take this single word command order. Lu Yin took it, puzzled. Shan Gu said, it's impossible for you to join the Lost Clan. Since that's the case, you can just be an extraterritorial clansman. This single word token can prove your identity. If something happens to you one day, my Lost Clan will try to protect you. He knew very well what it meant to be an enemy of the reincarnation spacetime. He was worried about Lu Yin, but also admired him. As an extreme master, it was rare to admire a young man like Lu Yin. Lu Yin bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior. If I break through the extreme master one day, I will go to the Lost Clan to get the ancient card. Shan Gu nodded. It's good that you have this intention. The help brought by the ancient card is not only for the Lost Clan, but also for all the humans in this universe. When an existence beyond the extreme master realm appears, the eternal clan is nothing. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Yes, if there was such a person, how different was he from the creator? What was the eternal clan? And this? Shan Gu hesitated for a moment and took out a card. Eternal darkness? Lu Yin blurted out. Void Master was shocked. 7-star Archean card? The two looked at Shan Gu, not understanding what he was going to do. Shan Gu said helplessly, I can't let anyone know that you have something to do with the arrival of the ancient card. So, this eternal darkness is still yours. This card came from the Lost Clan. It was an ownerless card and Shan Gu could get it. It was reasonable to say that these ownerless cards could be given to others, but the Lost Clan's rule was that they could get the card themselves. If they couldn't get it, they could exchange it for another card when their cultivation increased. Not everyone could exchange for a good card. For example, Dan Jing wanted a 7-star Archean card, but he couldn't get it. Lu Yin had obtained Eternal Darkness, but it was pushed away by the ancient card. Now that the ancient card had not appeared, the Lost Clan could give him Eternal Darkness or not. Now, they gave it to him to prevent others from knowing that he had something to do with the arrival of the ancient card. Lu Yin took the card excitedly. No matter what the reason was, the value of this card was endless. A 7-star Archean card was equivalent to Shan Gu's realm, and Shan Gu was comparable to Void Master. This meant that as long as he became the owner of this card, even if an progenitor was dragged in, the possibility of him coming out alive was not high. The Lost Clan was really a mysterious clan. The Eternal Darkness card felt no different from the Hidden Mountain card, but it could kill an progenitor. Shan Gu could tell Void Master that he was the one who pulled out the ancient card. Their friendship was not ordinary. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27-24. After obtaining the Perpetual Darkness card, Lu Yin returned the Zhongshan card to Shan Gu. Whether it's Perpetual Darkness or the Zhongshan card, they are all life to the Lost Clansmen. Shen-Chi, I hope you can respect this card, Shan Gu said seriously. Lu Yin replied solemnly, rest assured, Senior, I will definitely do it. Void Master was envious. You're really lucky, kid. The power of a 7-star archaic card should not be inferior to Shan Gu's Heavenly King card. Once you use it, there won't be many people in the Six Direction Society who can match you. Lu Yin asked, how can I use it? The Zhongshan card only corresponded to the emissary level, so he could use it as soon as he obtained it. However, this Perpetual Darkness card obviously could not be used casually. Shan Gu replied seriously, if you want to use Perpetual Darkness, you'd better raise your cultivation to a higher level. Even if you don't reach the level of an ultimate powerhouse, you should at least reach the level of an ultimate powerhouse. Otherwise, even if an enemy is dragged into Perpetual Darkness, without your cooperation, it will be easy to escape. A card is equivalent to life, but it is only a support. The person is always the master. No matter how strong a card is, it must be coordinated by its master, and Perpetual Darkness is the same. Try it yourself. The first person who enters the card is its master. It won't do anything to you, but it won't be easy to use it. Lu Yin nodded and solemnly put away the Perpetual Darkness card. From now on, he would have another trump card, but he really needed to find time to familiarize himself with it. Alright, we finished our discussion. You can leave now. Void Master urged and then looked at Luin. Kid, I'd like to see how you will avenge the Lu family. Although the Void God universe does not hate the Genesis space, we will not help you against the Six Direction Society. Humans cannot have civil wars anymore. Many people had said this before. Civil wars would only benefit the Eternals. I understand, Luin replied. Wait, there's something I forgot. Void Master seemed to remember something and looked at Shangu. Do you remember Xiaoyin's suggestion? Shangu frowned. Let the Genesis space become one of the endless battlefields. Luin was shocked. What? The Void Master looked at him and said, You didn't hear wrongly. The Xiaoyin Supreme God suggested to make the origin space one of the endless battlefields. Once this suggestion succeeds, you will be in deep trouble. Think of a way to solve this problem. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with murderous intent, as he had never expected Xiaoyin divinity to be so vicious. Lu Yin was well aware of how terrifying the endless battlefield was, as it had used a special method to connect 62 parallel space-time continuums with the Eternals. This had forced the Eternals to focus most of their forces on this battlefield. The Hexagon Society and the Everlasting Race were fighting in the boundless battlefield. The parallel universes here were all battlefields and it was hard to survive. Once the primordial space became one of the boundless battlefields, the Everlasting Race would swarm in, and so would the Hexagon Society. When that happened, the Fifth Mainland and the Starry Sky Tree would become a battlefield. How would the people there survive? Fighting would make the entire origin space the most unsuitable place for living. The Xiaoyin Supreme God is so vicious. Lu Yin clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He rarely wanted to kill someone so badly. The endless battlefield needs to be expanded, or else it will be difficult to fight against the Everlasting Race. This is for the sake of the Hexagon Society's 6 parallel universes. It is selfish, but this is how the universe works. Only the fittest survive. Right now, there are people in the 62 parallel universes who can stop the Everlasting Race on their own. If any of our Hexagon Society's parallel universes have a problem, we will find the strongest person in the endless battlefield to come out. Fill in the gaps. You are from the primordial space, so you think that he is vicious. In fact, most of the Hexagon Society will agree. Luin understood. Senior, how will Xiaoyin's Supreme God's suggestion be realized? Shangu said, More than half of the Hexagon Society's leaders agree. How many of them agree? Luin asked. The Void Master looked at Shangu, who shook his head. My lost clan is against the Xiaoyin Supreme God's suggestion. I haven't agreed either, the Void Master said. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the Void Master shook his head. Don't think too much. It is hard for you to reject. First of all, the Grand Empyrean will agree. In fact, there is no need for the Grand Empyrean to agree. To a certain extent, the 3 sovereigns can make decisions on behalf of the Grand Empyrean. The reincarnation spacetime has agreed to Xiaoyin Supreme God's suggestion. The hyperspace's dimensional lord and the 3 sovereigns universes Luo Jun have agreed. Only the Wood universe's Wood deity is left. I don't know if the Wood deity will agree or not. You can't know unless you have a way to find him. Don't count on us, we can't find him. You can only wait for the result. Lu Yin frowned. The 3 sovereigns universes Luo Shan also agreed? What's so strange about that? The 3 sovereigns universe is too weak. The reincarnation spacetime will agree to anything, the Void Master said matter-of-factly. Lu Yin pondered. Luo Shan must be unwilling. Otherwise, why would he try so hard to open up that channel? Wouldn't that be the same as pulling the 3 sovereigns universe into the endless battlefield? He had always wanted to make the primordial space the next 3 sovereigns universe. He should not have agreed. It seemed that something had changed. When did Luo Shan agree? Luin asked. The Void Master said, not long ago. Now, everyone's agreement is just wishful thinking. The Xiaoyin divinity is canvassing for votes. As long as he can ensure that more than half of them agree, he will formally ask the Grand Empyrean. Only then will there be a result. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. If it was not considered a formal result, there was still a chance. What you can do now is to determine the Wood deity's attitude, but it will be difficult for you to find him. You can only wait for the result, the Void Master said. Lu Yin looked at Shangu. All this time, the Grand Empyrean has forbidden anyone from entering the primordial space without permission. Why would he agree to the Xiaoyin divinity's proposal? We don't know. We're just telling you so that you can be prepared. You can't stop the Xiaoyin divinity's proposal now. Alright, go back. the Void Master said. Lu Yin hoped that Shan Gu and the Void Master could help him, but this was not a battle. For other parallel universes, the reincarnation universe was obviously more valuable. Lu Yin left and was thrown to the Red Domain by the Void Master. What happened to the Lost Tribe shocked the Six Paths Society. Lu Yin obtaining the 7-star Eternal Darkness card should have been the most sensational news, but it was overshadowed by the Ancient card. The Lost Tribe had always claimed that they had an Ancient card, but their Grand Elder Shan Gu did not even have one. Shan Gu was the ruler of spacetime, and if he really had an Ancient card, it meant that there was a realm beyond the Extreme Realm. This was something that not even the Grand Empyrean had come into contact with, so no one believed it. Now, however, the appearance of the Ancient card shook the world. The Shaoyin divinity had seen it with his own eyes, and it brought about an unparalleled shock. Everyone was guessing what was above the Extreme Realm. Was there really a god? A god to cultivators? Over the next period, many Extreme Realm powerhouses visited the Lost Tribe to find out more about the Ancient card. They wanted to know who had lured the Ancient card down, but they had failed. The Lost Tribe was xenophobic, and they had become even more so. They had sealed off the entire tribe and did not say a word to outsiders. The more they did not say anything, the more certain people were that the Ancient card had descended. Many people said that the Lost Tribe might surpass the reincarnation universe, and that Shan Gu would replace the Grand Empyrean as the leader of the Six Paths Society. The Lost Tribe was bustling with activity, and the Red Domain was similarly lively. Su Wuji stared blankly at the Eternal Darkness card in Lu Yin's hand, almost drooling. This is the 7-star Ancient card? Lu Yin was pleased. Yes, this is Eternal Darkness. He wanted to proclaim that with Eternal Darkness in his hand, the Ancient card had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain Eternal Darkness when the Ancient card appeared. As for Eternal Darkness and the Ancient card appearing at about the same time, it would arouse some suspicions. However, Lu Yin had already taken out Eternal Darkness, so even if there were suspicions, no one would think that he had another Ancient card. That was impossible, as even Shan Gu did not have 2 cards. Various sources speculated that the person who had lured the Ancient card was a member of the Lost Tribe. Can I touch it? Su Wuwei was envious. Lu Yin pursed his lips and took out a box from his cosmic ring. This is small. Senior Fangyi asked me to bring it to you. Su Wuji took the box and placed it in his cosmic ring without even looking at it. Let me touch the Eternal Darkness card. Don't worry, I won't steal it. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. The texture is the same. What's there to touch? Su Wuji longed for it. That's a 7-star archaic card. If the Ancient card did not appear, then yours would be the strongest card. As long as you use it well, even I would die if I went in. Shenshi, you're too lucky. How did the Lost Tribe allow you to bring it out? Speaking of this, Lu Yin felt a lingering fear. Everyone came out except for me. Fortunately, the Lost Tribe kept their word and did not force me to hand over Eternal Darkness. Not only that, but they also recognized me as a member of the Lost Tribe. He then took out a 1-word token. Su Wuji's eyes widened. A 1-word token? You know it? You're too lucky, kid. This is a 1-word token. You're not just a member of the Lost Tribe. To a certain extent, you're even more of a member of the Lost Tribe. If anything happens to you, the Lost Tribe will help you. Is that so? The Grand Elder did not tell me. Su Wuji was about to go crazy with jealousy. Su Heng and Su Lung came to ask about Lu Yin's situation. Su Heng had personally witnessed Lu Yin being sealed on Levitating Island and could not be taken away. Not long after, Lord Gan arrived. This was Lu Yin's biggest headache. Fortunately, Lord Gan did not continue to invite Lu Yin to the Wood Dimension. Instead, he asked about the Eternal Darkness card. Many people wanted to get clues about the Ancient card from Lu Yin, but Lu Yin said that he did not know anything. Right now, Xian Qi's status in the Six Direction Society was growing higher and higher. Putting aside the fact that he had the backing of several extreme experts, just the Eternal Darkness card alone was enough to put him on par with any extreme expert. Everyone knew that once he reached the level of an extreme expert, with the help of the Eternal Darkness card, he would be able to look down on everyone else. Even if he was also an extreme expert, there weren't many who could fight him. Even if Xian Qi was slightly weaker than Shan Gu, he would not be too far off. More importantly, he was exceptionally talented in the cultivation of Void God's force. No one knew what Xian Qi's peak would be, but it was certain that he would reach the level of an extreme powerhouse. At this point, he already had the influence of an extreme powerhouse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27-25. Everyone sent people to the Red Domain to congratulate him, including the three saints of the reincarnation universe. Yuan Qianan brought Yuan Sheng's congratulations. Jiang Xiaodao brought Jiang Sheng's congratulations. The little food saint came, and Lu Yin quickly ran away to prevent him from finding him. Gong Yu brought Gong Sheng's congratulations. Xiaogu brought Xiao Yin's congratulations. Wood Universe, Ultra Universe and everyone else came to congratulate him. This was a rare occasion. Xian Qi's name completely exploded at this moment. Anyone who mentioned him felt like they were talking about an extremely strong person. Chen Le came and brought the congratulations of the three monarchs. From now on I will also call you brother. Do you mind, brother Xian Qi? Chen Le smiled. Lu Yin smiled and welcomed Chen Lu into the Red Domain. Su Wuji had already left, and Lu Yin was the one who welcomed the congratulations. It's an honor, Senior Chen Lu. Please come in. In the clock tower, Lu Yin left everyone and talked to Chen Lu alone. Did you talk to Governor Gan? Lu Yin asked. Chen Lu said, I went to the Lost Clan to observe the first 3 sections and wanted to test him, but I didn't dare to be too obvious. It seems like he invited you to catch a spy. Lu Yin said, I hope so. I don't want to be targeted by Mr. Daheng. Chen Lu was envious. Even if you are targeted, it doesn't matter. You have the Eternal Darkness card and are from the Lost Clan. Mr. Daheng won't dare to do anything to you. But if my identity is exposed, it will be different. Lu Yin said. Chen Lu nodded. There's something strange. Do you still remember the passage that connects the 3 monarchs to your origin space? Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. What's wrong? Luo Shan wants to use it again? Chen Lu nodded. Yes, but he doesn't want to open it. He wants to seal it. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and was not surprised. You don't find it strange? Chen Lu was puzzled. Lu Yin did not answer. Instead he said, how does Luo Shan want to seal it? Chen Lu said, it is said that he asked a heavenly master from the reincarnation universe who is good at setting up source box arrays to set up an array here. Even if the origin space is opened, it can't be opened here. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Void Master was right. Luo Shan had promised Xiao Yin that he would bring the origin space into the endless battlefield. Otherwise, why would he seal the passage? The passageway was sealed to ensure that the 3 monarchs' space-time were not connected to the boundless battlefield. But why did Luo Shan agree? To him, the value of the primordial space was immeasurable. He had always wanted the primordial space. In his heart, perhaps the primordial space was already his. He should not have agreed to Xiao Yin's suggestion. What did Supreme Divinity Xiao Yin offer to make Luo Shan agree? Has the Xiao Yin divinity visited your spacetime recently? Lu Yin asked. Chen Lu shook his head. I didn't see him. Lu Yin frowned. Have you found out where the Star Sovereign clansmen are? Chen Li's expression turned ugly. This is a secret, I can't ask Lord Luo directly. You can go back first. Lu Yin said. Chen Lu was curious. Did something happen? Lu Yin looked at him. I'll tell you when it's time. Luo Shan is very smart and if you know, it'll be easy for you to expose yourself. Chen Lu said, no, I rarely interact with Lord Luo. Go back, Lu Yin said coldly. Chen Lu frowned and stared at Lu Yin's back before leaving. The two of them were in a relationship where they used each other. Lu Yin did not consider Chen Li's feelings at all. There were some things that needed to be done, and he could not let the origin space become an endless battlefield. Soon, Lu Yin announced that he would go into seclusion to study the Eternal Darkness card. Everyone understood that he would study such a card as soon as he got it. 3 Monarchs Universe, Upper Monarch Starfield, Mu Residence. Curses were constantly heard and some people flew out and hit the ground coughing up blood. Get lost, all of you get lost. Many people retreated in fear, their faces pale. In the courtyard, Luo Zhang's eyes were red, and he was panting heavily. This trip to the Lost Clan had made him lose face. It was actually a 1-star seasonal card. What he had attracted was actually a 1-star seasonal card, which was the worst among all the cards of the Lost Clan. In comparison, the 7-star immemorial card that Xian Qi had attracted was the best among all the cards of the Lost Clan. Bastard, bastard. Many people in the outside world compared him to Xian Qi. One was the worst and the other was the best. This difference made him want to vomit blood. He felt that everyone was laughing at him, and even his father told him to get lost and not to go out and embarrass himself. Xian Qi, Xian Qi. Luo Zhang roared. In the distance, old lady Mu frowned, and the silver needle in her hand pierced out, completing an embroidery. How many is it? The servant replied, the fifth. Old lady Mu looked in Luo Zhang's direction. In order to vent his anger, he had already killed 5 people. This time there were too many people and he was really angry. It was no wonder that one was the worst and the other was the best, but that person was the one he hated the most. Let him be. Old lady Mu said and continued to embroider. After some time the people around fell down. Old lady Mu suddenly looked up in a direction and there Lu Yin walked out. It's you? Old lady Mu's expression was gloomy. Lu Yin looked at old lady Mu and said slowly, I need all the information about Mu Jun no matter how big or small. Not long after, Lu Yin appeared in Luo Zhang's courtyard. Luo Zhang's eyes were red, and he looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Shenqi? Why are you here? Lu Yin didn't talk nonsense. He took a step forward and disappeared again along with Luo Zhang. In the distance, old lady Mu was still embroidering. The 3 monarchs' universe was about to change. Under the eternal kingdom a figure fell. It was Luo Zhang. Mu Jun looked at him in surprise. Zonger? Luo Zhang was dizzy. When he heard Mu Jun's voice he turned around. Mother? Zhang, are you? Mu Jun was about to speak when Lu Yin appeared behind Luo Zhang. It's time for you to be reunited. Mu Jun stared at Lu Yin, her eyes flashing. Luo Zhang turned around and looked at Lu Yin in a daze. Shenqi, you captured my mother? I'm sorry to have separated you for so long, Lu Yin said calmly. Who are you? Zhang? Mu Jun shouted. Luo Zhang turned around to look at Mu Jun. Mu Jun's expression was gloomy. Don't speak. Luo Zhang opened his mouth. Mother, listen to your mother, Lu Yin said. He looked at Mu Jun. Have you thought it through? Mu Jun stared at Lu Yin. What do you want me to do? Lu Yin waved his hand and Luo Zhang was sent flying. He slammed into the ground, and the air of death was everywhere. Mu Jun's expression changed. Stop. It seems like you care about your son, but if he doesn't care about other people's lives, then I don't care about his either, Lu Yin said slowly. Mu Jun glared at Lu Yin. If anything happens to Zhang, I won't help you at all. Lu Yin laughed. Then let's see if your family triumphs over your selfishness, or if your selfishness triumphs over your family. I'll bet with you that you'll help me. Luo Zhang fainted on the ground, and the aura of death slowly dissipated. It slowly entered his nose and into his body. Mu Jun's face was pale. Shenqi, I can help you, but let him go. Don't let anything happen to him and I'll help you with anything. Lu Yin sighed. What kind of person is Luo Shan? How strong is he? Tell me. Bring Zhang here first, Mu Jun said. Lu Yin looked at her coldly. You have no right to bargain with me. Mu Jun gritted her teeth. Luo Shan is a hypocrite and everything about him is a disguise. His strength is fake, and the respect he received from the Grand Empyreans is fake as well. Everything is fake in order to preserve the space-time continuum of the 3 sovereigns. This is Luo Shan. Coming out from the void world was just a show. So what someone told me before was true? Lu Yin asked. Mu Jun's answer was exactly the same as Qin Li's. When he had told Mu Jun about Qin Li's words, Mu Jun had mocked him and said that it could not be false. Now she was telling him the truth. Mu Jun sighed helplessly and nodded. Lu Yin waved his hand and pulled Luo Zhang over, waking him up. Luo Zhang coughed as the death energy entered his body and devoured his sovereign's aura, making it impossible for him to use his strength. He opened his blurry eyes and looked around. Luo Zhang, take a good look. This is your mother, Lu Yin said. Luo Zhang suddenly opened his eyes and glared at him. Shenqi, what do you want? Shenqi, let him go. I beg you, Mu Jun pleaded. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he praised. You're an extreme powerhouse, yet you're begging me. Luo Zhang, you should thank your mother. She did her best to save you. Otherwise you would not be in this state. Luo Zhang's eyes turned red. Shenqi, who are you? Mu Jun shouted. Zhang, don't be rude. Luo Zhang panted heavily. He had never thought that there would be a day when his life would fall into this person's hands. How could it be this person? Who was this person? He remembered the first time they met at the 6 Direction training ground. That person had been standing beside Luo Zhang. Everyone had said that this person was gifted. The more they said this, the more jealous he became. He wanted to make this person disappear one day. He had never dreamed that he would fall into this person's hands. Even his mother, a sovereign powerhouse, had fallen into this person's hands and was begging this person. Who was this person? With a bang, blood stained the ground. This sudden scene stunned Mujun. Luozong was even more stunned. His face was covered in blood as he slowly lowered his head. His right arm had been shattered. Intense pain swept through his nerves. He stared blankly at Lu Yin. Why? Mujun shouted, Xianqi, what are you doing? Lu Yin laughed. Mujun, weren't you the one who asked me to do this? Mujun shouted, I've told you everything I should tell you. Why did you hurt Zonger? Lu Yin smiled. I admire the three sovereigns. No, I admire you and Luo Shan. I really admire you. When did you come up with this lie? When the Six Direction Association was first established? Or when you became an extreme powerhouse? What nonsense am I talking about? Mujun glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged. I don't mind telling you. The one who said that Luo Zong was a hypocrite and that he was not strong was Chen Lu. When I asked you this, you guessed that someone from the three sovereigns spacetime had betrayed you. However, this was a lie that you and Luo Shan had made. In order to cover up this lie, you lied to everyone and were even willing to sacrifice this pitiful Luo Zong. If you didn't use Luo Zong to force me, how could I believe that you were telling the truth? Your words were exactly the same as Chen Li's, which made it easier for me to believe you. However, what Chen Lu knew was a lie that you had made. As for me, I wanted to see if you were really willing to sacrifice your son. Lu Yin bent down and looked into Mujun's eyes. I have to say, you are really willing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27-26. Luo Zong stared blankly at Mujun, not daring to believe Lu Yin's words. Mujun paled. I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. Lu Yin straightened up. I should believe you. My son is facing death, and I know about Luo Shan's plan with Divinity Shaoyin. I should believe you. No matter how I look at it, you have no reason to lie to me and protect Luo Shan. However, from what I know about you, including from when you were young, I can confirm that you don't care about Luo Zong. You don't care about anyone. Nonsense. Mujun roared. Lu Yin spoke and revealed many things about Mujun, especially about when she was young. Mujun's face paled as she listened. Many things showed what kind of person she was. She was indifferent to family, scheming, and vicious. Let me think about it. If you want to keep Luo Shan's secret under such circumstances, there are only two possibilities. Lu Yin stared at Mujun. First, he's using some method to control you. You can also say that you're his puppet. If I ask you to betray him, it's the same as asking him to betray himself. Naturally, it's impossible. Mujun was furious and her gaze was fierce. Second, you're sure that he can save you, Lu Yin said slowly. Mujun's expression was still as fierce as before, but this expression made Lu Yin even more certain that it was the second possibility. You're doing your best not to reveal any flaws, but it's hard for people to completely control themselves. Even an extreme powerhouse can't completely control their emotions. You're deliberately pretending. That's the second possibility, right? Lu Yin moved closer. Mujun smiled with mockery and disdain. You're the same as Luo Shan. Lu Yin did not understand. Mujun laughed. You're both suspicious. I've already told you the truth, but you're only following your own conjectures. If that's the case, why ask me? The more suspicious you are, the more it proves that you're weak. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Another of Luo Zhang's arms shattered and he screamed. Mujun's expression darkened. Xianqi, I've already told you everything. If you don't believe me, just kill him. He's never offended you. If you want to kill him, then do it. Why torture him? Lu Yin waved his hand, and Luo Zhang's body trembled. Luo Zhang's eyes filled with disbelief as he slowly fell to the ground. Luo Zhang never thought that he would die. With Mujun here, he should not have died. He was so close to Mujun, yet he still died? He died so quickly, and the last thing he heard before he died was Mujun's, kill him directly. Mujun did not expect Lu Yin to be so decisive. She stared blankly at Luo Zhang's corpse, unable to react for a moment. Lu Yin was indifferent. You're next. Your nonsense is useless other than stalling for time. I'll ask you again, what kind of person is Luo Shan? Mujun looked at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Her son had died and she should hate Lu Yin to the core. However, at this moment, the depths of her eyes were not filled with killing intent or hatred. Instead, they were filled with anxiety, anger, and the fear of death. Do you still have any illusions? I know what kind of person you are. Although Luo Zong is your son, you've never cared about him. He doesn't care about other people's lives and he killed 5 just to vent his anger. You, on the other hand, don't care about his life either. Whether he lives or dies is just the standard you use to measure me. Now I've given you that standard. Mu Jun stared deeply at Lu Yin. Mu Qi betrayed me. Mu Qi was matriarch Mu. Lu Yin nodded. Not exactly. She knew of my existence back then. She knew the moment I captured you, but she did not tell Luo Shan. At that time I found it strange. What? Even if she was afraid that Luo Shan would implicate her, this matter concerns your life and death. The Mu family will prosper because of you. She must know that even Luo Zong might not be able to help the Mu family prosper. She should be the one who wants you to live the most. Now I know. She would rather you die. If you die, perhaps the Mu family will continue to prosper because of Luo Zong. Perhaps it won't. Even if it weakens, she would rather you die because you are essentially the same type of people. When I first met Matriarch Mu, she was also venting her anger. She stained her embroidery with human blood. When she captured Luo Zong, she was also venting her anger. Speaking of this, Lu Yin frowned. You people never take human lives seriously. In Matriarch Mu's heart, she knows very well that she is the same as the maid she killed. Once you no longer need her, she will be killed by you to vent your anger. This feeling of struggling on the edge of life and death is very painful. The more painful it is, the more she likes to kill. It is as if the dead can replace her. Mu Jun, how many lives have you ignored because of your anger? Mu Jun's eyes flickered. She met Lu Yin's gaze and did not refute. Lu Yin was right. Mu Qi and Luo Zong had all learned from her. Too many innocent lives had died in her hands. They had long lost count. From the bottom of their hearts, they did not care about human lives. Even Luo Zong had no place in her heart. He was just a puppet for outsiders to see, a puppet to gain the trust of others. If Lu Yin had not looked for Matriarch Mu to confirm Mu Jun's character, he would not have thought that such a vicious heart was hidden under such a beautiful face. He would not have doubted Mu Jun's words when Luo Zong was facing death. Fortunately, he had confirmed it. The reason why Matriarch Mu had not told Luo Shan about it back then had planted a trace of doubt in his heart. Luo Zong and Matriarch Mu's indifference to human lives also made him feel that something was wrong. In the end, it was all because of Mu Jun. She was the one who truly did not care about human lives. Mu Jun closed her eyes. If you win, I can tell you everything about Luo Shan and the 3 monarch spacetimes. I can also help you deal with Luo Shan and the others. I will submit to you in exchange for my freedom. After all, I am an extreme powerhouse and I am useful to you. If it was before looking for Matriarch Mu, Lu Yin had indeed thought of making Mu Jun submit to him. He had looked for Mu Jun many times with this goal in mind. It was better to have an extreme powerhouse under his command. But now that he understood this woman's character, he could not let her stay. The credibility of her words would also be reduced. All right, Lu Yin said. Mu Jun stared at Lu Yin. How can I believe you? The divine seal catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head. Golden light shone through the deathly aura and spread out, covering the entire eternal kingdom. Everyone looked at the ground and the golden light, bowing their heads in worship. Lu Yin stood under the divine seal catalog and was illuminated by the golden light. He looked like a god. Mu Jun recognized it. She had seen the golden light descend from the ground before, and she had felt that there were extreme powerhouses fighting in the eternal kingdom. Is this your innate gift? Lu Yin said, the divine seal catalog can help extreme powerhouses ascend to godhood. The target must agree completely or the ascension will fail. Mu Jun, if you want me to believe in you, then you will succeed. Otherwise I will kill you. Once I succeed, I can borrow the power of the sealed powerhouse to fight. It doesn't matter if it's 1, 10, or 100. As long as I succeed, I can borrow their power. Unless the sealed powerhouse dies and their power projection disappears, I will not lose an extreme powerhouse for nothing. The power of a powerhouse. Mu Jun was shocked and her body trembled. Borrowing the power of an extreme powerhouse? 1, 10, or 100 of them. How was this possible? How could there be such an abnormal gift? What kind of power could do this? She looked at the 2 figures in the divine seal catalog. Could this person already borrow the power of 2 extreme powerhouses? In order to make Mu Jun believe in him, Lu Yin had used the power of the ancestor in Lu Yun. Mu Jun believed him. The power of 2 extreme powerhouses couldn't lie. If you die, my power will also disappear, so I will not harm you. This is the only way for you to believe in me. If you want me to believe in you, then you must be willing to become a god. Otherwise, I will turn you to ashes right now. From now on, there will be no more Mu Jun in this world. Not even a Grand Empyrean can save you. Lu Yin's voice was mighty and divine. Mu Jun's eyes flickered as she stared blankly. She hadn't expected such a thing to happen. All her plans had failed. If she was willing, it would come from the heart. Once there was a scheme, how could she be willing? You only have one chance. Mu Jun, are you willing to become a god? Lu Yin asked. Mu Jun took a deep breath and slowly lowered her head, struggling. Lu Yin knew that this woman definitely had other ideas, but none of them could be hidden from the God-sealing catalog. As long as she wanted to scheme against him, there was no way she would be willing to be sealed as a god. Once she failed in her attempt, he would truly exterminate her. Mu Jun suddenly looked up at Lu Yin. What about me? Once you become a god? What will happen to me? Lu Yin looked down from above. You will be fine. You won't be controlled? Mu Jun stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin said, No, I swear on my name. You can only believe in me. Mu Jun, are you willing to become a god? Mu Jun's breathing grew heavier and her face flushed red. She didn't look at Luo Zong from start to finish, instead staring at the ground. Mu Jun, are you willing to become a god? Lu Yin shouted. Mu Jun looked up. Wait, I need time. Give me a day to adjust. Lu Yin's gaze relaxed. This woman had decided to betray Luo Shan. Before the Divine Seal catalog had appeared, she had still wanted to scheme against him, which meant that she truly believed that Luo Shan had the ability to save her. Now that she was faced with the Divine Seal catalog, she only had one chance. Under the threat of Luo Zhang's still-cold corpse, she had submitted. People who didn't care about the lives of others actually cared about their own lives the most. Matriarch Mu was like this, Luo Zhang was like this, and Mu Jun was no exception. She didn't dare to take the risk. She needed time to adjust her mentality and truly betray Luo Shan. At the same time, in the Astral Tree realm, there was a branch of the Wang family in a corner of the continent. At this moment, Wei Rong had become the son-in-law of this branch. This son-in-law requests an audience with father-in-law. Wei Rong bowed respectfully at the foot of the mountain range. What is it? A voice came from the mountain, coming from the branch's patriarch, Wang Gui. Wei Rong respectfully replied, This son-in-law has something to tell father-in-law. Come up. Wei Rong quickly ascended the mountain range and arrived behind Wang Gui. At this moment, Wang Gui was standing at a high point, looking in the direction of the Wang family's main branch. Wei Rong bowed. Father-in-law. Wang Gui was indifferent. What can you possibly want? He wasn't satisfied with Wei Rong, but since his daughter liked him, he could only accept him. As for this son-in-law, how should he describe him? He seemed smart, but he couldn't accomplish anything. He was useless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27-27. Wei Rong took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Gu Wei is not my son-in-law's real name. My real name is Wei Rong. Wang Gui was shocked and he turned to look at Wei Rong. What do you mean? Why are you hiding your real name? Do you have an enemy? He did not care. To the Wang family, aside from the other three families that were part of the four cardinal scales, all enemies were ants. Although he was only a branch family leader, the branch family leader was still a member of the Wang family. Wei Rong was solemn and seemed to have made a great decision. It is to hide my identity and enter the Wang family. Wang Gui stared at Wei Rong with a cold gaze. Wei Rong told Wang Gui about his identity. This identity completely shocked Wang Gui. Wang Gui looked at Wei Rong in disbelief. You are one of Lu Yin's people? Then why did you join my Wang family? Does Man know about this? Man. A group of cultivators arrived and stared at Wei Rong with vigilance. Wei Rong was helpless. Father-in-law, since your son-in-law has confessed, it means that your son-in-law no longer wants to have anything to do with Lu Yin. Not only that, your son-in-law is willing to tell you everything about Lu Yin and help you get close to the main branch and gain the right to speak in the Wang family. Wang Gui was furious. Nonsense. If a traitor like you joins my branch, how can I gain the right to speak? How can I get close to the main branch? I am lucky that the main branch did not destroy me. Father-in-law. Wei Rong barked as he stared at Wang Gui. I can help father-in-law reach the heights that you desire. I know too much about Lu Yin. Take this son-in-law to see the family head. This son-in-law guarantees that father-in-law will be satisfied. Wang Gui's eyes flickered. He wanted to deal with Wei Rong here and hide this matter. No matter what, The main branch would not know that his branch family had accepted Lu Yin's people. However, he looked at Wei Rong. What do you want to do? Wei Rong's words caused Wang Gui's expression to change. He became excited, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Really? Wei Rong nodded. Absolutely. Soon Wang Gui brought Wei Rong to see Wang Zheng. Beneath the eternal kingdom, a golden light enveloped Mu Jun. Mu Jun opened her eyes. I am willing. As she spoke, the figure illuminated by the golden light slowly moved towards the God-sealing catalogue. Mu Jun looked on curiously. She had never thought that such a talent existed. Since he had such a talent, it was hard to imagine what heights this person would reach in the future. This was also one of the reasons why she was willing to become a god. She wanted to follow the strong. The shadow merged into the God-sealing catalogue, and Lu Yin narrowed his eyes as he waited for the results. When the shadow completely entered the God investiture catalogue, the investiture was successful. Mu Jun had become the third powerhouse to successfully ascend to godhood. Ever since he had captured her, he had tried everything he could think of and finally succeeded. Lu Yin exhaled. Mu Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. She had spent an entire day adjusting her state of mind. Only when she had truly decided to betray Luo Jun would she succeed. The human heart was the most difficult thing to predict. Even he himself could not control it. Even an ancestor realm expert like her had to spend an entire day to adjust and analyze the pros and cons. As the golden light faded away, Lu Yin put away the divine seal catalogue. You've succeeded. Congratulations, Mu Jun. From now on, you are a member of the above heaven. Mu Jun's face lit up. Many thanks. Then tell me what kind of person Luo Shan is. Mu Jun thought for a moment and his gaze turned solemn. Luo Shan has hidden himself very well. Shenwu continent, however, the luck path array formation slowly rotated. As usual, it sealed off the passageway. The people of Shenwu continent were already used to this. On this day, however, the heavens distorted as an earth-shattering power descended. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the luck path array's giant source boxes were pushed out. One source box after another scattered in all directions, and a giant guillotine formed from death chi appeared. Wang Fan. Mu Xie shouted. He was not on Shenwu continent, so he had not been able to stop this immediately. Ancestor Gui Yuan laughed. Mu Xie, you really are not on Shenwu continent. Today this passageway should be reconnected. Mu Xie was furious. Are you trying to start a war with the four-way scales? Then let's fight. Let's see how long your fake above heaven can last. Ancestor Gui Yuan laughed. He was Wang Fan's clone, and no one had expected him to suddenly attack Shenwu continent. Mu Xie had always been overseeing Shenwu continent, but there were times when he would not be there every day, especially when Lu Yin had returned. Today was the day that Lu Yin had returned. And today Ancestor Gui Yuan had made his move. Everything had been planned out perfectly. Mu Xie, you should step back. Bai Wang Yuan walked out of the void and looked in Mu Xie's direction. Lu Yin appeared behind Mu Xie with an ugly expression. Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, why are you making a move now? Ancestor Gui Yuan shook his head. Lu Shaoxin, no plan can be perfect. Today I'll let you watch as this passageway opens. He then struck out with a palm. Lu Yin hurriedly acted. Stop. Mu Xie pushed his relic aside. Bai Wang Yuan's gaze was deep as he said, I've never had the chance to truly fight with all of you. Today I'll let all of you see what the real 9 mountains and 8 seas is like. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped the void with both of his hands. Split open the heavens. This was a battle technique from the frigid immortal sect, and Lu Yin had experienced it many times. He knew how to use it himself, but in Bai Wang Yuan's hands, split the heavens displayed a frightening power that surpassed his understanding. The black line cut out a world of nothingness and extended towards Lu Yin and Mu Xie. Wherever it passed, everything turned dark. Mu Xie's expression changed and he secretly exclaimed at how strong Bai Wang Yuan was. His relic slammed forward, but it was split in two by the black line. Bai Wang Yuan's attacks had always been mediocre. His might was slightly stronger than Xia Xinji's, but there was a limit to it. Logically speaking, Mu Xie should have been able to block him. But at this moment, Bai Wang Yuan displayed a power that he had never revealed before. The black line caused Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. It was as if it had opened up a passageway to a world of nothingness. If it was not blocked, then whether it was here or in the distant heavens ancestral sect, they would all be swallowed up by this line. In the past, Bai Wang Yuan had been afraid of breaking the vases. He had been worried about a huge battle and also worried that Lu Yin would attack by Siener. Now that he had the initiative, he had revealed his fangs. Muxia no longer hid his strength. If one relic was not enough, then he would use 2. If 2 were not enough, then he would use 20. While Bai Wangyuan was hiding his strength, Muxia had not completely revealed his own. The prison drake roared, and Lu Yin took out the general appointment platform. Ichi appeared, and the God Sealing Catalog opened. Golden light scattered across the 5th mainland. Bai Wangyuan, do you really want to fight? Nonsense. Ancestor Gui Yuan shouted. Shenwu Continent's tower of resonating light had been destroyed, and Gu Yen, who should have been there, had disappeared. At this moment, no one thought of such a thing. Not only had Ancestor Gui Yuan pushed aside the luck path array, but he had also slammed down with his palm. The passage between the 5th mainland and the 3 monarch spacetimes had opened. As the seal shattered, a powerful suction force spread out in all directions. In the distance there was a sea. They were all swallowed up. Fortunately, the people around the Tower of Resonating Light had some strength, so the suction force was not enough to suck them all in. At the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light was a dark space in space. That was where the 3 monarch spacetimes were. Lu Yin's expression was extremely ugly. It's over. Bai Wangyuan and Ancestor Gui Yuan looked over with joy. The passage had opened, and the 3 monarch spacetimes were connected to the 5th mainland. Their agreement with Lord Luo had immediately come into effect. They would work together to deal with the sect above heaven and divide up the 5th mainland. The Lu family's son would definitely die. One progenitor after another descended. Wang Fan's true body, Xia Zhen, Nong Yi, Ancestor Fog, and so on. Everyone had gathered, and a great battle was about to break out. On the side of the 3 monarch spacetimes, the seawater that had been watered and floated in the starry space had been scattered by the cultivators of the 3 monarch spacetimes. They stared at the other end of the passage, dumbfounded, and saw the progenitors on the other side of the passage. The unimaginable power had stunned the cultivators of the 3 monarch spacetimes who were guarding the passage. Songbai was beside the passage at this moment. The opening of the passage had been the long-cherished wish of the 3 monarch spacetimes. They had always wanted to open the passage but had not been able to. Now that the passage had suddenly opened, his face turned pale. Now they did not want to open the passage. How could the passage open at this time? Lord Luo had repeatedly instructed them to guard the passage. What was going on? The starry space was quiet. Both sides of the passage were looking at it. Ancestor Gui Yuan looked at the other end of the passage. What are the 3 monarchs waiting for? Where are the Yuan sages? They had previously reached an agreement. When the passage opened, it would not only be the 3 monarchs but also the Yuan sages who would attack the sect above heaven. This was the price that Lu Yin had to pay. They wanted to teach Lu Yin a lesson. Zhu Jiao's eyes widened. It was so quiet. In the 3 monarch spacetimes, Lord Luo appeared and stared at the passage in a daze. Xia Xinji also appeared and said excitedly, Lord Luo, the passage is open. It's time to attack the origin space. On the rainbow wall, Old Chan hurried back. There was only 1 star venerate left to guard the passage. Fortunately, it was not a war and there were no Ancestor Realm Corpse kings. However, they could not leave the rainbow wall for too long. The eternal race knew them too well. Once they knew that they had left, they would definitely attack immediately. Lord Luo stared at the passage and saw Bai Wangyuan, Ancestor Gui Yuan, Wang Fan, and the others at the other end of the passage. He also saw Muxia, Lu Yin, and the huge Zhu Jiao. Normally he should take action. Chen Lu would guard the rainbow wall on his behalf. Bai Sheng from the 4-way scales would also come to the rainbow wall to guard it. Yuan sages would appear from the reincarnation spacetime to help them deal with the sect above heaven. This was their plan. However, this plan had suddenly changed some time ago. Divine Venerable Shao Yin had forced him to agree to designate the origin space as an endless battlefield. Of course, he had wanted to refuse, but in the face of Divine Venerable Shao Yin's coercion and temptation, he had agreed. The origin space had been confirmed to be one of the endless battlefields. How could they open the passage under such circumstances? They definitely could not open the passage. If the passage was opened, wouldn't the 3 monarch spacetimes also become one of the endless battlefields? He did not tell the 4-way scales about this because the starry sky tree where the 4-way scales was located also belonged to the origin space and was also an endless battlefield. The moment he agreed to Divine Venerable Shao Yin's request, he had already betrayed the 4-way scales. However, he would never have thought that the 4-way scales would suddenly open the passage. He was dumbfounded. How could this be? Previously, he had not been able to open the passage no matter how hard he tried. Now it had actually opened. It would have been better if it had been this easy earlier. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27-28. Luo Shan didn't know what to do now. Lord Luo, what are you waiting for? Where is Yuan Sage? Xia Xinji couldn't wait any longer. He could already imagine the scene of Lu Yin being surrounded and killed. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. In the fifth mainland's heavens, Lu Yin stared at Luo Jun. Should they go to war or not? He was prepared. If a battle were to break out, he would stop at nothing to help. With his current strength, Elder Chan, Mu Xie, the three progenitors of the God Investiture Catalog, Hellworm Michi, Master Shan, and Lu Yun, even if the four sides of heaven joined forces with the three monarch spacetime, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. If the six great guilds were to interfere, the Lost Clan would not just stand by and watch. They were still hoping that he would help them lure the ancient card down. Virtual God spacetime would not help, and Ultra spacetime had no time to help. The greatest enemy of six-party society was the everlasting race. If they diverted too much of their forces, the everlasting race would have a hard time dealing with them. This was under the premise that Su Heng, Su Lung, and the others did not take action. If they still cherished their friendship with him, even if they did not help the primordial space, it would not be a problem for them to delay a Yuan Sage. No matter how he looked at it, Lu Yin had the confidence to open the passage. Most importantly, no matter how heavy the price of opening the passage was, it was not as bad as the origin space becoming a boundless battlefield. Once the primordial space became a boundless battlefield, it would be an endless war. At that time, no one knew how many people would die. If they really wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality, then they would lay their cards on the table. It all depended on Lord Luo's choice. If he wanted to fight, then the primordial space would no longer be an endless battlefield. If he didn't fight and couldn't change the fate of the primordial space becoming an endless battlefield, then he would have a showdown with the four cardinal scales. The four cardinal scales also belonged to the primordial space, and at that time, they would join forces with the four cardinal scales to attack the three sovereign spacetime continuum. No matter what, he had to take the initiative. If young Yin deity Venerable wanted to enter the Yin beginning space, he would not have an easy time. If the three monarch spacetimes could join forces with the four cardinal scales to divide the fifth mainland, then Lu Yin could temporarily set aside his hatred and join forces with the four cardinal scales to divide the three monarch spacetimes. Everything happened so quickly that Luo Jun couldn't react in time. Xia Xinji's urging made him even more anxious. Coincidentally, the Rainbow Wall was in a state of emergency, and the god of forgotten ruins appeared again. Let's fight the Eternals first, Luo Jun barked as he charged towards the Rainbow Wall. Xia Xinji gritted his teeth. He was about to attack. In space above the fifth mainland, the Mist Ancestor and Nong Yi appeared in the middle. Mu Xie took the opportunity to arrive at Shenwu continent, where he stared at the Ghost Abyss Ancestor and Xia Xinji. Bai Wangyuan, do you really want to fight to the death? Lu Yin shouted. Bai Wangyuan saw that Luo Jun had not made a move, and Yuan sages had not appeared. If the four direction scales were willing to fight to the death with Lu Yin, they would not have waited until now. Lu Xiaoxian, the passage is already open. Do you still want to seal it? Lu Yin stared at Bai Wangyuan, then at Wang Fan, Xia Zhen, and finally at Xia Xinji, who was at the other end of the tunnel. He saw the killing intent and hatred in the man's eyes. Leave everything to fate. The passageway had already been opened. The beginning space and the three monarchs' time and space would definitely have a result. This result could be a battle or a peace, but the possibility of a peace was too low. Regardless of what Luo Shan thought, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin would not let the primordial space off so easily. Bai Wangyuan and the rest did not plan on leaving, and they were determined to stay here. They would not allow Lu Yin to seal up the passageway again. In their opinion, the fifth continent was over. In the three monarchs' time and space, Luo Shan was dealing with the attacks of the Eternals while trying to contact Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. He asked someone to pass a message to Divine Sovereign Shaoyin that he did not agree to let the beginning space become one of the endless battlefields. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, who was far away in the reincarnation space-time, received Luo Shan's message and immediately headed to the three monarchs' time and space with a gloomy face. How dare a mere Luo Shan go against his will? He was the one who had facilitated the three monarchs' time and space to become one of the six directions associations. Otherwise, Luo Shan would have died in the endless battlefields. Outside the rainbow wall, the god of forgotten ruins looked at the three monarchs' time and space. That is the passageway that connects to the beginning space? Interesting. Does this mean that whether we take over this place or the beginning space, we can obtain two parallel spacetimes at the same time? Luo Shan, can you stop us? Luo Shan was calm. After so many years, have you ever set foot in the three monarchs' time and space? The god of forgotten ruins smiled faintly. How arrogant. Just because I haven't set foot in it doesn't mean that I can't set foot in it. Do you want to try? As he said that, wolf heads appeared one after another. 9 wolves devoured the sky and an unparalleled power swept across the entire rainbow wall, causing the three monarchs' time and space to sway. Luo Shan's eyes widened in vigilance. Xia Xinji frowned. These ancient monsters were quite terrifying. The Wang family's ancestor had lived for so long, but no one knew how strong he was. The scene of the 7 heavenly gods attacking the starry sky of trees was still vivid in their minds. They had joined forces but still failed to stop the undying god outside. These old monsters all had unique abilities. Wang Miao Miao. A shout came from afar. Luo Shan was delighted. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had come. Xia Xinji, Taixing Jun and Chen Lu all looked behind them. The golden robe made him look extremely noble. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's arrival offset the power of the 9 wolves devouring the sky. Both inside and outside the rainbow wall, the cultivators all heaved a sigh of relief. The god of forgotten ruins was surprised. You actually came to the front line? Aren't you hiding at home? Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin stepped onto the rainbow wall and stared ahead. A long time ago, Master should have killed you traitors. How could he allow you to be so powerful? Ha, you speak as if the great heavenly venerables can do it. Also, are you teaching the great heavenly venerables how to do things? The god of forgotten ruins mocked. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a cold yin qi separated the rainbow wall and pushed it forward. The god of forgotten ruins was surprised. He actually made a move. This is troublesome. Let's see how long you can help them. With that, she retreated. After the god of forgotten ruins left, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin looked at Luo Shan with a solemn expression. Why did the channel open? Luo Shan's expression was also very ugly. It was done by the 4-way scales. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin narrowed his eyes. They know about my suggestion? Luo Shan shook his head. If they knew, it wouldn't be as simple as opening the channel. We have been thinking of ways to open the channel and join forces to deal with that son of the Lu family. It has nothing to do with the suggestion. However, speaking of this, he looked at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Since the channel has been opened, I can't agree to that suggestion. Otherwise, the 3 monarchs' universes will also become one of the endless battlefields. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin didn't deny it. After knowing that the channel had been opened, he naturally understood why Luo Shan rejected his suggestion. If it were him, he would have done the same. However, he was unwilling to let the origin space escape this disaster just like that. The eternal race didn't seem to intend to cause trouble in the origin space. This meant that the 6 forces would fight with the eternal race in the origin space. Clearly, all the fault originated from the origin space. Why should they bear the responsibility of the sect? Let's not talk about turning the origin space into an endless battlefield. Now that the channel has been opened, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin looked over. Let's do it according to your previous discussion. The Lu family must pay the price for their sect in the origin space. The son of the Lu family is no exception. Luo Shan's gaze was fervent. I know, but the rainbow wall, I will guard it for you. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin put his hands behind his back and looked outside the rainbow wall. Master is already very dissatisfied with the ultra space-time. I can't attack the origin space for you, but I can guard the rainbow wall for you. What happens in the origin space has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Luo Shan took a deep breath. When I get the origin space, I will not forget your kindness. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's lips curled up. He didn't care about the origin space. What he cared about was the Grand Empyrean's intentions. He was well aware of how much the Grand Empyrean hated the origin space. If it weren't for the greater good, why would the Grand Empyrean not allow others to enter the origin space? Now that the spatial channel between the origin space and the 3 sovereigns had been opened, it was only natural for Luo Shan to attack the origin space. This was the law of the universe. Master would be very satisfied. What was to come could not be avoided. On the 2nd day after the channel opened, Luo Shan arrived at the 5th mainland and stood with by Wang Yuan and the others. In the Dark Universe, with the Xinwu mainland at its center, were Luo Shan by Wang Yuan, Xia Xinji, ancestor Gui Yuan by Sheng and ancestor Long. To the north were Mu Xie, Elder Chan, Lu Yin and Gu Yen. Although Gu Yen was not a progenitor, he was the strongest origin array heavenly master. Coupled with the luck path source box that had been pushed aside, he was able to display power close to that of a progenitor. Even so, they were still too weak against 6 progenitors, including a powerhouse like Bai Wangyuan who was at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas. Xia Xinji was excited, as he had been waiting for this day for too long. The Lu family's son had been exposed in the cosmic tree realm, and he had been the one to hunt him down. However, this child had only become stronger and stronger, and he had even become the path master of the above heaven sect. The more this child did, the more Xia Xinji felt like he was being mocked. Now it could finally end. Bai Xiener had broken through to the half-ancestor realm, and she was no longer restricted by Lu Yin. The 4 cardinal scales had joined forces with Luo Shan, and they also had the support of the reincarnation spacetime. This battle was inevitable, and there was no need to maintain this so-called balance. Even if Nong Yi had arrived and joined Lu Yin's side, even if the mist ancestor was in the middle, it would not change their determination. Nong Yi, you're courting death, Xia Xinji said coldly. Nong Yi was helpless as he did not want to get involved. However, if he did not help Lu Yin and the 4 cardinal scales won, he would end up like Lu Yu. The 4 cardinal scales would not allow any external power to resist them, not even a progenitor. The mist ancestor left without saying a word. Just as she had said, aside from dealing with the Eternals, everything else had nothing to do with her. She would do her best to stop the war, but if she could not stop it, then so be it. She was not Nong Yi, and she would not be so easy to deal with. Even if Bai Wangyuan and the others wanted to eliminate her, they would have to think twice. 9 mountains and 8 seas were not on the same level as Nong Yi. Bai Xing spoke up. Why do you have to get involved in this mess, Gu Yen? Gu Yen sighed. I've lived a life of luxury and loved delicacies. I've already enjoyed enough. My most beloved disciple died at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light, and my most admired friend is right next to me. Who else should I help? Lu Yin had lost his memories, but Gu Yen had told him that he was good friends with Lu Shaoxian. They often went to the food paradise to play and enjoy delicious food. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27-29. The Dragon Ancestor said in a low voice, Mu Xie, do you really want to be buried with your junior brother? Mu Xie calmly replied, Are you not afraid of our master's revenge? Bai Wangyuan and the others frowned, and fear flashed across their eyes. To be honest, this was indeed what they had considered. What kind of person was the master who could teach disciples like Mu Xie, Lu Yin and Qing Ping? They had searched through history, but they could not find a corresponding master. Just as they had guessed, either this person was just an ordinary powerhouse who was good at discovering geniuses, or this person had monstrous power that far exceeded their imagination. However, even if it was the latter, the current situation did not allow them to consider too much. Lu Yin had to die, or it would be too late once he became a half-ancestor or even a progenitor. Even if they did not eliminate him, Lu Yin would still seek revenge. At this moment, no one mentioned the previous agreement as it was meaningless. War was about to break out. Lu Yin did not care about Bai Wangyuan and the others. Instead, he looked at Luo Shan. You are Lord Luo from the Three Sovereigns universe, right? Why are you attacking the 5th mainland? Luo Shan's expression was cold. No need to talk nonsense. Today this universe will change its surname to Luo. Wait, what if we join your forces? Lu Yin shouted. His words shocked everyone, including Mu Xie and Elder Chan. Bai Wangyuan and the others looked at each other. What did Lu Shaoxian say? Luo Shan was also stunned. What did you say? Lu Yin was helpless. I said that I am willing to lead everyone to join you, Lord Luo. Lu Shaoxian, don't talk nonsense. Today the Heaven Supreme sect will be plunged into misery and suffering. You can't change it, Xia Xinji shouted and was about to attack. Lu Yin shouted, I want to join Lord Luo. What does it have to do with the 4 cardinal scales? Get lost. Xia Xinji attacked, but Luo Shan suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped him. I want to hear what he has to say. Bai Wangyuan stared at Luo Shan. Lord Luo, Lu Shaoxian is full of lies and is good at disguising himself. His words cannot be trusted. That's right. This person once pretended to be Long Qi and knew how to mess up the 4 cardinal scales. No matter what he says, we cannot trust him. the dragon ancestor said. Luo Jun looked at Luin. What do you mean? Luin replied, to save my life, that's all. I can go to the three sovereign spacetime with you, Lord Luo. If I go with you alone, you can control me or even imprison me. I just hope that Lord Luo will spare the celestial sect as well as my family and friends. They will be of great help to you, so there's no need to kill them all. I, Luin, have a blood feud with the four cardinal scales, but I don't have any enmity with you, Lord Luo. I can gift you the fifth mainland. What do you think? Lu Shaoxian, shut up. My disciple, Guyu, died at the hands of the Three Monarchs universe. How dare you join the Three Monarchs universe? Preposterous. Luin sighed. Senior, if we don't do this, how can the countless lives of the above heaven sect be preserved? Guyu is dead, but all of us are still alive. Gu Yen pointed at Luin, his entire body trembling with rage. Mu Xie spoke up, Junior brother, in the universe only the fittest survive. If you join the Three Monarchs universe, your fate will be in their hands. Luin was helpless. Senior brother, I believe that Lord Luo will treat everyone well. After all, he is the master of the Three Monarchs universe. He has always resisted the Eternals for humanity. If we join him, there will be 2 more progenitors, and I, who can fight against progenitors, the strength of the Three Monarchs universe will skyrocket in an instant. This is what Lord Luo wants. Lu Yin's words struck a chord in Luo Shan's heart. The Three Monarchs universe was at the bottom of the Six Direction Society. As a ruler, he could not compare to Void Master, Wood Ruler, and others. He could even be replaced at any time. This was a knot in his heart. If he could accept Lu Yin and the others today, there would be 3 more extreme powerhouses. The Three Monarchs universe might not be at the bottom of the Six Direction Society. Not only extreme powerhouses, but how many existences did the Celestial Sect have? How many resources did they have? How many geniuses did they have? They could be trained to transform the Three Monarchs universe. No, there was no need for the Three Monarchs universe. He was the master of the origin space. This was the origin space that once gave birth to the most glorious civilization. He was not originally from the Three Monarchs universe. Now that he occupied the Three Monarchs universe, since he had done it once, he could do it again, and this was what he wanted to do. The more he thought about it, the more tempted Luo Shan was. He seemed to see himself standing side by side with Void Master and the others, ignoring Lord Shaoyin. Lu Shaoxian, if you insist on joining the Three Monarchs universe, then I, Gu Yen, have nothing to say to you. Goodbye. Heavenly Master Gu Yen left angrily. Mu Xie shook his head. Junior brother, you shouldn't have made such a decision. After saying that, he also left. Nong Yi shook his head and left without saying anything. 3 powerhouses left at once, but Luo Shan was not regretful. On the contrary, he was more certain of Lu Yin's sincerity. There was no need to lie to him. Could it be that he and Old Zen could resist the Three Monarchs universe? This was what Lu Yin wanted Luo Shan to confirm. If he exposed Xian Qi's identity, Master Shan, Lu Yun, and Qin Lu, and asked for help from the Lost Tribe, he could face the 3 monarchs of the 4 scales head-on. But in this way, Xian Qi's identity would be lost, which was a pity. He was trying to split Luo Shan and the 4 scales. As long as he succeeded, the 4 scales would not decide to fight Luo Shan directly. Secondly, Luo Shan would inevitably meet him alone and find a way to control him or imprison him. No matter what Luo Shan wanted to do, the premise was that he could do it. Lu Yin wanted to create an opportunity to fight Luo Shan alone, such as in the Eternal Kingdom. Of course, his so-called fight was not just for himself. Mu Xie and Heavenly Master Gu Yen also pretended to leave, waiting to see if Luo Shan would be tempted. Lu Yin did not expect Luo Shan to completely believe his words, but Luo Shan was a strong man with the ambition to dominate everything. As long as there was a chance, he would try. Since it was possible to obtain the entire 5th mainland, why would he divide it with others? This was Luo Shan's mentality that Lu Yin grasped. Luo Shan knew that he was splitting him in the 4 scales, but so what? The passage had already been opened, and Luo Shan had originally wanted to cooperate with the 4 scales in hopes that they would open the passage. Once his goal was achieved, the 4 scales would no longer be of any use to him. As for whether or not the 4 scales would hate him, he did not care. With the 6 Direction gang behind him, would the 4 scales dare to start a war with them? The atmosphere was strangely silent. Bai Wangyuan and the others stared at Luo Shan. Luo Shan looked up at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Revealing Xian Qi's identity and going all out was the final step. He did not want to start a war, but rather he wanted to create an environment where he could fight Luo Shan alone. Caged WRM growled and looked at Luo Shan cautiously. This person was very dangerous. Right, the Grand Empyrean seems to like it a lot. You can give it to him as a gift. Give it to the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and pointed at the caged WRM. Luo Shan's eyes lit up. The Grand Empyrean likes it? Lu Xiaoxian, that belongs to my Xinwu plane. Xia Xinji shouted. Luo Shan frowned and glanced at Xia Xinji. Since the Grand Empyrean likes it, then it belongs to him. Xia Xinji stared at Luo Shan coldly. Luo Shan looked at him with a cold gaze, which was completely different from before. Bai Wangyuan's heart sank. Lu Xiaoxuan's temptation was too great. He would lead the fifth mainland to the three monarchs spacetime and help Luo Shan kick them out. He would even bring 2 progenitors with him. No one could resist such temptation. He did not care who the fifth mainland belonged to. The starry sky tree had never cared. However, Lu Xiaoxian had to die. This person was too talented and good at scheming. The 4 cardinal scales would not be able to eat or sleep in peace if he was alive. Luo Shan made a decision and looked at Lu Yin. Are you really willing? Suddenly, a figure came from afar and interrupted Luo Shan. It was Yuan Sage. Lu Yin's face changed when he saw Yuan Sage. Lord Luo, Lu Xiaoxuan's words can't be trusted. Yuan Sage shouted. Lu Yin clenched his fists and looked at him coldly. Bai Wangyuan and the others were overjoyed. Yuan Sage was here. He was determined to deal with the Lu family. Luo Shan frowned. Yuan Sage, what do you mean? Yuan Sage arrived and looked at Luo Shan solemnly. I brought Lord Luo Shan's message. Are you willing to listen to it? Luo Shan's eyes turned cold. Of course I am. Please speak. Regardless of Lord Luo Shan's identity, he could still threaten the origin space because Lord Luo Shan was blocking the Rainbow Wall. In any case, Lord Luo Shan had a lot of decision-making power in this matter. Yuan Sage nodded, glanced at Lu Yin and sneered. Reverend Xiaoyin doesn't care who the origin space belongs to, be it Lord Luo or the four-way scales. He only wants the son of the Lu family to get what he deserves. Lord Luo, Reverend Xiaoyin should have told you this. Luo Shan recalled that before coming to the origin space, Lord Luo Shan had indeed said that the Lu family would get what they deserved. The son of the Lu family was no exception. What does Lord Luo Shan want the son of the Lu family to do? Luo Shan asked. Bai Wangyuan looked at Yuan Sage. Yuan Sage smiled indifferently. Kill his way into the eternal race and come back alive. Bai Wangyuan and the others laughed as soon as they heard this. Xia Xinji laughed even louder. His laughter was extremely ear-piercing. Luo Shan's eyes flickered. Is that so? Lu Yin looked at Yuan Sage calmly. Yuan Sage looked over and met his eyes. Son of the Lu family, I have told you not to be too arrogant. You are still like an ant in front of me. You should have the same fate as the Lu family back then. No one is an exception. Whether it is you, Lu Bujing, who survived the above heaven sect era, or the other members of the Lu family, all of you have to rush into the eternal race with you and not come back alive. This is the order set by Lord Luo Shan and cannot be violated. Beside Lu Yin, Elder Chan let out a long sigh. The matter of the Lu family was not over yet. However, it was not revenge but the so-called responsibility. It was really ridiculous that he could not deal with the eternal race and had found a scapegoat. Caged WRM felt uneasy and felt that something was going on. It was getting colder and colder as it flashed its claws and stared ahead. Lu Yin looked at Yuan Sage calmly. Are these the words of Lord Luo Shan? It is an order, Yuan Sage replied coldly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2730. After hearing Yuan Sheng's words and seeing his cold and arrogant expression, Lu Yin raised his hand and rubbed his head. Sometimes I really don't understand. Where does trash like you get your sense of superiority from? Orders? Who can you order? Yuan Sheng's face was cold. Luo Shan looked at Lu Yin. This guy had changed. Bai Wangyuan and the others stared at Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoxian had always been like this when facing them. He didn't care and even looked down on them. This was the real Lu Xiaoxian. He gave off a completely different vibe when he said that he wanted to join the three monarchs. They knew that this guy was fake, but what was he planning? Lu Yin smiled. Yuan Sheng, you old dog are really obedient. That old bastard, divine venerable Xiaoyin, asked you to bark. Why don't you call him over and see if he can bark at me? After saying that, his face turned cold. I promise to knock out his dog teeth. Yuan Sheng sneered. Little bastard, you can only be stubborn now. I promise to slaughter all your family and friends and let you watch them die. Finally, I will throw you to the eternal race and announce that you have betrayed humanity. I will make your Lu family go down in history and infamy. The Lu family is the biggest traitor to humanity. Old dog, I promise to kill you with my own hands, Lu Yin said. His voice was low and calm, but the calmer he was, the more uneasy Yuan Sheng felt. He looked at Bai Wangyuan and the others. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you killing this little bastard? Throw him to the eternal race. Luo Shan stepped forward. Lu family's son, you don't have the ability to fight against all of us. Anger and abuse will only show your incompetence. I will give you a chance to kill yourself and answer to Divine Venerable Shaoyin. As for your family and friends, I promise not to touch them and let them join me. Yuan Sheng shouted angrily, Luo Shan you? Luo Shan looked at Yuan Sheng. I need to answer to Divine Venerable Shaoyin, but I don't need to answer to you. Yuan Sheng stared coldly at Luo Shan, but Luo Shan didn't care about him. After all, he was the ruler of the three monarchs. Even if he was threatened by Divine Venerable Shaoyin, he wouldn't be threatened by Yuan Sheng. Lu Yin's previous proposal had tempted him. As long as he could obtain the entire origin space, the strength of the three monarch spacetimes would experience an explosive growth. For this opportunity he would not care about the four cardinal scales or a Yuan sage. Supremacy Shaoyin only needed an explanation from the Lu family. He didn't care about anyone else. Luo Shan knew this very well. Lu Yin stood on top of the hellworm's head and continued to rub his head. Luo Shan spoke, Son of the Lu clan, this is your only chance. You won't be able to stop so many powerful beings. Rather than being wiped out, why not sacrifice yourself in exchange for the lives of others? This is what you suggested before. Yuan Sheng winked at Bai Wangyuan and the others, indicating for them to take action. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin or his family or friends, Yuan Sheng had to kill them all. He couldn't do anything, or else he wouldn't be able to answer to the Grand Empyrean. Bai Wangyuan and the others looked at each other. It was obvious that Yuan Sheng wanted to eliminate Lu Xiaoshuan's family and friends. Lu Xiaoshen could naturally see that. Once they took action, it would be easy to force Lu Xiaoshen to agree to Luo Shan's request. At that time, not only would it be meaningless for them to take action, but they would also become enemies with Luo Shan. Bai Wangyuan looked at Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoshen commits suicide. This is the only thing you can do for them. Lu Yin was the biggest threat to them. As long as Lu Yin died, the others would be no more than chickens and dogs. Yuan Sheng was dissatisfied. He wanted the four cardinal scales to take action, not help Luo Shan threaten them. Xia Xinji said coldly, I already said that you would fight against the four cardinal scales. Enemies don't have a good ending. You could have rebuilt the Lu family, but you ended up like this. Commit suicide. Bai Sheng was sad. Lu Yin was a legend and an existence that many people in the Starry Sky Tree looked up to. He was the one who drove the eternal race away. Countless people worshipped him, but now he was going to die. He could escape, but if he did, the Fifth Mainland and the Qianshang sect would be plunged into misery and suffering. It was really sad. Ancestor Long felt sorry for Lu Yin. He could only blame himself for being too arrogant. Ancestor Gui Yuan frowned. It didn't matter if Lu Yin died, but how could he obtain the Death God's inheritance? Everything about Lu Yin would make countless people jealous. Lu family's son, why aren't you committing suicide? Do you really want those people to die with you? Luo Shan asked. Xia Xinji urged, Lu Xiaoxian commit suicide. Lu Xiaoxian commit suicide. Lu Xiaoxian commit suicide. Lu Xiaoxian commit suicide. It was as if the door to death had been opened and Lu Yin was being pushed inside. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at these people. Luo Shan's gloominess, Bai Wangyuan's indifference, Xia Xinji's excitement, Bai Sheng's sorrow, Ancestor Long's pity, and Yuan Sheng's smugness flashed across his mind. Do you think trash like you can force me to my death? Luo Shan's eyes widened. You don't know what's good for you. If you don't want to die, I will personally end you. Lu Yin sighed. In the end he still had to fight. Just as he was about to let Lu Yun and Master Shan out, a voice entered his ears. Don't forget, you only have one chance in 100,000 years. As the voice fell, a shout came from the other end of the passage. Everyone reinforce the rainbow wall. Black Wushan and the Undying God have appeared. Luo Shan and the others looked over in shock. Black Wushan? The Undying God? Those were the 7 sky gods. Including the Forgotten Ruins god, almost half of the 7 sky gods had come. He rushed to the passage without hesitation. The Shaoyin divinity's voice rang out. 4-way balance progenitors support. Bai Wangyuan and the others hesitated. Luo Shan entered the 3-way monarchs and looked back with a cold gaze. Everyone, do you want to go against the will of the 6-way society? Bai Wangyuan gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yin unwillingly. Lu Yin sneered. What? Do you still want me to go? Needless to say, Lu Yin could not support the 3-way monarchs. They were also enemies and these people wanted to force him to his death. Moreover, the voice just now had come from Black Wushan, which meant that the Eternals were helping him share the burden. Lu Yin did not know why Black Wushan had done this. If it had been the Witchling god, it might have been because he had not given up on his overt scheme, but Black Wushan had no reason to help him. Was it just because of the opportunity that had been given before? It did not make sense. Lu Yin had caused too much damage to the Eternals, so Black Wushan should not help him. Why not let him fight the 4-way scales and the 3-way monarchs? It would weaken the human strength. Strange. He suddenly thought that there might be human spies among the Eternals, and that was how Qingfen had been caught. Then could it be Black Wushan? That could not be right. If it had been Black Wushan, Mr. Mu would not have destroyed his clone without hesitation. No matter how he thought about it, Lu Yin could not go to the 3-way monarchs. He was most afraid of the Shaoyin divinity. It was not that he was afraid that the Shaoyin divinity would act against him, but in the Lost Clan, the Shaoyin divinity had visited the upper 3 sections. The moment the Eternal Darkness card appeared, everyone who had visited the upper 3 sections had stared at him. The Shaoyin divinity must have seen through his disguise. What? The Shaoyin divinity had not acted because he did not recognize Lu Yin's true appearance. Now that the Shaoyin divinity had seen him, Lu Yin would be exposed and the Eternals would have wasted their efforts. Bai Wangyuan, Xia Xinji, and the others had all gone to the 3-way monarchs. They had to help. Otherwise, if they offended the Shaoyin divinity, Luo Shan could easily take over the Above Sky sect. They would be the unlucky ones. Besides the 4-way scales, the Yuan sage was the most unwilling. He stared at Lu Yin and said, "Little bastard, you won't live for long. With so many powerhouses participating in the war, it will end soon." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. "You should be glad that there is a war. Otherwise I would have killed you, old dog." The Yuan sage's eyes widened and were filled with murderous intent. However, he did not delay for long and headed to the 3-way monarchs. Lu Yin looked at the passageway as it was impossible to seal it. Putting aside whether or not the 4-way scales would stop him, he had intentionally opened this passageway in the first place. If he hadn't done so, then the Genesis space would have become one of the endless battlefields. Wei Rong's contribution this time was not small, whether it was to the 4-way scales or the Above Sky sect. Lu Yin hoped that he would give him a big enough surprise. In the Void God spacetime in the Red Domain, a pair of eyes opened. They belonged to a bald man. He was a Void Luminous Realm powerhouse, which was the equivalent of a half-ancestor. There had always been a half-ancestor guarding the Red Domain. The previous guardian had been killed by Qin Li's arrow, and this bald man was the replacement that Su Wuji had found. No matter what happened in the Red Domain, he did not have to care. His only role was to welcome foreign enemies. Nobody in the Red Domain knew of his existence. Even Lu Yin had discovered him on his own. Su Wuji had not told him. The bald man looked up. Su Wuji had left. He got up, took a step forward and walked to the surface. He then headed in a certain direction. That was where Lu Yin had announced that he would be going into seclusion. Lu Yin had obtained eternal darkness and announced that he would be going into seclusion. It was reasonable. Because he was going into seclusion, there were fewer guests in the Red Domain. Otherwise, there would be a large number of guests waiting to see him. The bald man avoided everyone and approached Lu Yin's seclusion. Guan Laoda, Yu Pai and the others were all around, but they could not find the bald man. Just as the bald man was about to enter Lu Yin's seclusion, a figure appeared behind him, causing him to freeze in place. "Why?" The voice came from Su Wuji. His expression was gloomy, which was completely different from his usual self. The bald man clenched his fists. "I was asked by someone to trade eternal darkness with Shen Qi." Su Wuji sneered. "Trade?" The bald man said in a low voice, "If it wasn't for the trade, I wouldn't have come. Shen Qi might not be able to deal with me, but he should be able to escape." Su Wuji thought about it and found it reasonable. "Who?" The bald man didn't say anything. "If you don't want to say, then forget it." I don't want to know anyway. However, you have betrayed my trust in you. Scram. Su Wuji placed a hand on the bald man's back and threw him out. At the same time, the bald man spat out a mouthful of blood. His void divine force was continuously depleted, and he fell from the void luminous realm. This is your punishment. Although Su Wuji was usually very polite and a little cynical, those who knew him knew that he was not careless at all when he attacked. Anyone who killed their way in and out of the endless battlefield was not simple, let alone an extreme powerhouse. Su Wuji sighed, I'll have to find another protector. How troublesome. With that he left. The Shaoyin Divine Venerable's power of the moon was soft and ghostly, containing an incomparably domineering corrosive power. Even the Ancestor Realm Corpse King found it difficult to withstand. If not for its huge body, it would have already turned into a pool of blood. Even so, his heart had been completely corroded. Seeing this scene, Ancestor Dragon was aghast. He knew very well how powerful an Ancestor Realm Corpse King's body was, yet Shaoyin divinity was able to easily corrode its body. Just how tyrannical was the power of Great Een? Just as he was thinking, the giant Corpse King's scarlet eyes stared at the rainbow wall and raised his hand to slap it. Ancestor Dragon's forehead. An eye appeared, an innate strange pupil. As it swept over, the giant Corpse King's palm gradually turned into nothingness. Scram. The power of his other pupil was similar to the power of Tyene. One was corrosive while the other was obliterating. Ancestor Dragon wanted to use the same power to chase away the giant Corpse King, but the giant Corpse King had set its sights on this place. No matter how the palm was obliterated, it still pressed down. Ancestor Dragon had no choice but to withdraw his strange pupil. This power could not be used for a long time and could not scare the giant Corpse King, so he could only use force. Seeing that the giant Corpse King's palm was about to hit the rainbow wall, fine dragon markings appeared on the surface of Ancestor Dragon's body. His pupils were vertical and dragon horns appeared on his forehead. His entire body was covered by dragon markings. He held a spear and stabbed it out. The tip of the spear pierced through the giant Corpse King's palm, and the power of the Ancestor Realm erupted from below, stabbing through the giant Corpse King's palm. The giant Corpse King raised his other hand and blocked the Ancestor Realm power from the tip of the spear. Black lines spread from his blood vessels and covered his entire body in the blink of an eye, causing his aura to change. He was like an evil ghost. Ancestor Dragon wanted to pull out the spear, but it was stuck in the giant Corpse King's palm and could not be pulled out. How could this be? The giant Corpse King suddenly clenched his fist, wanting to kill Ancestor Dragon. 5 mirrors appeared around Ancestor Dragon, revolving around him. It was White Dragon Sky Surveying Mirror. The giant Corpse King's other hand also fell, and both hands exerted force, wanting to kill Ancestor Dragon. The White Dragon Sky Surveying Mirror cracked open, and Ancestor Dragon's expression was solemn. He opened his strange pupil again and stared at the giant Corpse King's face through the gaps between his fingers. The giant Corpse King howled miserably, one of his eyes was destroyed and his body retreated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ancestor Dragon took a step forward and appeared in front of the giant Corpse King. The power of the Ancestor Realm gathered crazily, forming an incomparably huge spear that pierced towards the giant Corpse King's forehead. The black lines in the giant Corpse King's body suddenly spread to his forehead, and the tip of the spear happened to collide with his forehead. With a bang, the starry sky distorted and rippled, tearing the space apart. An incomparably huge darkness spread like a ribbon into the 3 monarch spacetime. Under the rainbow wall, the 3 monarch spacetime cultivators trembled as they looked at the starry sky being split into 2. In another direction, Chenlu looked over and was shocked. Even the Ancestor Realm in the primal space was so strong? He knew that he could fight against the giant Corpse King, but he could not do it in a head-on clash. His arrows were filled with endless killing intent, but they lacked the power to fight head-on in close combat. Bai Wang Yuan and the others had no time to care about Ancestor Dragon. Although Ancestor Dragon could not compare to them, he was not weak. After all, he had survived from the era of the Daosor sect and had experienced countless battles in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. On the 5th mainland, Lu Yin appeared on Xinwu continent and looked into the passage. He could feel the magnificence of the Ancestor Realms battle, and it was not just a single Ancestor Realms battle. Elder Chan was worried. If the 3 monarch spacetime is broken, then we will also be in trouble. Luin shook his head. The Eternals can't do it. They suffered great losses in order to save the undying god. This time, deity Shaoyin is here, and with Bai Wangyuan and the others, they can't take down the three monarchs spacetime unless a few more from the seven sky gods come. Furthermore, Luo Shan is not simple. After this battle we will still have to face them. Elder Chan was solemn. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Although the Eternals could not take down the three monarchs spacetime, if the situation did not improve and he was forced to reveal his identity, then the Eternals would not give up. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for them to attack the three monarchs spacetime. It was still the same question. Why would the Eternals help him? That person is still watching us, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin glanced into the distance. Don't worry about him. Wang Fan was there to prevent Lu Yin from sealing the passage again, which gave Lu Yin an excuse not to seal it. The three monarchs spacetime, the Rainbow Wall. Cracks appeared in more than one direction. How could the Rainbow Wall survive such a magnificent battle between progenitors? Ancestor Long held his spear and blocked the giant Corpse King. The Corpse King's remaining scarlet eye stared at Ancestor Long as it roared and slammed its hands in front of it. This Corpse King could not be considered a progenitor at all. It was just a monster with the physical strength of a progenitor. Ancestor Long dodged and stared at the Corpse King's other eye. The Corpse King was on guard and quickly dodged. Like a nimble giant, it turned around and punched out. Ancestor Long did not dare to tear through the void to avoid this attack. This level of power could pierce through the void, and once he tore through the void, it would be easy to encounter greater danger. However, avoiding the Corpse King's punch was not difficult. Ancestor Long continuously avoided the Corpse King's attacks. For a full hour, the Corpse King stared at him without any intention of going in another direction. Ancestor Long did not intend to tangle with it. It was not easy to kill a progenitor and he had to pay a price for it. It was not worth it for the three monarchs spacetime. Suddenly the Corpse King stopped attacking him and kicked the Rainbow Wall. The Rainbow Wall was directly broken, and many cultivators of the three monarchs spacetime were shattered. Even the attacking Corpse King was reduced to fragments. The Corpse King did not care and attacked again. Ancestor Long, what are you doing? Luo Shan shouted. The arrow pierced through the void and pierced the Corpse King's shoulder, but it only made the Corpse King pause for a moment before continuing to attack the Rainbow Wall. Chinla shot again. Ancestor Long glanced into the distance. The Rainbow Wall was fine in other directions, but if something happened to him here he would offend Luo Shan. Helpless, he could only attack seriously. Thinking about it, he closed his eyes and opened his other eye. His body suddenly split open and a roar resounded through the three monarchs spacetime. Ancestor World, Dragon Emperor. Countless people looked over in a daze, seeing an unforgettable scene. An incomparably huge creature suddenly appeared as if covering the starry sky. It let out a roar that shook the heavens. This was Ancestor Long's ancestral world, Dragon Emperor. It was about the same as Enai Huang's ancestral world, but in terms of size and strength, it far surpassed Enai Huang. Although it was far from Ancestor Mang's size, it was close to half. Dragon Emperor only had one eye and it was the other eye. With the appearance of Dragon Emperor, its tail lashed out, and the giant Corpse King was forced to retreat dozens of steps, step by step, stepping on the void. The Corpse King grabbed Dragon Emperor's tail, but Dragon Emperor's strength exceeded his expectations. Even in Progenitor's body was helpless. The Dragon Emperor rammed into the giant Corpse King, sending it flying. His eyes swept across the area, annihilating the void. The giant Corpse King's arm was disappearing. Qin Li's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly. This terrifying strength was not something ordinary experts could compare to. Was this an expert from the origin space? The Star Sovereign was shocked. This combat strength was terrifying. Luo Shan also looked over with fear. This was the origin space. No one knew what kind of expert would emerge from that ancient spacetime. In the four sides of scales, the least worthy of attention was the White Dragon race's Ancestor Long. But at this moment, Ancestor Long's exposed combat strength made people not dare to underestimate him. Bai Wangyuan and the others were not surprised. If Ancestor Long did not have such combat strength, how could he be called the four sides of scales? Did he really think that any progenitor was qualified? Ancestor Long had lived longer than anyone else. In terms of age, he was older than 9 mountains and 8 seas. If not for the fact that he could not break through the progenitor realm, how could he allow them to ride on his head? There were advantages and disadvantages to the White Dragon race relying on Ancestor Mang. And as long as Ancestor Long did not die in the future, it was very likely that he would become another Ancestor Mang. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2732. As the Dragon Ancestor's world appeared, the Giant Corpse King was forced to retreat. The Dragon Ancestor still wanted to push the Giant Corpse King in another direction, as he would not fight to the death for the three monarchs. Suddenly, the Dragon Ancestor stopped, and his other pupils could clearly see that he was in pain. The Giant Corpse King took the opportunity to clench his fists and smash the Dragon Ancestor's head, smashing him down. Xia Xinji's expression changed. Not good inside his body. As he spoke, the divine martial sword domain spread and covered the Giant Corpse King. Countless blades fell, and the Giant Corpse King roared and punched the Dragon Ancestor again. His back was torn apart by the divine martial sword domain, and blood splattered across the starry sky. The Dragon Ancestor's body rapidly shrank and turned into the Dragon Ancestor. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. There were still progenitor enemies. In front of him, bubbles were suffused with colorful light, and it was very beautiful. Luo Shan's pupils shrank. Dream illusion bubble Qin Kong. Divine Venerable Shaoyin was shocked. Be careful. Qin Kong was not an invincible monster like the seven sky gods, but he was the most difficult to deal with and defend against. Qin Kong was too cunning and too sinister. The progenitors who died in his hands were all killed by sneak attacks. The four-way balance did not even come into contact with Qin Kong. Looking at the bubbles, the Dragon Ancestor was at a loss. Even though the warning signs in his mind exploded, the hypnosis brought by the dream illusion bubble made his body numb. With a bang, the Dragon Ancestor's body was sent flying by the Giant Corpse King, and his upper body was twisted. He took the opportunity to sober up a little, and Luo Shan's voice rang in his ears, reminding him to be careful of Qin Kong. But who was Qin Kong? From afar, his body was still covered by the dream illusion bubble, and he was struggling in the cage of numbness. Bai Wangyuan raised his hand and two lines appeared, splitting open the sky. The black line streaked across the void and directly tore open the world of nothingness, forming a corridor of death that rapidly approached the Dragon Ancestor. Luo Shan was shocked. This kind of strength? Even Divine Venerable Shaoyin was shocked by Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan shouted after splitting open the sky, "Dodge!" Ancestor Dragon saw that the world of nothingness was being torn apart. He stretched out his hand, and at the instant when the sky opening line was nearing, he pointed at a point on the line with one hand. This was the cooperation they had in the past. Bai Wangyuan could use the sky opening line to drag him over. However, just as Ancestor Dragon was about to touch one of the points on the line, his movement suddenly stopped. His mind was clear and he wanted to touch that point, but his body was numb. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Ancestor Realm power, Ancestor World, battle skills, nothing could be moved. Hypnosis can not only hypnotize the consciousness but also the body. Does your body listen to you? Dragon Ancestor was shocked. There was such a thing? Those were the last words he heard. As the line swept past, Ancestor Dragon's body was swallowed up by the world of nothingness. He didn't even have the chance to scream before his body disappeared. The starry sky was silent. Everyone was watching this scene. Whether it was the four-way scales, Shaoyin Divine Sovereign Luo Shan, or the Eternals, everyone was watching. The fall of an Ancestor Realm expert was just this quick. No one would have thought that the first to fall in this battle would actually be Dragon Ancestor. This was the Three Monarchs universe, not the Starry Sky Tree. Ancestor Dragon didn't die in the Starry Sky Tree but in the Three Monarchs universe. Bai Wangyuan's face was gloomy. No matter how he looked at it, Ancestor Dragon seemed to have died under his sky-splitting battle skill. Why wasn't he moving? Xia Xinji looked at Bai Wangyuan. Patriarch Gui Yuan and Yuan Sheng also looked at Bai Wangyuan. Luo Shan was the first to speak. He was controlled by Qin Kong. He died under Qin Kong's hands. Forgotten Ruins God laughed. You guys are really interesting. Where did Qin Kong come from? It's obvious that you guys wanted to kill him. Humans are really complicated creatures. Undying God said lazily, "Is it not over yet? I want to go back to sleep." Hei Wuxian said calmly, "Soon. Speaking of which, you guys are really ruthless. You even killed your own people." Bai Wangyuan ignored them and looked at Luo Shan. Who is Qin Kong? Luo Shan took a deep breath. A despicable villain. More than one or two extreme powerhouses have died in his hands. This person is the target of our Sixth Direction Guild. Shaoyin Divine Sovereign looked at He Wuxian and the other Eternals. The death of extreme powerhouses doesn't mean that this battle is over. Drive them out. Luo Shan took action. In the distance, Qinlu looked at the place where Ancestor Long had died. An extreme powerhouse had died just like that. The lives of extreme powerhouses were also lives and they could die easily. When he looked at Luo Shan and the others again, his gaze had changed. He could not expose what he had done and put himself in danger. Xianqi could not be exposed either. The Star Sovereign went to Ancestor Long's location, as there was still a giant corpse king that needed to be stopped. Luo Shan told Qinlu to go as well. Qin Kong was definitely there, so they had to be careful. On the fifth mainland, Lu Yin stood on Xinwu continent and waited for the results of this battle. Suddenly he looked at the passage and saw something penetrating the void. Was that an eye? Lu Yin stared at the eye that had appeared out of nowhere. It looked very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It was Ancestor Long's eye. Before his death, he had forced it out without anyone noticing. Ancestor Long's eye was the power that he had left behind for the White Dragon tribe. His death meant that the White Dragon tribe had lost their position as the four-way scales. Due to the White Dragon tribe's own limitations, it was very difficult for them to break through to the progenitor realm. Ancestor Long had left behind his eye, as only by obtaining it would the White Dragon tribe have any hope of breaking through to the progenitor realm. Although Ancestor Long had left behind the eye, it did not have any self-awareness, and it had simply followed the familiar feeling back to the fifth mainland. If no one had stopped it, it would have returned to the White Dragon tribe, but now Lu Yin had seen it. Lu Yin grabbed the eye and looked at it. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Where had he seen it before? This eye gave him a sense of threat, as only a progenitor's power could threaten him. A progenitor. Lu Yin suddenly looked up at the passage. He remembered that it was Ancestor Long. He had seen him at Dragon Mountain before, and Ancestor Long had wanted to intimidate them and prevent them from revealing the secret of the dragon pool. Yes, it was this eye. Lu Yin stared at the eye. Why was Ancestor Long's eye here? Ancestor Long had gone to the three sovereign spacetime battlefield. Had something happened to him? No, they were the four-way scales, not the three sovereigns. They would not risk their lives for the three sovereign spacetime. In the distance, Wang Fan looked at the three sovereign spacetime in a daze, as if he had seen something shocking. He did not pay attention to Lu Yin. Lu Yin put away the eye and waited quietly. The war in the three sovereign spacetime would not last for long. Only he knew that the Eternals' large-scale attack was all to help him. After Ancestor Long's death, the Eternals seemed satisfied with the outcome of the war. Seeing that Sovereign Shaoyin by Wang Yuan and the others had no intention of leaving, they could only retreat. Let's see if you can provide timely assistance next time. We have our eyes on this spacetime. Blacklist God's low voice sounded in everyone's ears. Luo Shan frowned. The passage had opened, and for the Eternals, taking over this spacetime was equivalent to taking over the Genesis space. They could naturally pay a price, but it was not a good thing for Luo Shan. The three sovereign spacetime was far less valuable than the Genesis space. He felt that this spacetime had led to this war entirely because of the Genesis space. From Luo Shan's point of view, he hoped to seal the passage after taking over the sect above heaven and completely abandon the three sovereign spacetime and stay in the Genesis space. That way, even if the Eternals attacked the Genesis space, the four-way scales would be the first to face them, not him. When he thought of this, he looked at the passage. Lu family's son, damn it. He watched as the Eternals retreated. He had not entered the three sovereign spacetime because he was afraid of being seen by Divinity Shaoyin. He did not know the exact situation of the war, but he still knew whether or not there was a war. The progenitor's battle had stopped. If the Eternals retreated, then it would be meaningless for him to continue facing the same situation. Thus, if the war stopped, then there would definitely be a turning point. If the Eternals could stop the war before that turning point appeared, then it meant that they had a deep understanding of what was happening within the human race. This speculation made him shudder. Just how many spies did the Sixth Direction Society have? He inexplicably hoped that this speculation would not come true, even if it was beneficial to him. In the three sovereign spacetime, as the Eternals retreated like the tide, a person arrived at the Rainbow Wall and attracted everyone's attention. It was the perfect young master, First Jianjia. Divinity Shaoyin was surprised. Why are you here? Luo Shan, Star-Lord, and the others looked at First Jianjia with grave expressions. Although this person was not an ultimate powerhouse, He had the influence of an ultimate powerhouse. In many cases he did not represent himself, but rather the Grand Empyrean. First Jianjia looked at the battlefield. The Eternals retreated? Everyone, the Grand Empyrean has orders. Everyone looked at First Jianjia with stern expressions. Bai Wangyuan and the others were also solemn as they looked at First Jianjia. First Jianjia's gaze swept across the crowd, pausing on Bai Wangyuan and the others. Seniors of the primordial space, are you willing to listen to the Grand Empyrean's orders? Xia Xinji did not hesitate. We will naturally obey Senior Grand Empyrean's orders. Bai Wangyuan nodded. Please speak. First Jianjia looked at Luo Shan. Senior Luo Shan? The Grand Empyrean's orders are disadvantageous to Senior. Luo Shan raised his brows. How so? First Jianjia smiled. The Six Direction Society cannot enter the primordial space without permission. This is Master's order. Senior, you have violated it. Luo Shan said in a low voice. The passage between the three sovereign space-time and the primordial space has been opened. Since there is a passage, it is not considered a violation. Master has also considered this point, but this is also the reason why the Eternals attacked the three sovereign space-time. If the three sovereign space-time cannot stop them in time, what will happen? As he spoke, he looked at Bai Wangyuan and the others. Master is clear about everyone's plans, which is why I have brought Master's orders. First Jianjia's expression was stern. Master's orders are that the primordial space must send half of its progenitor realm experts to assist in the defense of the Six Direction Society's frontline battlefield and the boundless battlefield. Otherwise, Master will personally appear and severely punish those who disobey. Master's orders are that Luo Shan and Lu Yin caused a war between the two space-time universes. Today they are punished to enter the boundless battlefield. Those who refuse will be punished for the crime of betraying humanity. Master's orders are that Divine Venerable Shaoyin is meritorious in protecting the three sovereign space-time universes. He is exempted from the boundless battlefield for 1,000 years. Master's orders are that Yuan sages entered the primordial space without permission and provoked a war between the two space-time universes. They are punished to enter the boundless battlefield. Those who refuse will suffer the grief of a saint. Orders were issued one after another, representing the authority of the Grand Empyrean. He was giving orders to the progenitor realm experts, but no one felt that there was a problem. It was as if these orders could be given to them. You're tuning in to this Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.